Hello and welcome, everybody. Oh, man, I had trouble getting my eyes open today. But here I am, everybody, ready to play some games, ready to check out some Astroneer. Weirdly, my server is saying that that I need to launch, which means that it might have been reset. Because normally when it says launch, that means the server's been reset. Well, maybe we'll be resetting our Astroneer server today. That's kind of weird. I told it to stop earlier, and then I've started it back up again. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I guess YOLO, everybody. YOLO! Welcome, welcome. Again, we're going to play some Astroneer today. We're going to check out all the fun stuff that's been going on over there. They got a great automation update. Tons of killer stuff they've added to the game. Incredibly, incredibly fun. We'll be doing that all day, and then also we'll be playing some Fallout 76 tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Easy to remember my schedule. 9 p.m. and 9 p.m., right? 9 a.m., 9 p.m., and so on and so forth all the way to Thursday, and then 9 a.m., not 9 p.m., that's family time on Friday, and then 9 p.m., 9 p.m. So there you go. All week long, 7 days a week, Kismet going hardcore. If you like that sort of thing, you're like, Kismet, man, you're really going to it, man. Being on time, well, I was close to on time today. I was having trouble getting up and waking up today. Been really working hard, man. Working hard on a ton of cool stuff. For sure, if you missed it, check it out. Boom! Oh, but it's too big again. It's too big again. No, too big. Too big. I keep resizing and forgetting to resize it back down again. Yeah, I've been working on these, which seem easy, but they're not. Because they're all over designs. All over designs are pretty tough. But I've been working on these cool shirts. If you dig kind of all over t-shirts, there you go. A whole bunch of different ones in different colors. Feel free to check them out. You can check them out on my store. They turned out amazing. Now, see, they're even better than the one I was wearing last night, which is the red one, because I really was working on them and trying to get multicolor in there. Where instead of it just being, you know, the universe, my universe drawing, it's actually, instead of just being red, it's red and yellow and a little bit of pink and a little bit of this, a little bit of that, right? That kind of real subtlety of colors that really kind of go along with each other turned out really, really amazing. I think they're awesome. I'm going to get one of each, of course. You know, I design stuff for me. I really like stuff like that. I like all over t-shirts and whatnot. And so I really design stuff for me. And then if you guys like it, awesome. It does support the stream. We do greatly appreciate it. It's like getting a hug from the universe. So there you go. Thanks for coming in. JC Hunter hanging out in the chat. Never been this early. Just 2 minutes in. Well, guess what? You're the smart one because I'm going to give you 1,000 kids caps for no reason other than you're here at the top of the stream. How about that? There you go. Now, you can't help the stream out as well, everybody. You know the deal. You go right there. You click that second link. That'll take you over to my Twitter. Hit that like button. Hit that follow button if you want to. And then, of course, hit that retweet button while you're there. And then more retweets we get up to 5 retweets. Bam! Another 1,000 Kiz Caps. We get 10 retweets, another 1,000, and so on. On and on and on we go. So feel free to come on in and help out. Here in the stream does help it out tremendously. Invites more people to come in and have a good time here in the stream. So let's get into it, everybody. Not much to talk about today. Been working very hard other than those t-shirts. Got a lot more to do after the stream. We'll see if we're going to launch Astroneer from basics again. I don't know why it rolled back like that. But I guess we'll find out in a moment, won't we? Let's go see. Yay! Whoa, that thing's loud. Oh, hold on, I gotta turn that down. I just realized that was loud because I gotta crank it up for 76. Now, here's the thing. So I went and I clicked this and I said, okay, go here. And then I joined the game. Now, the game is still set up from before. Again, if you want to come and join me, it's still set up before. Also, I've added a new thing to the server. To the Discord. If you are a Wasteland Tycoon, you have that ability. You can actually go in and see a hidden area of the Discord called Kismet Server Info. So I don't have to give out the server info, and I don't have to bug my other peeps to give out the server info. You can just go in there and get it. Now, to get that title, what you need to do is go into my Discord, go into the lurker chat, read the hashtag rules there, and then you'll see them on the left-hand side. Read all of those and follow the instructions on how to be part of the Wasteland Tycoons, or the Teamwork Tycoons. And then once you have that all ready to rock and roll, you should be able to get in there and go. Do I have to ask before joining the server the second time? Absolutely not. This this guy. Make sure that you are working together so you don't just grab a whole bunch of loot and just go wander off and do your old thing. You're always welcome. Come on in. If you are set to that Teamwork Tycoon, you do have access to all of my servers, so you can't come join us for 7 days to die. Astroneer, know that only... Well, let's hit launch here while we're talking. Know that only confirm set to start your adventure. Yes. I guess we're gonna restart. See, this is a restart right here. I didn't mean to restart. I don't know why my server restarted. That'll be a thing I'll talk about my peeps about. But let's see if we land and there's a bunch of stuff there, or if it's brand new. Nah, brand new one. Okay, everybody, we're restarting today. I would have put that in the title had I known. Had I known, but all right, that's okay. Restarting is fun also. All right, let's exit. All right, let's get into it. So what we're going to do is, start with our basic base, get that going. Now, you don't want to stand too close to there. Hey, what's up, bro? Hey, let's dance. Hello. Give you the thumbs up. GG, I love your outfit. Pretty awesome. All right, so what I do is I kind of take care of the base and manage the base, and everybody else kind of helps out. They gather stuff and bring it together. So the first thing to do is always do exactly what he's doing, and that is go ahead and grab those basic resources, the resin, the organic, and the compound, and just bring it back and set it by the base, and I'll work on it from there. So very, very fun. So thanks for coming in. Again, you don't have to ask if you've already been in. If you are part of the Teamwork Tycoons, you are already there and rocket. Oh, he already put, look at that. He put a, I put a canister on on the back of my character. That's too funny. We need to get started with our basics though over here. We're going to go ahead and bring our landing pad, cargo drop down. And we're going to go ahead and put our auctionator in. We're going to get that going. Going to fire that up. We're going to get this going. There we go in our small little starter one here. Very, very nice. We're going to put that right in there, and then we can start using those tethers. We're going to put this right over here. We're going to go ahead and connect that right in there. Put this right in here. Oh, got it backwards. I'm going to try not to get my things backwards today. Now, I love a new playthrough. It's one of my favorite things is to start again. And, well, I wanted to do a little bit more of those large containers, but that's okay. We'll get those fired up and get those going on. So what we need here is we need a little bit of dirt. So I'm going to run over here and look at this little wall. And I'm going to dig a hole in this wall. And what that's going to do is basically fill up my canister. Now, he made a canister for me already by grabbing a bunch of resin and then putting it on there, which is okay. Now, you don't have to make stuff for me. It's not my first time. I appreciate it, though. But the first thing we want to do is fill that up. Now, if you look in the back there, it's now green. That means that that canister is full and is ready to rock. And so we're going to come back over here. And the first thing I like to do is extend my base a little bit, try to flatten it out. That's why I'm holding down the control button. And what that's going to do is get rid of some of these rocks here. Got a little bit of resources. We're flattening all this out. And then we're going to get going. Now, one of the other things we want to do straight away is try to get our basic resources going and whatnot, and so on. So one of the things that we don't want to do, though, is we don't want to be doing the same thing at the same time. So if I'm doing something, not a good idea to be doing the same thing that I'm doing. So if I'm working on the base, probably not a good idea to be working on the base. Also, and whatnot, that's a great way to learn about teamwork, is to work together in that way. Meaning that, if you're collecting resources, right here, I don't want to be collecting resources right where you are as well. So, and again, it just makes it a lot easier for people not to be overlapping. It just makes it easier for me to do the base and whatnot and so on. So there we go. So we've got some nice cluster of resin. And then I went ahead and collected the easy stuff here, which is organic. We're going to put that down. And he's out there collecting compound like that. Very nice. And then we're also going to start with our research, which is always a good thing. Right there. Now, I need to start my stream, Raiders. Hey, Suri, set a timer for 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes and counting.
All right, since we've already been going for about 10 minutes, I'm going to set it for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to start our stream, Raiders. You're like, well, Kismet, why do you wait 20, 30 minutes to start your stream here. Well, that's so enough peeps come in that we have a chance to win this, because the next one we're going to do is a 4 skull, and that's going to be pretty tough. All right. Now, the first thing we want to do now that we have a compound is not to do tethers. I actually don't do very many tethers. Is to go in and start the small generator and get that going on. Yeah, so here we go already. So he's doing the same thing that I'm doing. All right. Mr. This guy, I'll be working on the base, bro. We come up here. Hey, I'm working on the tables right now, bro. I'm working on the thing. If you want to collect resources, again, we don't want to be doing the same thing at the same time. Otherwise, we're going to start overlapping a lot. There we go. So that's one of the things I explained, is not to be doing the same thing that I'm doing, which I'm working on that. And if he's working on it, now I have to wait for that, which is one of the things that I was not going to run, but that's okay. What I like to do is not use that particular table. So what I can do is actually cancel this. I'm sorry, bro. I'm going to cancel that. Is cancel that table and then use your generator here to speed this up. I hate those tables. The one thing I want to do is to go in and unlock the next table, which is the first thing I do, is try to get enough stuff there to get platform number B, because I'm just going to end up grinding that table up and whatnot. So we need 3 resin, but we need 500. We need 500 research. So how can we get some research going? Well, what we can do is we can make that table and we can put the research on it, which is pretty good. But I'm going to see if there's a way that we can try to challenge ourselves to run around and get that going. Now, I can see it already right over here. Now, you're like, Kismet, if you put that in the thing, it's going to give you more research. True. But if you just go like this, you grab it out of here, you roll over, you hold down F, bam, it gives you 16. And then you get this one. Oh, you can't do it on the thing anymore. Interesting. You can just run around and get some research just like this. Pretty easy. You got to get a pretty good amount of them. Normally, you could roll over them right there. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. You can just roll over these and get yourself some basic resources really quick. Let's see. We're at 200. That was pretty easy, right? And you're like, kids, we're going to run out of oxygen. True. The number one thing you got to watch out for is that oxygen. And sometimes those don't fire up. Is that oxygen. So if you start running low on oxygen, oh my God, you got to run back to your base. Now, there's another way of doing it. You can do tethers, which you can use your compound as well. Now, also what's being used here is this auctionator going off here, but we've got to get it to go through here, and then we can go ahead and extend it out by using our tethers as well. That's always fun. Now, remember, if you do join me, everybody, remember that I am streaming, and I do like to talk my way through how to play the game for people who are new to the game, who are interested in the game, and that's why I do the base building and all that stuff. When we get into the higher tiers, you can just build whatever you want to do, but as we kind of start off, I like to walk people through. So you can, again, I have done that before where I have used that as the starter one, but we're going to go ahead and unlock this, get that going, and we're just kind of wandering around looking for some plants that might have some stuff on it. So 420 there, almost there. Right here. So you don't have to necessarily use those starter ones if you don't want to. Almost there. 483. Now again, oh God, oxygen. You're like, Kismet, why don't you use tethers? Now the reason why I don't use tethers, we'll come back for it. The reason why I don't use tethers is because it is like a crutch, right? So you use that as a crutch all the time, and then when you don't have it, you're going to die. Now, what's another way of doing it is you could get your resin here, and you get it right at the very beginning of the game. Is you get your oxygen filters. Those are already unlocked. So what I can do is go ahead and use my oxygen filter. And that oxygen filter is basically going to filter the air and allow my character to stay away from the oxygenator over there longer. So I can go ahead and run over here and get this going on. Bam, until we hit 500. There we go. Now, once we hit 500, I'm going to go ahead and go in here and go to large platform and unlock that. And there we go. Now we have a large platform. Now, why would I want to do one versus the other? Well, the large platforms are something I use for quite a long time in the game. So making them is probably the most efficient thing because it's going to last the longest time. And so we're going to fire up a platform B. Oh, we need one more resin. Now, what it's going to do is take all the stuff off my backpack. If I've got multiple resins, there's already one in there. And then, boom, it's going to grab it off my backpack and it's going to start running. Now, it's going to run pretty slow. And the reason why it's going to run pretty slow is the shelter does provide it a little bit of power. but very, very slowly. So we're going to turn that generator on, and as you see, it's going to go a little bit faster. Now we can also do the same thing here. We can go ahead and speed that up. Now your power in any game, in any building game, your power is always your number one priority because it's the thing that's going to help you the most, right? And then we can go ahead and put 2 of those in there, and then this right here, and then now we've got 2 of those running, which now is going to make that go that much faster. Now, if you start off with the B platforms, you're going to be much happier in the long run because what you can do is you can stack stuff on the side of it as well. Another fun thing to do is to run around and look for debris. I don't see any within eyeshot here, within view. But you can run around and search those little areas. Oh, wait, there's one right up there on the hill. You can just see it right up there somewhere. You can see there's some stuff up there. Now, there might be a battery up there. There might be some power, things like that you're looking for to get started. All right, and there is our very first table. Again, you can use the smaller one. Nothing wrong with that smaller one other than the fact that it doesn't have the sides. And the sides I use quite often to organize, to put power on, all that. Now we go ahead and turn our extra power off here, our extra generators, because we're not doing anything. Now, what do I want to build next? Well, the next thing that we want to build, of course, is our research chamber. We're going to need resin, and we're going to need compounds. So we're going to grab that resin, we're going to grab that compound. One more compound. I just put it in my backpack to start. Later on, you can build whole entire systems that feed power into there and also feed resources into there. And there we go again. We'll get that going. Now, here's a great little thing you can do with this while you're waiting for this is you go ahead and put some of these on here like this. Now, I always think that 3 of these is best. I'm going to move that over there. I'm going to take this and move it over here. Now, why did I do that? See what happened? It automatically grabbed those resources and fed them in there. So I don't have to feed them in there manually. I can put them on the table and it will automatically. Oh, look, he's already got ammonium. Nice. Nice job. Oh, and clay. Look at him go. And feed that in there. And then we're going to go ahead and do this. Now, this is eventually going to end up on this table. And we're going to start with our research, which is always a good thing. Right? And then another thing that we want to do eventually. Now, look at this. This is respawned over here. And again, we get some more research. Real easy like that. Now, you can, again, throw those in there. The reason why I do not throw those in there is they take a long time. They're not really worth my time to sit there and microfeed them in there. It's much better to get this done. And then it's like this. You're like, well, Kismet, why is it like that? Well, this is called a package. It's packaged down so that you can transport it in your spaceships to other planets. So you can hold down F and unpackage it when you actually need it, like right now. There we go. And I saw that he had dropped one of these over here. So we're going to grab these as little research areas that we can use. And then we can go ahead and set this going right over here. And we have our first bit of a good amount of research going. Now, this is going to go for 458 bytes, which is basically the unit of measure for your research. So one of the first things I do is that table. Other things I like to work on are the vehicle. Down here, we've got a little tractor that we want to unlock down there later on with a trailer and all of that so you can get more and more resources. And eventually we'll work up into the higher, larger vehicles and larger items and all of that. But one of the very first things I do like to do after this one, after the research chamber here, oh, it's in here, is our other stuff that allows us to do our forges and things like that. Where is, oh, medium printer, there we go. So we got our smelting furnace, and then we got our soil centrifuge and chemistry station. I get the question all the time, Kismet, should I do the smelting furnace first, or should I do the soil centrifuge first? I actually want to do the smelting furnace because the smelting furnace only costs $250. And that will get you going pretty early on. And again, you got to keep feeding that organic in there to keep that going. Now what we're going to do is we're going to double up, and we're going to start working on some more research chambers. And this is kind of the cycle of what you go through, of basically going in, collecting loot, building the next item, and that's how this game plays. Now, there is some kind of more advanced stuff that you do later on. You can actually do logic systems where you can turn a whole bunch of stuff on at the same time. You can tell it to turn on your generator when your battery runs low on your vehicle and then auto turn itself off. You can have entire whole systems dedicated to managing and automating, like picking up items and putting it over here and doing all of that, and gigantic containers and other killer stuff that you can do all along the way. But one of the things you do want to start with is you do want to start with your small generators there. We'll go ahead and make one more small generator right over here using that compound. Now, it's a little bit easier when you're playing with multiple people. Obviously, you're both working together. He's collecting the loot. I'm building the base, and so on. We're running that research. Working together with other people is my favorite thing. It's my favorite thing, and I try to tell everybody what I'm doing and what I'm up to and all of that. Know also that I am a streamer, so that I am, kind of doing stuff all at the same time, for sure. But you are welcome to come in. If you are a Teamwork Tycoon, if you do have the thing, know that you can just get the information in the new hidden section just for you Teamwork Tycoons there. And you're welcome to come join us here in Astroneer. Now, I would love if all games were cross-platform, so all of us on PS4, Xbox, and a PC, like I'm on right now, could work together. I don't know why you would want to limit that, other than if it's an exclusive. I can understand it's an exclusive game, like Mario or something like that. Oh, I forgot to do the table first. Hold on, I got to do the table first. Oh, backpack full. All right. Oh, hold on. We got to keep feeding our power in there for right now. Now we're going to try to get some more power, and we're going to fire up some tables. I meant to do the table first, but it doesn't really matter. I can't do the research before the table. And while the research is going, oh, there we go. We're ready to go. And then we're going to go ahead and unlock the furnace right there. And then that's going to give us one for the furnace too. So we got a whole bunch of stuff going simultaneously. We got 3 generators going. We've got a research item going, and we're looking at the purple line. The purple line is going to tell you that you're going a bit faster. Now, just know that this is not my first time playing through. I have played the game all the way through. I have done all the stuff in the game and whatnot. Sometimes when I'm talking about the beginning, people come in and like, Kismet, I just want to tell you everything. And it's make sure you read the chat rules. E-Ball coming in. Hi, Kismet. Just joined the stream, and I can tell you are very experienced, and would like to ask you if you had the same problems as me. I've unlocked the cores and satellite, but I'm missing 3 of the suits for the planets, Atrox and Sylvia, and I'm missing the galactic suit. Yes, I don't like to spoil stuff, exactly how to do stuff. But I would go look on the floating satellite thing and see if you've got that all done. If you have the floating satellite thing all done, then things will happen. I mean, that's as vague as I can make it, but still also give you some insight into what you need to do, right? I would make sure that all of that stuff is squared away. And once you have that squared away, you should be good. All right, so we're going to fire up 2 researches this time. Now, last time I just did 1, but we're going to fire up 2 just to try to get this rocking and rolling. You always want to look at this purple right here. If you got that purple going good, then that means you've got enough power for all of those. And so it takes 3 small generators to get those going. Now, let's go ahead and go into the next area here. Oops, go into the next area. Already got plenty of resin on me. There we go. Put that back over there. See, he's like me. He can't stand it when they're all, like, mixed together oddly. I feel you on that one. Now, here's the problem. Now, look at this. Now, once we get to a certain point, see, this purple line is going to start coming down, right? When we have two of these going and we have it building a table, and it's going to start going further and further down until it gets to a point where it gets stuck, right? And we're going to go ahead and grab this research item, and look how nicely it sits right there. Now, it doesn't automatically feed these research items in there, but they did add the ability to have the smaller ones auto-feed in there, which is really great if you use the arm to get that done. And again, here we are building the base. We're getting it going on. And I like to set them right here by the side. And then this one over here, I like to keep that going. And then keep these fed in here so that those automatically keep pulling those. And that research will keep going. And as you can see, our research is really starting to kick some butt now. We got our centrifuge coming up next. So we're going to do that one next. So we're going to build 2 more tables. So we'll build, or actually, this will be 1, and then we'll build 1 more. And that's going to be kind of the starter of the base as well. Now, we've also got a landing pad over here, which we're going to build some rocket ships. We're going to make some new landing pads so we can go to other planets and whatnot. And we want to, oh, there we go. Keep that nice and fed in there again. Again, you don't want to overlap on stuff. If you're overlapping too much, if he's working on the base while I'm working on the base, it's great. But again, if I'm standing here doing it and you're doing the same thing as me, it's gonna not be very efficient. But there we go. If that's your thing, you let me know. Because I sometimes have that problem. I have that problem like I'm working on the thing, or I'm working on a thing, and then somebody's working on the same thing as me, it makes it very, very difficult. It happens to me in 7 days to die as well. So it's good. Everybody's a vital part of the team, but again, we don't want too much overlap, or I'm clicking the thing and you're clicking the thing, and especially here in Astroneer, which does happen a lot. Like I was working on my forges, and I have them just the way I want them, and so I turn around, I do a bunch of stuff, and I turn back, and someone's rearranging all of my stuff the way I have my stuff. That you don't want to do, right? You want to err on the side of caution and do what the big dog is doing. All right. Oh, actually, hold on. Let's stop this for a second. Hold on. Let's stop this. I almost got sidetracked. Let's see. I need to get my furnace going. That I need to do first. There we go. Get my furnace going first. Oh, we're at a compound. That we definitely need. All right. I saw some compound out this way. I'm going to run out here and grab it real quick. Again, you run out of resources quickly. But the things like compound, you can find a lot of that on your surface level. Like that. There we go. All right. Then I'm going to run back, and then I'm going to go ahead and get this going. Another thing that happens to me, too, is that I'll be talking about stuff on stream. And while I'm talking about those things on stream, people will be like, Kismet, this is what you do. Kismet, this is what you do. Or they'll go and do that thing that I'm talking about. Well, I'm kind of precursoring what I'm about to do. So know that, too, that if you play with me, that you don't have to do the thing that I'm talking about. I'm talking about it for a reason, so I can show it here on stream. So those are the kind of things that I like to let people know ahead of time. I had the same problem with the Wanderer Teal suit. Yeah, sometimes hey, you got to think, game's still in progress. If you do have issues with it, here's what I suggest to do is to go on the forum and say, hey, I'm having this particular problem. I'm sure there's somebody there who probably had the same exact problem as you. Or you can talk to the devs. Uh-oh, we got a power problem over here. There we go. Power problem over there. Bam, there we go. And in the beginning, you're going to be doing a lot of this, right? Which is just feeding those organics in there just to get your basics going. And there's our smelting furnace done. And now we've got our centrifuge, 750. Bam. Now, those are my favorite. My centrifuge is my favorite. Now, the reason why it's my favorite is right about when you get the centrifuge, you no longer need to collect all your basics like organic and resin. What you need to do is just go collect a bunch of dirt. You put it in the centrifuge, you fire up the centrifuge, and then you're making tons of organic and things like that that you need, right? Like we'll go ahead and take this organic here. We'll put that there. Oh, he's got one of the little small ones. Great. We'll put that over there. And now we're trying to get to a point in which we can kind of stack all this stuff together, right? There's our furnace. Now, we don't have an underground yet. We'll make ourselves a mine down there here in just a moment. And I'll show you how to do that. But let's go ahead and get one more table going here. And we want to also get our centrifuge going. So let's go ahead. Let's do our centrifuge second because we need aluminum for that. And while that is running, I'll go ahead and make a mine. Again, don't do the stuff that I'm talking about in stream, everybody. So what we do is we go ahead and start an underground kind of mine where we kind of go down like this. Now, notice I'm holding down the control, and that's what causes those lines. So it creates an edge like that. And one of the things you want to do is you want to get a good angle. You don't want it to be too flat like that. It's too flat. I mean, it's going to take a lot longer to get down there. You want a nice sharp angle, but not so sharp that it makes it where you can't get back up or your vehicles can't get back up. And this is one of my favorite parts of the game called voxel shaping. It's very, very fun. Now, I don't use tethers all that much, but when I do use tethers, it's like that commercial, I do use them for basic stuff like this for making mines. And the reason why is I'm going to need power, and I'm also going to need tethers here. You can see I put some up there. Let's go ahead and make 2 rounds of tethers. And then after that's done, we'll go ahead and make another round of small generators. There we go. I'm going to take one of these organics. Now, if this stops, that's okay. Because what's going to happen is that the shelter over there still gives you a little bit of power. So some of your research will continue to go. This will stop. But it's going to be done here in just a second before that runs out of power, which is a good thing. And then, see, these will finish right here. And Oh, it's time for some Stream Raiders. And then you can feed those research samples in there. And notice I don't have to start it again. They've made it now where you just feed it in there and it will automatically start. If you do want to look at it, if it's going to let me, here we go. You can see how much it is. It's about 700 in that particular one. So even though it's smaller, it's actually worth more. And then we keep those feeded up there. Now, if I'm not around and I'm down in the pit or whatnot, doing other things, then you can go ahead and just keep feeding those researches in there because we want to keep our research going all the time, constantly keeping that research going. And this is what I call a basic base here, right? That's pretty basic, but we need some aluminum. So here we go. So we're going to start using our tethers. Now, the first thing that's very important to do if you're going to use tethers is, of course, to use this thing right here, Auctionator. You start one with the game right off the bat by getting your landing pad cargo drop. If you hit that again, by the way, it will take all your stuff away and then drop again, so you don't want to do that. And you want to go ahead and start some tethers. So I'm going to go ahead and tether, there we go. And then what that does is bring oxygen and power to where I am. And then I'm going to start digging my way down. Now, I just pick a random spot. Now, I used to go wherever they had a spot, but I don't do that anymore. Now, I just make my own spot. And I'm a little notorious in forgetting to put my tethers down. So your tethers have to be a certain distance from your last one. Now, your tethers, you can attach them to the ceiling, which I think is like one of the coolest things ever. And you can shape out the entire world, by the way. The world is yours to shape out, and there are other worlds that you can shape out. So I'm going to go ahead and start shaping toward the center of the planet. Am I going to get to the center of the planet today? No, we're not going to get the center of the lollipop, as they say. We're going to keep going all the way down in here. How many licks does it take to get to the center of lollipop? I forget what brand of lollipop is that. I forgot. A 1, a 2, a 3. I remember that commercial so much as a child. Pretty funny. Pretty funny. Don't read into it, all you people in there with bad minds. It just suddenly dawned on me. See, I don't think of that stuff until like 10 seconds later where I go, uh-oh, somebody might think of that in a weird way. I'm just actually talking about the commercial. Don't read into it. I'm assuming you know what true flat is and wondering if it's possible, if so, best way to do it. Well, I know what a true flat is, but here's the thing. The world is round. So keep that in mind, both in real life and in game. And of course, this is not quite, to scale of a real world and whatnot. Obviously, that would be tremendously humongous compared to playing it in a game. But there are some additional stuff that you can use, mods and whatnot, for, not modding of the game, but mods for your shaper here, which will allow you to try to get closer to that true flat. And you can go in and do it, but remember that as you flatten stuff out, the curvature of the world is going to go like this. So you're going to start going like this, and it's going to go like that no matter what, right? Trying to keep something flat on a curve is quite difficult. And I feel really mostly unnecessary, all right? It's unnecessary to keep it truly flat, though I do love it to be flat. That's obviously by my base, and obviously by what I'm doing right here, flattening it out. It makes it a little bit easier to get around. But later on, you get a really fantastic thing called a paver. And a paver is really... a paver is... Again, see, look at me forgetting my tethers. A paver is really, really fantastic because it will flatten it out, make it nice and beautiful. Now, right now, I'm kind of manually doing it, again, just by holding down the control, setting up a nice little landing area here. Notice all the little things that are in my way right now. Got all these rocks and whatnot. And as I shape out, those things will fall down and eventually disappear. There are some planets in which the items do not disappear. And look at that beautiful ramp from up above. I've got my tethers. And then I'm just going to go ahead and walk my way. Oh my gosh, what a start! Over there, we've already got our zinc. And over here, we've already got our quartz. That is a pretty great start, everybody. That I randomly just made a ramp. And it took me right to my resources right at the very beginning. That is pretty nice. I would have liked to got my coins, but I have a feeling they're around here somewhere. And you're like, Kismet, what do you mean coins? Well, there's this type of resource. This right here is quartz, which becomes glass. How do you know? Well, actually, if you just hold it over it, wait a little bit, it'll say quartz, and underneath there, it'll say glass material. So it'll say what it is in its raw form, and then what it is when you take it and you put it in the forges. Holy mackerel, look at all that quartz. Wow, okay, I got lots of quartz there. And then also we can go ahead. So we can go ahead and just tether our way over here and say, look, there's the quartz, right? Now, another thing we can do is we can go off of this tether, kind of create a junction and say, look, this way is also our other stuff over here, which is our zinc, right? And that's the great thing about tethers is tethers will allow you to, I think get one more. Tethers will allow you to find your way in the deep dark of Moria. They'll let you find your way as you go around. There we go. Got as much as I can get. And so if somebody else comes down here and they're like, hey, Kismet, I want to help you grab some resources, they can go ahead and follow those tethers and it'll take them there. Now, one of the things I do say is watch out that you don't make too many tether lines because it can confuse people and they'll end up going the wrong direction. I try to keep my tether lines down to bare minimum as well as roads and things like that as well. Do you suggest this game? Oh, absolutely. Hands down, suggest this game. Absolutely grab it. This is one of my favorite games of all time now. I absolutely love it. I love the game mechanics. If you like to collect, if you like to build, if you like to automate, right? They added the automation one, which is really, really fun. We'll get into that here in a bit. Now, what I'm going to do is put a whole bunch of these resources up here, right? And what I'm going to do is turn this forge on here, the smelting furnace, and it will go ahead and convert the quartz into glass. And then you're going to use those glass, and you're going to use this zinc, and you're going to use all those materials for stuff later on. There we go. That one's done. Let's go ahead and fire this one. Oh, I don't need to fire it up anymore. You just put it in there now. Got to get used to that. And there we go. See, our resources have run out over here. And we're like, uh-oh, we're out of resources, right? So look how much slower that goes. The furnace, by the way, burns a lot of power. You got to have a lot of power for that. Oh, no, we're dead. Somebody is dead. Somebody died. Oh, no, he died literally right there. He must have went AFK and was standing there and croaked it. All right, so there we go. So we got that going. And now I'm going to go ahead and run down. Again, look at this. This is respawned again, right? These respawn all the time, so you don't want to get rid of them. Every now and again, just give a little scan. And again, if you put it in your thing, you do get more. But I find you get more overall because you just scan them real quick instead of microfeeding them in there. That takes too long. Takes too long, I think. That's just me and my crazy ideas. All right, let's go ahead and roll back down here. Now, what we've done, we found a little zinc. We found a little bit of quartz. Now, the fun part begins, and that is the great search for aluminum. And, oh, it did not work. Get back over there. Now, again, I can attach it to the wall, which is pretty cool. Also, I like to put these up really high. They act as their own kind of beacon. Now, speaking of beacon, so you can go like that, and it's a little easier to see from far away. These also have another purpose, and that is beacons. Now, some things are unlocked from the very beginning right away, and one of those things is beacons. And you saw that we also produce some power, some generators, so we have that as well. So that we can go ahead and run those generators and use those for power. But we can also make a beacon. Now, beacons, what I do is I use a green one for my primary base. And then when I'm down into here, I will go ahead and use usually red. But right here, I'm going to use a green beacon. And what that's going to do is going to be twofold. It's going to be like, hey, this is the exit of the gate, or the exit of this level, as well as it's going to mark my base up above. All right, so it's kind of a twofold thing. Now, we're just going to go and run over here. Now, one of my favorite things to do is to reveal the underground area. So we can go in here and we can just dig a hole straight through here like this. And we can just take a peek. Now, you don't want to go too far because you can get lost very, very easily. We'll just take a peek and see if there's anything over here. How about right here? Now, again, you get too far away. There's some compound there. I see what looks like some compound or stuff there. Now, watch out for those guys. Those guys will blow up. There are different hazards in the game. Now, look, more of this right here. We can scan that as we're running by. And, of course, watch out for oxygen. And there we go. We're back to our tether, which is going to feed us some oxygen and some power if it's available. So nothing that way. And I like to go in different directions, like other than the directions I've already gone, to see if there's anything that's the closest to my base I can find. There we go. Nice little opening there. And you're like, Kismet, why are you not tethering? The reason why, again, I'm not tethering is I don't like to over-tether. I can just use resin for oxygen. If I find a nice resin area down here, I might do that. But again, you want to make sure that you can get your way back, but you don't want to waste a lot of resource in the very beginning. So this is a great way of doing this. Just getting this going. Like that. There we go. And we got some carbon there. See, this is like a little trash that you find from a previous person who've come in here. Now, it's not a previous person who's been on my server. It's like built in to the game. Again, you want to be able to find your way back. Now, you can just pre-tether as you go and then just take it out later on if you want to. Me, I try not to do that. I try to challenge myself to do the minimum amount of tether. There he goes. And he's off looking for some stuff in that direction. So I'm going to look for stuff in this direction because I don't want to overlap what he's doing. I don't want to run in the same direction he's running because then I'm just going to be in his zone. And oh wait, somebody already. Oh, he already tethered this all out. Yeah, see, I don't know what he tethered out there. I don't know if there's anything out there. I think he just might have tethered way out in that direction. But so on. So we want to run around and we want to look for stuff. So far, see, sometimes you get lucky on some and then not so many. And I like to kind of open up your view like this, right? Open up your view a bit and try to look for that aluminum. Now, also, we've got some organic in here. So we can grab that organic. Notice that our generator starts up, which is pretty great. And so on. And again, probably best not to be doing the same thing. So if I'm looking for aluminum and he's looking for aluminum, we're overlapping on that same thing. Probably not a best idea, but that's okay. If he wants to look for it, I'm not gonna step on his fun. But again, when it comes to teamwork, you should very rarely be doing the same exact thing at the same time. This is something I talk about in 7 Days to Die and also in Astroneer and other games. Is to not be overlapping too much because it causes a deficiency in efficiency. There you go, a little rhyme for you. All right, let's go ahead and go this way, and let's see what we got through this little peephole over here. And this is one of my favorite things to do, is just to run around and try to find the resources and not die, which is sometimes what happens. So there's more stuff there, there's stuff down there. You're like, Kismet, look out. Yeah, see, my oxygen's getting low. Now, see, look, this is what happens. Now, if you die, that's okay. It's okay if you die, everybody. You go, oh, God, wait a minute, I lost my way, Kismet. I lost my way. I'm going to die. And you're like, Kismet, you'll never find your way back. Oh, well, I just kind of did. Right there. Now, am I going to make it in time? That's the tough part. And again, if I die, I die. Don't be afraid of dying. In fact, die a little bit. To get that fear of dying out of the way, right, in the beginning of the game. See, but I found my way back just because I remembered that I had already messed around with that particular item that had a bunch of junk there, and I picked it up, and I knew that that was a way back. So again, great way of doing it. Let's see if he's got some. He hasn't found some yet. All right, cool. We'll go this way, and we'll try to see, again, more out this way. So if you get to this point here where you can't seem to find that aluminum, what you want to do is go ahead and start working your way away from your base, utilizing your tethers. This way you can go further and further out, which is what he did in the other direction. So I'm going to go this way, assuming that we can go. There we go. Oh, and we need some more tethers because we're out of tethers. So you want to collect, obviously, some compound along the way. There we go. Now, you're also going to need power, so that's why you want to definitely bring your generator with some organic on it, so you have enough to restore your power should you need it. Oh, there's some stuff this way. I think we already went this way earlier. Speaking of compound, there's some right there. So as you're going along, make sure to be picking up any compound you can find. Oh, really? That's it? That's the total amount of compound. Sometimes that is. Now, this is research here. We can bring that back. Maybe on our way back. We'll see. And I'm going to show you how to get a lot of research. Now, again, this is zinc right here, which is a pretty nice zinc deposit. Not really what I'm looking for. Let's see. Now, here's your question. Go left or go right? Right? So we'll go ahead and create like a thing there. When in doubt, go right. I find. There you go. Now, of course, it could end up being the exact opposite direction. Oh, and there we go. We're out of tethers. Now, this is the dangerous part, right? When you're out of tethers and you're just kind of running and say, oh, okay, is there something over this way? There's some stuff right there which you can use for tethers, which is compound. Again, I'm risking it, though. I'm risking it because I don't have enough oxygen to be here too long. So we're going to go ahead and just make some quick tethers. We're going to peek around the corners, see if there's anything there. Maybe. And now I have to try to find my way back without getting lost. And I'm going to get lost at some point, everybody. I'm definitely going to get lost at some point, and I'm going to die. Just that's the way it's going to be, right? But in my case, I'm a pretty good pathfinder. I'm pretty good at finding my way. Now, again, we're back. We can now make 2 rounds of tethers. Like this. And there we go. All right, very nice. And now we can use our tethers so we're not so worried about running back, and we can easily find our way back. You saw that it's a little disconcerting, right? You get a little disoriented. Oops, I did 2 of them there. You get a little disoriented when you're running back, and you're like, oh, God, I can't see where I'm going. I don't know if this is the right way. That's going to happen quite often. Again, look, here's some organic here. Grab a little bit of extra organic in case we need that for our power. And now we know a nice little compound area that we can use and whatnot. And way off in the distance, there it is, everybody. There is our aluminum. And this is one of the very fun parts of the game, is this kind of discovery of your different resources. And you can see now I've made a line that goes right to it. Did you notice I didn't make a line anywhere else? I didn't make a random line and ran in one just random direction and made a bunch of these. It's very confusing for people when they don't know if that's a line that goes to something or not. It's very important to let them know. Now, one of the things I also do is I'm going to collect a bunch of aluminum here. One of the things that I also do is I'll mark that line. Ooh, look at that. There's a drop off right there down to the lower level. We got to watch out for that. And you're like, Kismet, how do you fix that, bro? How do you fix that if you got a whole thing there? I'll show you how to fix that. Very easily. You do basically what we did before. Let's try not to fall down there. If you do fall down there, there is a way to get up. You can shape your way up and whatnot. I would immediately look for resin if you do fall down below, or to keep some resin on you so that doesn't happen. Now, that's not a lot of aluminum. We're probably going to have to find a better place, but you can literally just shape right over the top. So do your peeps a solid and shape over the top of this. You can also do it at a lower level. Shape over the top of this so that they don't come in here and fall down there. Right? If you make a big hole that goes down into the bottom level, you want to hold down control. Make sure you've got dirt in your backpack. Cover this all up nicely so your peeps don't end up in there. Now, notice there's some more underneath here. So I'm going to take this out. Try to get as much of this as I can. There we go. All righty. So very, very fun. So there we go. So we got a bunch of aluminum. He might have also found some aluminum as well. So we're going to go ahead and grab our loot and bring it back and try to get it fired up here. And again, look how easy it is now that you're following your tethers. Now, another technique that I do use is shape the ground like this and try to aim stuff that tells me, look, go back that way, right? That's basically telling me to run back that way. Get some research samples on the way. And that's basically running me back to my base. And I can do it without tethers, just by simply marking the ground, or to say, look, I shape out lines in the ground that say this is an area, and then this is an area, and that's an area, and it will make it easy for me to go back. Oh, let's grab this research item while we're at it. Now, I don't like to carry the research item. It makes me go really slow. So what I'll do is I'll pick it up and I'll drop it. You'll see me drop it from time to time. When I'm walking through an area like this that's really close, you want to walk with it. But if you're running, you want to drop it way ahead of you and then hold down shift to run a little bit faster. Drop it way ahead of you. Run, etc. It'll allow you to go a lot faster. And then when you're going up the ramp, you go ahead and pick it up, and then you walk up the ramp with it. All right. And now we're doing pretty good. So the next thing that we want to do is our centrifuge. So I'm going to get that going here in just a moment. And then we're going to go ahead and work on our truck. All right. And we've got ourselves some of that. See, he's already got some. Again, he's doing the same thing that I'm doing. If you're going to be doing that the entire time, this guy, that's gonna get annoying. Again, try to show people the game as we go, so you don't need to run ahead of what I'm doing and do the same thing that I'm doing. So it'd be like if I was following you around the whole time and just shaping around where you're at as well. Keep that in mind, that I do. The whole reason I'm doing what I'm doing is to show people. All right. I just like to tell people that because, you know, some people, they get offended. I try to tell them ahead of time, this is how we play in the thing. So, All right, so what we're doing is we're going ahead and we're doing it again. I appreciate it, though. I appreciate it. But here's what we're doing. We're collecting stuff, and we're firing up our zinc, and we're firing up our aluminum here. And this is going to be done here in just a second. There we go. We take that refined aluminum, and we go ahead and we run over here. And now we want to do our centrifuge. You're like, Kismet, there's a wire in the way. True, there is a wire in the way right there. If that really bugs you, here's the cool thing you can do. You can now go ahead and move this to the end of the line, right? So it's going off the tables and going through here. So basically what it's doing, it's going from your oxygenator through this table, across all these tables, around through this one, and then all the way through down your tethers, down into all of those down there. And now if you lose connection, the people down there, they're going to suffocate. So make sure to watch out you don't bump those and cause those people to die. That's not cool, bro. If I see you do that, I will permaban you from my channel. Do not do that. That is not cool, bro. We don't do PvP. We don't kill each other in this channel. There we go. How do you compare this to No Man's Sky? This is not... I wouldn't even compare it to No Man's Sky. No Man's Sky is a pew-pew space game, and this is a relaxing, take it easy, collect your resources, build your bases. That's what I would do. Hey, Bambi, coming in. Thank you so much for that sub love. Appreciate that. Thanks for coming in, showing the love here in the stream. Thanks, everybody, for hanging out. We're playing the wonderful Astroneer, one of my favorite games of all time. It seems simple. It seems like a Roblox kind of game, but it has really advanced and wonderful mechanics, including what's called as voxel shaping. So as you can see, we've shaped out a little bit here, but if I wanted to cover that back up, I could very easily just hold down control. It feels like you're doing it like in Photoshop, right? You're just in there painting and doing it. Now, see this world right here? We could shape the entire world out. I could take that hill out. I could take mountains out. I have before, by the way. It took like 8 hours taking mountains out and whatnot. We have done all of that before. So we definitely want to get started with our basics, right? So you start with your organic, your compound, which is right here, this one, and then your resin. Resin, you never have enough. You always are running out of resin. That's probably the first thing I make in the centrifuge I'm doing over here. Now, again, I have 3 of these running simultaneously, right? But we also need some organic to keep that going. We've got the forge running over here, so we're doing pretty good. We got 2 researches going. We've got a forge, and we've also got a medium 3D printer going. And we're going to go ahead and take some of this laterite out of here. We're going to take some of these finished materials. You're like, Kismet, you're throwing it on the ground, triggered. Yes, if you get triggered by stuff on the ground, look out. You're in the wrong stream, because we are definitely going to be triggering you guys a lot today. We're going to be triggering you a lot. At the very beginning of the game, you have a tendency to throw stuff on the ground. But don't worry, we're going to start making what's known as mediums, and they'll help us a lot later on. We want to get our final materials over here, and then our stuff that we want to burn down right there. Now, you want to leave one slot open at least so that it has a spot to put the final one, and then grab another one, and then you kind of take them off as you go. All right, we're waiting on our centrifuge. We definitely need some more organic. We've got a bunch right here. So let's get that organic. And the best way to help, by the way, when you are working on the base is to always look and see what's getting low, right? So if it's getting low organic, you definitely want to grab a whole bunch of that and then bring that back to the base like this. Organic is the easiest thing to get because it's literally just laying around all around your base. You just shape it out like that. Whee, watch out. Whoop. Sometimes you take fall damage, by the way. And you can see I don't use tethers. I just run back without tethers. It's good to learn that more advanced stuff. Now, if you feel like, hey, Kismet, I just get nervous without my tethers, hey, it's your game. You play it however you want, right? If you want to play with me, though, you definitely want to play in a more teamwork style. That's what our server is all about, the teamwork, working together. So if we do run low on resources, best thing to do is to focus on gathering those particular resources. Like right now, I can look over here and very easily see that we're low on resin and we're low on organic. So that's a good one to get. Now I'm about to fire some up as well, but it's always good to have organic so that we have plenty of fuel early game. Another great thing to do while you're waiting for me to work on the base, if you want to come and join us, is to go around, collect research, to get the little research ones and unlock those. Also go around and just like search and see if there's anything worthwhile to bring back. Like I saw there's something up here. Let's go take a look at that real quick. Again, notice I don't tether my way out there. That's just to keep it going. See, this one's already been looked at, but look at this. There's solar right there. We could be utilizing that solar for our base. So we're going to go ahead and run this back over here. And whenever it's sunny out, which this particular planet, it has some pretty good amount of sun, it's going to go ahead and tap in that power. So we could go ahead and put it right there, which works. But also, instead of using that slot right there, which we're going to use here in a minute, we could put it behind here, and it becomes its own standalone little item, right? We can make some of those later on, which is going to be pretty fun. Now, another thing we're going to make is we're going to make one more table, and that table is going to be our power table. That's one of the other things I like to build right here at the very beginning, and I don't like to use platform A's. I like to go straight to the B's right at the very beginning because they do require more power. Or let us do more stuff with a single table. There we go. That's a better way of saying that. So I highly recommend this game. Very fun solo. I've played through the game multiple times. It's like my 4th or now 5th playthrough of the game. I have played it completely solo before, and you can play it as a team. So you can come and join me on the Mega server. That's right. I have server number 1. That's right. Private server number 1 from my buddies at Nitrato. So if you like to be on the Mega server, you like to play with other people, you're welcome to join us. If not, you're welcome to go ahead and do a solo playthrough. I highly recommend it to learn the game mechanics and learn how all the stuff works and whatnot. But you got to get the basic gist of it, right? You collect research to unlock stuff in here. You go ahead and get your basic resources so that you can keep that research going, like your small generators. You get compound to make generators, and then you have organic to power the generators. You get quartz and laterite, and the other one, which is, I forget what the name of it's called, saturite or something like that, and take that and convert it into next level resources. Now, quartz is something that, works, you use it as a beacon, so you use it as a raw form, and then you also use it as its melted form as well, right? Or its refined form or its forged form, whatever you want to say. It's usually they call it refined. But aluminum and zinc and things like that, they are rarely ever used in their raw form. So most of the time, you just want to say, okay, you know what, I just convert all of this stuff. Because you're going to use that mostly in its finished form as opposed to that, right? And while we're waiting, we got our table there. There we go. Now, again, the most important thing in the game is that power. And one of the things that I like to do is create a little tower of power or a separate thing for power. So I can go ahead and just put all this power together. And I can go ahead and put any power things in there. These are right here. These are power cells. So those are going to help a little extra boost instead of running that organic all the time as well. Oh, look, there we go. We've got a solar. He's got some power cells. Look at that. He's Johnny on the spot. See, again, so he's listening in and helping out. It's okay to do that kind of stuff, right? We're both working together. That kind of stuff is fine. He's out there finding those particular things. So those are some of the things that you can do at the very beginning of the game to get yourself really going well. So some of them my Kismet tips to get you going. Now, what's another thing we could use? Now, there's a small oxygen tank in here, which is very awesome. It's 2,000 though. It's kind of hard to bite that 2,000 thing bullet in the very beginning. I don't like to do that. One of the things that I like to do is to get my power going on. Let me go ahead. All right, that's working fine. To get my power going on. Now, we've got some medium wind turbines, which we could do, and we've got ceramic. We could do that. That's 2,500. That's a pretty good start there, but I don't want to do those either at the very beginning. I want to save that for something special here in just a moment. I want to go ahead and use my smaller power, right? And then, of course, again, oxygen tank. We have portable oxygenator. That thing, never use that. But we can go ahead and look across here and say, where is our power? All right, there it is. All right, we got wind turbine. And we've got our small solar. Small solar use copper. Copper is up in the mountains, so you want to look for a mountain and go up there and grab it there. But I find the easiest thing in the game to generate power is wind power. And that's going to be really easy because it's 500 bytes, right? As opposed to using this 500 bytes, but then you got to find the copper, which is a little bit tougher. So the glass is really easy. You saw it's literally at the bottom of the ramp. A bunch of stuff we could collect, convert it, and then we could create a whole wind farm, which will kick in when the wind is high and then turn off when the wind is low. So we're going to go ahead and unlock our wind turbines. Those are the easiest things to do. And then also what the wind turbines do is they allow you to use it for your particular backpack as well. So I'm going to make an abundance of these. So anybody who comes in and joins us can grab one and utilize it in their thing. So I can put it right here at the top. And so those are my 2 power items right there. And then we're going to go ahead and create another one. And put that in here as well. Now, one of the things that I hope we find in the very beginning is a battery. Now, if you find a battery at the very beginning, you are a very, very lucky person, because batteries typically use lithium or need lithium, which is on another planet. So if you want to try to get those batteries, which actually is in this list here, small battery, you're going to need that lithium, and you have to go over to the other thing, right? And I wasn't trying to start over there, JJZ. I wasn't trying to start over. For some reason, our server reset and started over. I don't know why it did that, but oh well, I love a new adventure, so we'll get it going. Oh, there we go. Look at that, keeping that research going. Look at that, we're at 3,500. So we don't want to unlock that yet. Now, one of the things that really makes a big boost in this game is the ability to get around, right? Is your tractor right here. And that's why I wanted to save up some of my research, because I want to get the tractor going and I want to get the trailer going, which can be about 1,500. Look at that, your research gone just like that, right? That's why I didn't want to use it up on something else. The tractors are going to be your most useful item in the very beginning, right? And you have larger vehicles and larger vehicles as you go. So we need compound and we need aluminum. We got that. How about 2 aluminum? Oh yeah, we got that sitting right there on the ground, right? So we've already kind of thinking toward that next thing. Getting tractors, and those tractors will allow us to collect more resources at the same time and bring them back. So we're going to go ahead and start making a tractor. Now, how do you make a tractor? Well, the first thing you need to do, and they don't give it to you at the very beginning of the game, is you need to make a small printer. Notice I grabbed that compound because I know that compound is what makes that small printer. And so we're going to get that small printer. We're going to move this over here so that keeps running. Now, again, look at this. Look at this, how we're running out of resources. How can I make more resources? I'm going to take my canister. It's going to go up there into the soil centrifuge. It took all the dirt and put it in there. And you can see that it's kind of filled it up halfway. You can see the purple here. And we're going to go ahead and say organic. Now, why am I doing organic first? The reason why I'm doing organic first is it's going to make me organic so then I can refeed that into the power. And keep that power going so that our research continues to go, our forges continue to go, and our centrifuge, which is the thing making the power, right, it is perpetuating itself, right? It's constantly perpetuating itself. Now, if you have enough resin, look, we're out of resin. See, you're always running out of resin, even though there's resin literally right over there. You're always running out of resin because those are the things you're using to make tables, keep you alive, like making oxygen filters and whatnot. So we're going to fire that up so that we can go ahead and get it going. Notice it's going a little slow, and that's because we're starting to tax our total power. Also, notice that our solar is now working. It's aiming toward the sun, which is hidden behind that cloud right there. And you'll see our wind start to spin at some point to help out as well. But we have no way of storing that power over there. So again, we'll feed this back over here. Now it's going to power that one up. And again, this is why I like the larger tables. Look how easy that is, right? You just throw some organic up there. It's going to just auto-feed that organic into these things, and you don't have to really kind of micromanage those and put those in there all the time. It'll automatically grab it and get it going. All right, let me catch up on chat. Would this game be a fun solo? Yes, it is. I answered that question. Pretty fun. Hey there, Real Bird Man. Says, Kismet, I have a question for you. You seem to be very streaming. How long have you been a streamer, and what was the first, how was it first starting out? Thanks for enjoyable watching. Thankful for learning the game. I've been a streamer for 5 years. It was my 5th year anniversary in June last month. We're still in July, right? Yes. Okay. It was last month, June 23rd. I decided at age 45. I know, pretty crazy, right? At age 45, I became very ill. I had to step down from my job as Apple. I've been at Apple, the people who make the iPhone, the #1 company in the world at the time. I've worked for them for many years, including some of the top companies in the world before that, as well as a graphic designer. Like people like Interplay was with some of our clients, Motown, Capitol Records, those kind of peeps, right? The big boys, right? Not trying to flex, just trying to give you a background. And so I got very ill. I have sleep apnea and I have vertigo. I'm constantly dizzy all the time. I am getting worse in the fact that I can't remember things. I have trouble putting sentences together and stuff like that. I'm not kidding. That is my real deal. I have sleep apnea. Every time I go to sleep, I may not wake up tomorrow. Not kidding. Yeah. So you think all of that other, thing that you think is important, like money and status and, flexing on your friends about how you got a Mercedes and all that stuff means nothing to me now. You know what means the most to me is my health. And so I decided I would step down from my job at Apple and work on my health because my doctors, after 11 doctors and over a year of being stuck in the bed, they basically told me to lay down and die. And I told them to go screw themselves. I said, that's not the way the Kismet goes out. So I decided to do something else that I love to do that will get me out of the bed. And if I get too dizzy, I can just say, sorry, everybody, got to peace out. And I've done it literally hundreds of times here on the stream, especially when I first started off, right? I could go for like a half hour or maybe an hour or two. And then I definitely had to lay down because I would get very, very dizzy. But then I learned how to manage my conditions. I started working on my health. I lost 50 pounds and so on to kind of truncate that story a bit. A lot of you already know that story. I've said it many times on the stream. Try to inspire people to go do what they do. So I started at age 45. I started on my birthday, June 23rd. I was 45 years old on that day. I played Fallout Shelter. It's one of my favorite games of all time as well, just like Astroneer here. I guess we could be watching stuff as we're doing it, and we're going to be feeding stuff in here as well. Let's just put that right in there the second it's done. Bam, get in there. Get in there, you. Now, sometimes this happens, right? It's a little awkward sometimes when you try to feed them in there. Best thing to do is get a little closer. There we go. Keep those going. You always want to keep your research going. So I did that. I played it for 2 hours, and then my ISP knocked me offline. That's pretty much being a streamer right there. You're always trying to fix technical problems. Now, here's my best tips for being a streamer. The first thing, make sure you love to do it. Don't spend a lot of money on it. Don't go spending, 10 grand on being a streamer and whatnot and think that overnight that you're going to be getting a thing. I don't care what business you start as an entrepreneur, because that's what you're doing, by the way. When you're becoming a streamer, you're starting a business. You're the business, right? You're the entertainment. So you got to think of it in that mindset. And the second you start to do it and you start being a little successful, like you got 2, 3, 4, 5 people in your channel, think of yourself as a professional in what you do. Like when I was a graphic designer, again, worked for some of the top companies in the world. The second I first got paid, I changed my mindset. I'm now a professional designer. And so people need to pay for my experience, right? They don't pay for me hourly. I don't charge people hourly. They are paying for my experience to get the job done and to get it done to right. Not, hey, make me a logo for $10. I don't do that. In fact, I don't do graphic design for other people anymore, only for myself. I do cool 3D animations as well. There we go. I have a huge background in a whole bunch of things: architecture, graphic design, color theory. I could go into it, printing and publishing, different types of paper, yada, yada, yada. So I have a huge background in that. But when I became a streamer, I had to learn all over again. And what specifically goes with that. Now, of course, I've already had this knowledge from before, and I could apply that, right? Like the most important thing is to get a good microphone. Get an okay camera, whatever you can afford. Maybe you got one laying around. You can try to get it into your system, which is great, like an old, video camera or whatnot. But get a great microphone. I highly recommend the Blue Yeti or the new Elgato one, which is pretty awesome. I forget the name of it. I think it's called Wire or something like that. I would definitely take a look at those. Those would be my top 2 choices. Definitely invest in one. I have a Blue Yeti caster right over here that did send me. It is a sponsored thing, but I had one before, and it worked fantastically, and it worked all these years for 5 years. And not only does it still works, I gave it away to Nushki, another one of my mods who's been with me forever. I gave it to her. Well, speaking of Nushki, she's in the chat right now. Hey, Nushki! Everybody say hello to Nushki in the chat. And it still works wonderfully. It's a fantastic microphone. It's like one of those things that you get for your setup that you never think about again. Once you have it set up, you never think about it. And those are the things I like to get the most. Like my green screen here. I got that from Elgato. I don't think about it. I roll it down at the end of the stream and I roll it up right before the stream. I have lights and whatnot. And you can invest in that, but I would first see if you enjoy doing it first. So don't spend a lot of cash on your stream. Go in and see if you enjoy it. Don't expect people to instantly start to donate. You're going to take a while to get affiliate, right? And all of those things. If you'd like to see additional guides, by the way, on how to go from affiliate to partner and all of that stuff and whatnot, you can go into my Discord. I put the link for you in the chat. And there's a section there that says guides and mega bills. And in there, you're going to see things like becoming an affiliate and partner on Twitch. Also to how to develop your stream persona and whatnot. My main guide, by the way, the affiliate to partner one, has nearly 500,000 views almost. It's like 400 and something now. So yeah, and a lot of people come in the channel and say, Kismet, thank you so much for writing that. It does help a lot. It's also going to talk about, replying to Twitch and telling Twitch, hey, what can I do to make my stream better? And that's a very important thing. You need to get in that mindset. Kismet, how did you make your stream better? One stream at a time. Now, if you might notice, if you look, and again, this is my mind frame. I get into this mind frame. You might notice my title. There's 3 little letters there, and it says BSE. And that stands for Best Stream ever. I want this to be the best one. This is the best stream ever, right? So that's my mindset. Now, obviously, don't copy other people. Don't do exactly what they're doing because you need to be uniquely you. Be who you are. You're awesome in your way. You need to find what that is. What makes you uniquely you? You're not just here to play games. You're here to entertain people, to make them feel welcome, to talk to your chat. If there's nobody in your chat, talk to your bot, right? Practice talking to people and doing stuff or whatever your style is. Maybe you're not a talker like me. I love to talk people through game mechanics. I love to talk about games. I get into it. It makes me smile. It makes me enjoy the game more. And I think it's contagious. The peeps who come in my channel. I think that's why people subscribe to my channel. That's why people hang out on my channel no matter what game I'm playing. Like they might not be into Astroneer. They're like, Kismet, this is not my game, right? I prefer like first person shooters or whatever, but they still hang out on my stream. And why is that? Because of me. And because I love to see them in the chat and I love to say hi to them and chat back and forth with them, right? That is your most important thing, is the peeps that sit in here, that give you the love, right? Especially your first peeps who come in and the first peeps who hit follow. And the first sub you get who comes in and shows you that love. Look at this mess we're making. All of that. Those are your most important things as a streamer, right? First, start slow. Make sure you like to do it. Now, for me, as a 45-year-old man, disabled man, by the way, partially disabled. I don't like to say fully disabled because I don't take disability. I don't take all of that. I felt like that was a fast way for me to die. It's because I would have it too easy. There would be nothing I would have to struggle with. Struggle is part of life and is a huge motivator in life. There was a time in which I was very, very wealthy. I made a 6-figure salary. That's right. I used to make the big money. I had a whole closet full of $1,000 suits. I had a fancy car I bought from the factory with my name on it. Yada, yada, yada. Who cares? It's all a bunch of just stuff after a while. Anyway, when you get to my age, cars, things that you buy, computers and all of that stuff, it's just stuff. If you've got a fancier stuff than me, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It didn't matter when I was young, and it doesn't matter now. Now, when I was young, it mattered to me because I thought, oh, well, I got to be like everybody else, and I got to impress everybody with my skill and all my fancy things that I own. Really, nobody cares. And if they do care, then they're a fair weather friend anyway. They should care about you. That's what they should care about, not just stuff. Nobody cares about, if you're driving down with a Mercedes or if you're driving with a Pinto, I don't care. Are you an a-hole? That's what I care about. If you're not an a-hole, awesome. I like you. If you are an a-hole, I don't want anything to do with you. That's my measurement. I don't care where you come from. I don't care what you look like. I don't care if you're tall or skinny, male or female. It doesn't matter. Those things are irrelevant, right? People are only like about 2% different in the entire world. All the human beings in the world about 2% different. And spoiler alert, everybody, they're all imperfect. That's right. That cute girl, that cute boy that you like, they're imperfect. I'm imperfect. Everybody is. And that is the funny thing, is that we're all different, but we have that all in common, right? That we're all different, and we have that all in common that we are imperfect, right? That's why your cell phone doesn't work perfectly. Hey, I worked for Apple for many years, bro. I worked for Apple for many years. I can tell you, that thing's not perfect. Spoiler. Your Android phone, definitely not perfect. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, we could get into that one for sure. Your Xbox, not perfect. Your PSP, your PS4 or PSP back in the day, not perfect. I can tell your microwave's not perfect. I can tell your washing machine, your refrigerator and whatnot. Those are all imperfect, and because they're made by imperfect beings, which is us, right? So keep that in mind in life as well. I like to inspire people through my story and through doing what they love to do, inspire them to go out and do what they love to do, because this literally saved my life. This is literally the reason I'm still around, is because I chose something that I enjoy, that gets me up every day, and I'm actually doing really, really well right now. It is exceptionally difficult for me to be consistent all the time, for me to show up on time and be there. Now, here's the funny irony that life likes to play on you, everybody. Now, here's the thing. When I was young, and my entire career, I've never been late, ever. I've never been late on a project. I've done hundreds of thousands of projects in my career, never been late, never been wrong. And I prided myself on that. And I would always get on people who were late, who were running behind, who were not doing their job. And life thought, hey, Kismet, let's play a little irony on you and give you these conditions that make you the exact opposite of the person you were when you were young. But I can't go back. And there's a great quote, by the way, that I keep at the top of my notes over here. And I'm going to read it for you right now. And I've sent it out before. But a great quote that I saw that really sums up my life right now. I can't go back and be the person I was. right? You can't go back, everybody. But so I have to be strong enough to be the person I am now. And I don't know about you, but that hits home right here, right? That gets me a little emotional, right? I've got to be strong enough to get up every day and say, you know what? I'm not going to let these conditions make it really difficult for me to do stuff. And some people don't empathize with that, right? They don't empathize with people who have conditions that you can't see, right? If you're disabled and you can't walk, people are like, oh, you can't walk, right? They can empathize with that. But for some reason, my conditions, people cannot empathize. When I say, hey, I need to change my schedule to deal with my children and also my medical condition. Hey, I need to go early and do stuff. I can't remember stuff all the time, so I might be late. I might, be late to meetings. I might forget completely that I even have a meeting. And again, those are my medical conditions. And if people can't empathize with that and have some understanding that that is my everyday challenge, then I don't need them around me. Because if people are negative, people are bringing you down, people who don't understand, even though you keep explaining the same thing over and over to them, then you've got to say, hey, I love you, but you got to go, right? You got to go, right? That's what you got to do. You leave my microwave out of this, Rash Hero. You made me laugh. I'm going to give you 1,000 kiss caps for that. Now, sometimes I get a little serious here in the stream. Sometimes I talk a little real talk with you guys because I don't BS. I don't cheat. I don't lie. I'm not here to sell you something. I'm not here to do all of that. Though I try to get you discounts and free loots and all sorts of stuff here in the stream. I literally give away thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff because I feel like that's another fun thing that I love to do. I love to facilitate moments of joy. Right? Whether it's we do something funny in a game or you learn something, you're like, oh my God, oh, I learned something. That's a moment of joy as well, too. Oh man, I saw that on Kismet stream. I'll go try that in my next playthrough, right? That is always a fun thing to do. Is to learn and have fun and laugh and enjoy because this stream's going to go off the rails here in a minute. You know that something's going to happen, something's going to go wrong. That's the thing about being a streamer. So that was a very concise overview of some of what I think and some stuff about streaming and some things about life. So go out there and chase those dreams. Remember, the chance of me becoming a partner streamer here on Twitch. See up there, that purple check mark? The chance of me becoming a partner streamer, being a disabled 50-year-old man now. I turned 50 on June 23rd, my last one, on my last birthday. Hopefully not my last one birthday, but my last month. But I turned 50. And the chance of me becoming partnered is like 0.05%. But there was always a chance. And I'm relentless. I never give up. When I want to do something, I'm relentless. And that's how I've been so successful in my career. I literally cost 3 to 4 times as much as anybody else to be as a designer. You had to pay me big money. And why? Because I have a huge background. I never am late. I always deliver. And it also comes out perfect every single time, or comes out correctly every single time. Right? That is what you're paying for when you're paying for somebody like me. But I don't do graphic design for other people because you need to focus in life. You need to focus on what you want to do most. Right? Now, in my particular situation, I became very, very ill. I used up all my retirement and my wife's retirement. We used all of that on doctors so that I didn't die, to find out what my conditions are. And we found that out. And then I had to choose. Lay down and die, lay down in the bed for my wife to take care of me the rest of my life, or get up and live. Obviously, I chose the second one. And my wife, of course, who hadn't had to work for 10 years, she was taking care of my kids. That's a lot of work. I'm not saying that's not work. She had to take care of my kids. She didn't have to. She chose to. She wanted to raise them properly so they grow up to be decent human beings, right? That's what you need to do if you want to have children. Invest time in your children. Just sitting with your children, having fun with them, playing little blocks and watching TV with them and hanging out, and making some popcorn and sharing your popcorn with them and stuff like that I do every single day. And one day, they'll all grow up and move on, and then I'll have plenty of time to play some games. You're like, oh, Kismet. When they're little, kids are wonderful. And then it starts to become a hard job. And all you parents out there, Newski knows what I'm talking about. It starts to get tougher and tougher the older they get. They get a little sass. They get a little grumpy. They're having, little fits every now and again. But if you spend time with them, they will grow up and be wonderful, and you'll have those little wonderful moments, right? When I come home from work, I used to, drive to work and come back, and you come home from work and you're like, Daddy's home, Daddy's home. You're like the hero of the whole entire house, right? And then they all run to you to give you a hug and all of that stuff. So those are wonderful moments in your life. Now, again, I tell you a little bit from my point of view, but again, I always preference it with it's your life. They're your life decisions. Don't let nobody tell you who you are. Go out and do what you love to do. I don't let anybody tell me who I am because I've been around the block, everybody. I'm 50 years old, 18,000 sunrises and sunsets I've seen. Well, not all of them, but a whole bunch of them for sure, because I usually stay up really late, and then sometimes I was partying as a child, as a young man, and doing a whole lot of that, right? All right, poor dudes over here is like, Kismet, hurry up. We need some mediums here. We need some mediums going on. All right, so we got some tractors. That's what I'm doing next. All right, so I'm making the small printer here. And we're going to put the small printer right over here now and get this going. I want to go ahead and make him a nice little tractor. So we're going to get this tractor fired up. And we're going to grab some of this aluminum. He's over here just crushing this. Look at this. He just grabbed. Ignore me, by the way, if I click on the ground and I'm pointing at stuff in the ground. Just ignore it. That's me misclicking. All right, so we're going to fire up a tractor here, and then he's going to have a tractor. Now, I usually give it to my crew who are coming in helping out because he's running along those tethers, and instead of needing tethers, you no longer need tethers because you've got a tractor. Now, that tractor acts as an oxygenator, so it's going to give you plenty of oxygen. If you get in trouble, you run toward it. Also, a good idea to put a beacon on it and whatnot. So I'm going to put it right out here for him. There we go. Another thing I like to do also, all right, we're going to unpack it. There we go. Come on. And I'm going to go ahead and take one of these generators. I'm going to put it right there on the front. Now, what you're going to need is you're going to go ahead and need a bit of that. Now, he can come over here and make his own some later on, but I like to kind of make the first one. I don't know. It's kind of like my fun thing to do when you're working the base, right? Is to do the first one of whatever it is that you're making so I can show you guys what it takes and resources and whatnot here in the thing. Now, again, here we are. We're running low again. He's over here making some ceramic. I would not be making ceramic right now. I'll be firing up some serious organic, and that's what we need. Because, again, you got to, at the very beginning of the game, you need a lot of organic to keep it going, and eventually a lot of glass. So that's what we need right now. We need a bunch of organic and some glass if you want to work on that, or you can keep working on what you're working on. I made you a nice tractor there, and I'm making you a trailer. Feel free to grab it. Remember that everything is owned by the group, so if you ever come in and you're like, hey, Kismet, can I use this big vehicle? You just go ahead and grab it. You don't have to ask. You can just go ahead and grab the big vehicles or grab a tractor, whatever you need to use. I can always make more. There we go. So we're going to shape that out a bit. Now, what I did is I got dirt there and a little bit of organic right there, but mainly I'm trying to get the dirt. And the reason why I'm trying to get the dirt, and especially when you have two of these going, is again so I can keep that organic going. So organic should always be your highest priority. When you're running low on organic over here, and I don't need this on me right now, we'll go ahead and use that. When you're running low on organic, you definitely want to fire that. Oh, why did I put that there? I should have moved it first, then unpacked it over there. Well, now I've got to go over here. Hold on. Let's use some trickery here. We're going to grab this one like this. We're going to put that on there. That's going to power that up. We'll put this back over here. While that's being powered up, we're now got to drive this all the way around. Isn't that cool? I love the vehicles in this game as well. They're very, very fun. And you could drive down below there and get stuff. That's why I made the ramp at a certain angle. And you go ahead and drive this right up here. This is going to blow your mind if you've never seen this game. Watch it. Isn't that awesome? You can connect those together. And now you got yourself a little trailer. And you can have up to 3 trailers. And I'm going to go ahead and just kind of set that up here. There you go. I got you a tractor and a little trailer. You're welcome to make some more trailers now and put it on there. I usually like to make the first thing of whatever it is, like to make the first forge and the first centrifuge and all of that, so I can show people on the stream. There we go. I've got 3 myself, 10.5 and 2.5. Yeah, Rash Hero, I've got 3 as well. I've got my oldest daughter is 15. She just learned to drive, as well as she got her very first job, as well as I have twin daughters. All of mine are daughters. I have twin daughters who are 12 as well. Man, twins, you'd think it'd only be twice as hard. It's like 10 times as hard. Very, very tough. Because, you know, they're running in 2 different directions. You got twice the diapers to do. Plus, I have my oldest daughter, and she's going this way, and that one's going this way, and that one's... That's when I knew I was in trouble, by the way. We were at their preschool, and I was picking up my oldest daughter from preschool, and I had the twins with me. And I set them down on the ground, right? And they're standing right in front of me, and they're just learning to, you know, kind of get around. And then my oldest daughter came out, and then I was talking to her, and the other 2 went whoop, and then she went whoop, and I went, whoa, not enough hands. So I obviously grabbed the babies first. You grab them first, and then you go, hey, come back here. You know, you stay right here where daddy's at until mama's done talking to the lady. and so on, right? Yeah, watch out there, dads. That's going to be a moment in which you realize, uh-oh. So yeah, my wife did take care of my kids for about 10 years, but she said, okay, you want to do this crazy streaming thing? I got your back. And that's emotional, bro, right there. That's emotional. I said, you go do this crazy streaming thing. I will go back to work and take care of that. Because your kids get old enough at some point where you don't really have to micromanage them as much. You don't have to dress them every day. You don't have to change their diapers and all that stuff. All of that stuff, they can really take care of themselves. And I feel like as an adult, as a parent, what you're really doing is transferring responsibility, right? So when they're young, they're babies, they can't do anything. They can't go to the bathroom, in the toilet. They can't, dress themselves. They don't know where to get food from because they're completely and utterly helpless. Every person who's ever lived and is living now was at some point at the mercy of someone else raising them. So remember that when you get older. And take special care of the way you talk to your parents and you treat your parents. Remember, whoever raised you is the reason you're alive today. Not just the people who brought you into the world, but the people who raised you, who had that food there for you, who had clothes. Maybe it was ratty clothes. Maybe it was the worst clothes ever. Maybe they were poor. Maybe they didn't have much. But they are the reason you're alive today. So always keep that in mind. Treat your parents, your family, and your extended relatives with respect as well. And they should do the same to you, though. It shouldn't be a one-way street. They should treat you with respect as well. Vitally, vitally important. All right, now while we're hanging out here and we're waiting around the base, you might notice that I hang around the base a lot. I let other people run around and get resources. I love getting resources, one of my favorite things. But right now what we really need is to find a battery. If we found a battery, we'd really be styling. But as you can see, I'm just kind of populating this over here with some of these wind turbines. I was like, where's my canister at? I was going to put my canister up there to block it. There we go, right there. So I can just keep making these down here. Now, again, this is why I grab a bunch of glass and do this. But what we really need is a battery. Now, he's got a vehicle. Oh, there it is, way over there. And look, he's over there doing his thing. Now he's running around. He's making himself another trailer to do that, right? And then he's going to have 3 trailers. You can have up to 3 trailers on the back of your vehicles. And he's going to make some more of those. Now, he gets to have fun making stuff. I don't try to, I'm not trying to jump on his ability to make stuff. But again, as a streamer, these are the things I like to do. I like to inspire people to go and play games. So, there we go. Thanks so much. Sorry if I took too much of your time. You never feel like you're taking my time. This is what I do. Talk to people in the chat. That's my primary role here in the stream. Some people are like, Kismet, just play the game. Stop talking. Hey, you're in the wrong stream, bro. You're in the wrong stream. I'm going to talk. I'm going to do whatever I feel like doing because that's uniquely me. That's what I like to do. I like to talk about games. I especially like to talk to people in chat. If you're a streamer and you don't talk to your chat, I see people do it all the time. They don't talk to their chat. They don't say thanks for the subscribe. Like the rubber hand came in and subscribed for 3 months. Well, thank you so much, bro. I'm going to highlight you for sure. And sometimes I might miss you at the moment, but don't worry. I will always come back and play it again and say thank you. The Real Birdman coming in also with the follow. Thank you so much for that. Bambi earlier, which I did call out with the sub love, and Galdar coming in with the follows as well. I always circle back to my chat or circle back to it. Sometimes people come in, they're very entitled. They're like, Kismet, you didn't talk to me within 2 minutes. I'm out of here. Okay, bye. Don't get entitled in that way. I feel like that is a very rude thing to do. If you come in someone's channel and you're like that, I probably don't want you in my channel anyway, because if you don't have the ability to last for 2 minutes in someone's stream before they talk to you, then you got a problem. That's not a requirement for being a streamer, by the way. It's talking to every single person in the chat. Sometimes, like a good example, I've been on the homepage of Twitch many times. I've had it up to 5,000 people in my channel at one time. And I can tell you that it is very difficult to talk to 5,000 people at the same time. Normally, you don't have that many people talking in chat. Usually, you have about 1 to 10% people talking in chat, depending on your how well you engage your chat. And some people are busy. They're busy doing stuff. Right? They're doing their homework. They're just listening to my stream like a podcast. They're doing other stuff that is not required of them talking in the chat all the time. And I appreciate that. I appreciate all my lurkers. I have lots of lurkers who just lurk in my channel all the time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and take this out here temporarily. We're going to get this out of the forge because it keeps stopping. over here. We're going to go ahead and get our research keep going in there. We're going to do our first medium. Now, this is what's called we call it a medium for short, but it's called a medium storage. And those medium storages are great because you can put them right there. And notice that now instead of just 2 things being stacked there, we can stack 8 things right there. Very, very nice. But one of the things that we are going to need is we're going to need some more resin. And he's bringing back copper and some stuff. That's nice. But we definitely need a lot more resin. So one of the things I can do to really get our resin going here is take some of this resin we got down here. We got it nice and close to our base. That's really convenient. Is to go in and make some more canisters. Now later on you get very large canisters and you get very large containers and things like that that we can unlock. And you unlock those over time by using your research. And I will unlock those as we go, and I will explain what they're all about. But as you can see, look at our power running over here. Now look, we're just getting wind power and solar power, which is really nice. He's brought back some copper, so maybe we can unlock our next bit of power we're going to need, which is our solar power. So let's go ahead and unlock that. We've got plenty right now. And then you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just use up all of that? I don't like to use it up. I like to build it up and just do stuff in order. So we'll unlock our solar power since he did find some copper. Maybe he wants to make a solar thing because those are always convenient to have. Solar is really, on this planet, solar is better to have that on your vehicle so that it will recharge your vehicle as you're going around. Or if you're stopped and you're collecting stuff, it'll recharge it in that moment, which is great. Now later on, they have giant extractors that extract the resource. They have giant containers that hold like 400 resources in it. We had a playthrough that we were doing that in, but sadly, we ran out. Now he's got some resin going there, so that's good. That's actually the next thing I was about to do. And we're going to go ahead and get this going. We have another turbine, which is that one there, and whatnot. Now, what we need to do is just take this resin. Thank you very much for doing that. That's exactly the whole reason I was going to do that. And then we need to fire up some more mediums. Now, why do we want to use the mediums? The mediums expand the tables that you have. Now, again, this is not my first time playing through, everybody. I've played through many times. I've played through the entire game. Just a heads up. Now, you want to take the resin out of there so that it does clear and you can queue it up again. And again, what you want to do is build up a bunch of these small canisters. I'm going to take the tethers out now. Build up a bunch. Oh, I forgot to take this. I forgot in the very beginning. Those go onto your shaper. I always forget. So I'm going to make a bunch of small canisters. Now, I'm actually going to use a lot of these in the long run to switch back and forth when we start doing double centrifuges and double forges and triple centrifuges and stuff like that. You'll see that. But we're going to go ahead and first get all this going. Now, another thing that we want to get going is this thing right over... where is it at? I think it's up at the top. Is it up here? They've moved all of this stuff around, so not only do I have a bad memory to start with, but I also have a bad memory for where they've moved everything. So sometimes look, there it is, right there, the work light. Now the work light's really great, especially if you're a streamer, because you can go ahead and grab one of these copper, and you can go ahead and make that work light, which is basically going to make it so you guys are not looking at me playing in the dark, right? When it gets dark time. And there we go. So now we've got that. Stuff that I keep a lot of, I usually put at the top, and then I let it fill. It's really your personal preference. Now I've got lots of canisters here, as you can see. You can see this one here at the top. This one is actually filled. Again, see that little line going up? I don't know if you saw that. Up there at the top of the thing, it's giving you a visual clue that that is now half filled. So how can we fully fill this up? Right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to take all these containers here, and we're going to use our shaper, and we're going to get it going on. Why start a new save? Because my server reset on its own. I didn't do it on purpose. That's why I did a new one. I don't know why it reset. It is still kind of in its early stages. There might have been an update to the server. There might have been an update to Astroneer. I don't know what caused it. That's something I'll investigate after the stream. Obviously, you guys don't want to watch me sit here and solve technical problems. Whatnot. So I don't mind starting over. I never mind starting over. Some people, like, they're offended. Like, you know, you play like Fallout 76 or you play other games. You're like, no, I'm not starting over. I got all this stuff. And I unlocked all these things. And I was like, all right, go ahead, bro. I love starting over. Starting over is one of those things where you continue to learn new stuff every time you start over. I learn stuff every single time. Now, do I know everything? Absolutely not. Do I know a whole lot? Yes, I do. Because I love to learn game mechanics. That's part of the fun of what I do. All right, so here we are. We're shaping this in. Now I'm going to run out of oxygen. Now I could tether, but I don't tether for no reason. I consider that no reason to tether. Right? The only time I tether is if it's going to something. Right? If it's going to a resource or it's going to something that I need. This way it makes it a bit easier. And by the way, look at my wind going up there, which is powering my backpack while I'm working. So I don't need a generator. So again, I'm going to go ahead and shape this out because it's nice, convenient over here. Now later on, I'll take my vehicle, take this whole entire thing out, which would be pretty fun. We'll pave it, we'll flatten it. We'll do all that fun stuff later. But as you can see, there's a little bit of a circle. Now it's orange for some reason. I don't know why. Sometimes it's orange, sometimes it's blue. I don't know why. But right here, it's filling up that kind of circle, and that's telling you that your canisters in the back of your backpack are getting filled up. And when that circle goes all the way around, then you know, see, as I go further and further, I do more and more of this, you'll see that that circle starts to fill in more and more and more as I fill all this in. You can also see it on my backpack as well. You can see some of them are turned green, some of them are orange, and some of them don't have a color at all. The ones without the color mean that they don't have anything in there. The ones with green mean that they're full, and the ones that are orange means they're partially full. Oh, there's some ammonium right there. Oh, wow, take that. And so on. Now, watch out for your oxygen because you can suffocate and die. That's your number one danger in the entire game. There we go. I think that's good enough. And that gives us lots and lots of stuff to work with. Wow, we're getting busy up in here. All right. Now, see, he's also making some mediums for his vehicle, so it makes it easier for him to collect more resources using those mediums. And he's also made a trailer, and he's going to use another medium over there. Now, again, our big problem right here, see, it's going really slow. Our number one thing, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to grab some of your organic for right now, bro, so we can kind of speed this up a little bit. Got to keep that organic nice and fed in there. There we go. And again, my primary thing that I start up first is organic. Up here. Now, look at that. See how it filled that up? This is all filled up. Organic again. And again, in the beginning, I try to do a lot of organic because this is not going to be enough power. And we don't have a battery. So all the excess power that we're generating is not being saved. I like playing Ark. I have played Ark many a time. We had a mega server for Ark. Well, you should have been here. We had lots of fun. We've also played Dark and Light, which is kind of a version of Ark made by the same people. That's kind of more fantasy version of Ark, which is pretty cool. We casting spells and stuff like that. We've also played Atlas with 3 cluster servers together. So we had a gigantic map. That was really fun as well. I like playing Ark and I like those games. I feel like they're a bit harsh to new players. And you know what I'm talking about if you've ever played Ark. Meaning that you go in and literally right off the bat, there's a level 110 mob killing you as a level 1. So know that going into Ark that it can be pretty hardcore, pretty harsh on peeps. Now look at this. Look, now I can put that whole entire thing on there right there, right? We can just kind of keep that running. Now look, that's going to now just keep feeding that in there the entire time. And the other thing we want to do, of course, is now make some resin. And you'll see me go probably back and forth between those two the most. Get our canister back, put this one in here. There we go. And resin. There we go. Now, once we get some resin, we'll make some more mediums. We'll put them on the sides there. And now we're going to start organizing our base. Now's a good time right about here where you have a lot of all the different resources. And we also want to grab this, make ourselves a beacon. Right down here. Oh, no, that's an oxygen filter. Well, we'll make one of those too. Put that over there. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself. There we go. And I'll put the canister down there. Here's the cool thing that's going to happen with the canister. It's going to automatically grab that canister, and it's going to switch it once the thing is empty. You'll see what happens. First, it's going to put this over here, and it's going to be blocked. It can't go any further because the resin is now blocking. The output is blocking that. And that's why we need a medium storage, so we can kind of reduce that blocking. Now, eventually, by the way, I will actually get rid of all of these medium storages. And we're like, oh, well, wait a minute, Kismet. Couldn't you be doing another one at the same time? Could you be doing it? You absolutely can. That's what's great about this first particular item, particular table, is that you can use it for a whole bunch. Oh, I'm overburdened. Hold on. We got to get... There we go. That's what's so great about using this first table is it's going to allow you to do your medium and then also do your smalls at the same time. Now watch this. If I go ahead and clear my backpack of all these canisters real quick, and we'll go ahead and get this resin from over here. Knock that around a little bit. Oh, I need one more slot. Let's just put that over there. Grab that. There we go. Now what's going to happen, if I take this canister out, it's going to start switching those automatically, which is really, really cool. I love that mechanic. They also have automated arms and really advanced stuff we're going to get into and whatnot. But what we want to do here is continue to make that resin. We're going to need a lot of resin right now. So we'll queue that up. Again, we'll put our full canisters on there for next time. This one over here. And we'll put our empty canister right back up here. Now, since I have that resin in my backpack, it's automatically going to go ahead and let me really queue up a ton of these, right? Queue up a ton of these medium storages, right? And I use a lot of these. And the reason why is you can stack your resources and micromanage your resources really, really well. And again, we have really a lot of power now, so we're looking good on the power. We're kind of low on resin right now, but look at this over here. Sexy, sexy. Take this out, grab that, get that resin from over there. And now what we're going to also do at the same time, we're going to try to get this medium one. There we go. And we're going to start making new platforms. So now we are getting our resin going. We're getting our medium platforms going, right? And we're going to go ahead and grab this out of here. Put this up here. Put that like that. Now we can go ahead and start to micromanage all of this stuff, right? We're going to grab another medium. We're going to get that going over here. Now we're really starting to ramp this up. Really starting to get it going. He's doing the same thing that I'm doing again at the same time. But that's okay. Sometimes you overlap. But what you're trying to do is get all the mediums going so you can constantly have this forging. And when you go out and collect stuff, when you come back, the best thing to do is try to collect the similar stuff that you can just literally grab and put into the forge, and it will then convert it. Now, once it's converted, you definitely want to get it off of there and get it going and whatnot. Like this. And again, they don't do you any good just sitting there in your base. They do you much better being the thing that they should be, right? In this case, a whole bunch of medium storages. And again, look how much faster I'm going now, right? I'm going to speed up a little bit. I hope you don't mind. I'm going to go a little bit faster. Actually, I don't want to put that there. That'll kind of block him from coming in and out. Let's go ahead and do this. Now, what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to start organizing all of the resources. And when I get right about here, this is when I rework my base. The first thing I'm going to rework is I'm going to turn this off. I'm going to turn these off. I'm actually going to turn all this stuff off. And you can disconnect this and now move this wherever you want using your little anti-gravity beam. We're going to go ahead and start to organize all of these resources over here, stacked up here. Now, we are going to use the automated arm. The automated arm does use a lot of power. See, there we go. So now we got that stacked on there, and that's all together. And the same thing over here. We've got lots of ammonium, so that's good. Later on, I'm going to need that for hydrazine and fun stuff like that we're going to make. But we're just going to organize it so it's not on the ground. Like so. All right, there we go. Looking good. So we're moving that out of the way. And now what we're going to do is we're going to organize stuff that we don't really use a lot out of the way so we can use our production instead. What do we not use a lot? What do we just kind of set and forget? And that is our research. Our research, we're just going to set it over here out of the way and not really worry about it because our main production is going to be up here. So we're going to disconnect that. I'm going to move this over here. Just create a little area right over here out of the way of our normal production, which is now going to be for this. And also it's going to work a little bit for our power. Now, watch what we can do here. We can put that up there as well. And that's going to work as power too. So we just keep putting organic there and letting that run. Or we can put it over here and we can utilize these two things as power as well. So we're putting organic there and we're micromanaging it. Now, another thing that we have over here is our, what I call the Tower of Power, but there's no tower there yet. You'll see later the reason why it's called Tower of Power. And we're going to go ahead and put it over here. We're going to put this out of the way, right? We just pick it up, move it around, put it off to the back here, out of your way of your production, because you no longer need it, because you're not going to be looking at this all the time, right? You want to just kind of run this over here, get that in there, and just let it do its thing, right? It's going to run that power into here, and through the rest of the line. Now, the next thing that I need to do is work a bit on my production here, right? So I want to definitely have my centrifuge and forge right over here. This is the actual smelter here. This is forge right over here. And then we're going to go ahead and connect that in. Now, we've got to watch out that our tether lines are going to be disconnected when I move stuff out of the way. So I got to be careful. if he's using the tether, but he's got a vehicle right now, so he can always run to his vehicle. So there we go. So this is how I like to organize my base. I feel like at this point, this is what you want to do. And then this other one over here, like, what are you going to use that table for? Well, this table is going to be for organizing my resources while I'm making stuff. So I'm going to go ahead and put that there. And now we're ready to go ahead and do a bit of organization here. If I can grab it. There we go. And start to work on our overall production. Actually, I think I'm going to put this a little bit at an angle this time. Put a little bit of an angle like that. Oh, my thing's not flat. So what I'm going to do is hold down this, and I'm going to make this a little flatter. Hold down Control. It's going to flatten this out nicely. And then we'll go ahead and put this in. Oh, I got it going backwards again. There's a little red arrow on the front of that. If you can't see it, it's right there. That's actually pointing to the front of it. It doesn't really matter because you can rotate your stuff around however you want. But I'm going to put this off to the side. And this is going to become my production table. Now, on your production table, you can do some pretty fun stuff. Like, we're going to go ahead and we're going to put our mediums on the side. And we're going to put our smalls there. Now, we're ready to make some more stuff in the centrifuge. We've got all of our power connected. We've got our research connected. We've got all of our tables connected together. We're getting oxygen from our tables. Our tables are also giving oxygen along the tether line so people don't suffocate who are using the tethers, and so on. So we've reworked the entire base. That's usually right about now is when I rework it. And then we need some resin. So we're going to go ahead and say, okay, do some more resin. Now, while it's doing resin, I'm going to actually move this to the left side. Why am I going to move that to the left side? Because what it's going to do is put the resin on the right side. How do I know that? I always figure out game mechanics. Like, where is that resin going to go? So we'll find out. Maybe I have this table turned backwards. Maybe it's going to go on the left side. But I think it's going to come out of there and fully fill that right side one over there. And we're going to get that. Oh, look at that. He found a generator. It doesn't go there, but awesome. Ah, see, look, it's going to the other side, the side that I didn't think it was going to go to. Now, why is that? Why did it go to that side? That's because I have the table backwards. See that? That's a good indicator that you have your table turned around the wrong way. So we're going to go ahead and turn that around the correct way, like this, and then put that in there, and then put this back in here, like this, and put that right in there, like that. And now it should be more consistent in the direction in which it should go. And there we go. So now we take this and we move it over here. Now this is really going to make it thing, because you can't quite fit it there. He put that right where I was going to put this. I'm going to take that out of there. And I'm going to put that right there. Now look what happened. All of that stuff queued up at itself at the same time. Now there is a thing that I can set which will make all of this run at the same time, though I don't want to unlock it right now. I can kind of manually do it right now. Get that going. Now watch how slow this is going to go. Like, Kismet, it's going so slow. Right, that's because we've got to power up that extra energy over here. Because we just, oh wait, our wind's coming on too, but we got to keep our stuff going over here, right? We got to keep our organic going. Now, our organic is empty. So we take this medium back. And again, this is what you do when you manage the base. You're doing this stuff all the time. Micromanages. Now, see, this is kind of awkward right there. So I would actually move that medium to the end and put the other one over here. It's a little awkward. It's kind of in the way. Well, let's go ahead and try this again. But this time, we're going to do organic because we're going to need that for power. And we're going to queue that one up. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and also feed the rest of this resin over here. And now what we're doing is we're really cranking the base. Now, of course, it's a little bit easier when you have multiple people working together. You can really get it cranked up. So you have extra mediums. So what he can do is he can come in, drop off the resources, and then go ahead and grab more mediums to go out and grab more resources, right? And you're in that kind of cycle of whatnot. Now, let's see if this actually comes out on the right-hand side this time. Aha! There we go. We know that game mechanic, right? It's always good to know where it's going to drop your resources so you can anticipate it and whatnot. All right, so there's more organic, and you're like, Kismet, you're out of power. But watch this. I can just roll this right up here. Bam! And there it goes. It drags it in there. Now, he actually found a good thing, which means we don't have to unlock it, which is our medium generator. Now, a medium generator, we want to go ahead and take it and bring it over here away from the rest of our stuff. And the reason why we want to do that is because this way it's not utilizing the actual space that I'm doing. So we're going to go ahead and do this like that. All right, nice. And then we're going to consolidate this power over here because, again, with power, we can do the same thing. We can grab this right over here and put all of these. Instead of just having 2 of them on there, we can now have all of those on there. Let's rotate that a little bit. By the way I'm rotating is with V. Like you pick it up, you can hit V or C, and it will rotate it in one direction or another. And then I go ahead and hit F to open it or close it or collapse it. And then now we can consolidate all of those together. You're like, Kismet, your solar is obstructed. I don't like to obstruct it, even though it doesn't really make a difference. Now look at that. All of that now is on one stack. And then over here, we've got some medium generators. Now, what can we do with those medium generators? Well, here's what we're going to do. We're going to make some more organic. We have enough dirt somewhere. Here we go. We got a little bit here. Get a little bit of dirt going as well. Get that fired up. We got a new table. We got more mediums. Now, one of the things they did change in the game is that you can't use your small things on the mediums. They have to be on the table that I did notice. And so look at that. We could clean up all this mess we got right there for all you ADHD peeps right now. All right, so let's go ahead and swap this. Now, I don't need 2 medium printers right now. I can also, by the way, turn this away so it actually builds in that direction too, by the way, which is a good thing to do. And then we've got that. We've got another one for over here. And now we are just cooking with gas, everybody. We're cooking with gas. We're kicking some butt, getting it going on. Now, again, something we need to do, go ahead and grab our canisters here. Grab some dirt. Now, you can later on get yourself some vehicles and grab all the dirt and all the stuff later on by using your actual vehicles itself, which is very, very fun. Hi there, DJ Tom. Thanks for being here. Why new start? Already answered that question. Spoiler, he dies. Yes, I do die from time to time. Yes, that's how it does. That's how it happens. Let's see. I forgot about Dark and Light. That was interesting. Yeah, I thought it was a fun game. It was an interesting game. Again, Ark and games like Ark are very harsh in the way that it starts. I actually forgot. We went back and we're looking at an update to Ark, and I forgot that it's so harsh in the very beginning. But if some people like that, some people like it to be a bit tougher. I do. I like it to be a bit tougher, but it does discourage new players from coming in because there's not like a starter zone, a newbie zone, and then it gets harder and harder over time. It literally starts with a level 100 mob will come in and kill you. And you have no chance. You have no chance to get those ginormous mobs like that that are just coming in and just annihilating you at the beginning of the game. But then again, it is a survival game. So over time, you get stronger and stronger, and then you're able to fight those tougher mobs. And then also you get dinosaurs, which is always fun. And you ride around those dinosaurs and whatever. Now, one of also the drawbacks of those type of games is sometimes people like to be the everything person. And I've talked about this quite often here on stream. Don't be that person. Now, if I came in here and I said, hey, you know what? I'm going to do the base. I'm going to collect all the resources. I'm going to build everything for everybody. I'm the only one that can do that. I'm going to be the everything person. I'm going to just make everything for you all the time. I only do it on the first one. After the first one, they're welcome to make whatever they need to make. But usually the first one is just so I can show it on stream. That's pretty much the reason. And so I don't like to be the everything person. I like everybody to feel a vital part of the team. Obviously, because we're working together right now, we have done way better than we could ever do solo. Together, we've already gotten this far, and we've only been playing for about 2 hours, and I have not started my... Oh my gosh, I totally forgot Stream Raiders again. Again, everybody, just know if I forget, know that I do have sleep apnea and vertigo, and I forget quite often. All right, let's do it right here. Let's get some Stream Raiders going on. I do apologize to all my Stream Raider peeps. I am very much like that. All right, let's go ahead and go right here. Again, I'm not doing it on purpose. If I could remember stuff, I would. Hey, I'm at least being on time lately. Being on time lately and really firing it up. All right, so we're going to go ahead and start right here. You can come and join us, everybody. Streamcaptain.com. Very, very fun game that we play. I've got a new skin called the Healer Norbert, which is awesome. I definitely snatched that up. But we're going to go ahead and play some. And we're going to go in and we're going to go ahead and battle this out. Actually, I need to get... My mods are probably telling me that I need to get that going. Oh, no, they didn't. All right, cool. They forgot too. That's 2 of us who forgot. All right, so we're going to get this going right in there and run in there and get that going on. Now, over here, we've also got to defend our thing. So we're going to need some peeps to defend our tower right there. Now, I'm just going to throw down tanks, but it's really whatever you want to put there. And then we're also going to need a line of peeps to help out here. And we should put our support right there. Save that. that's a little side game we play called Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. It's okay, Nushki. You know we love you up in there. By the way, if you haven't seen my awesome mod Nushki in there, show her lots of love. She's always has my back. Never an ill word. Never has a bad temper. Except for that one time she punched me in the nose and gave me a bloody nose at TwitchCon. That's not true, everybody. That's not true. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But I did get a bloody nose at TwitchCon. I have a problem where I chronically get bloody noses. I actually produce more blood than my body really needs. So we went, and she was having a good time, and my mods were having a good time at TwitchCon. We were at the concert that they have each time, and we were walking out of there, and my nose just started bleeding. That was it. But then I told Nushki I was going to tell everybody she punched me in the nose, slam dancing or whatnot. Which is funny because Nushki's such a sweetheart that she's like, no, I don't want everybody to think that I was punching you and all of that stuff. Nobody gonna believe that because she wouldn't be my mod if she started punching me in the nose. But still, no one's gonna believe that about you, Nushki. You are so awesome. I appreciate you. And see, you would like to have people around you who are positive. Nushki's one of those people. We've got tons of my other mods as well who are just like always positive. Kismet, I got you back. All that kind of stuff. If it starts getting too negative, it's just really difficult to work with peeps who are really, really negative all the time and are jumping to conclusions. You're like, hey, let's, hey, I'm working on this thing and doing this thing. And then they jump to conclusions, say, oh, well, you're doing this and you're doing all of that. It gets really tough, everybody. It gets really, really tough. So, I mean, you can't always pick the people you work with, right? I can't, because those are my mods. I pick them. But if you can't pick the people you work with, try to gravitate toward the positive ones if you can find them. Hopefully, you got a few positive peeps at your work that are inspired by what they do, or at least you can lean on them a little bit in those tough times, or you got some family you can lean on in those tough times when you're trying. Wow, look at all this. Ammonium just sitting right over here. That's nice. I'm not looking for ammonium. I'm just here for the dirt. All right. And we're just about to the point also that we're going to go ahead and make ourselves some better extractors and faster extractors to help us do that a little bit faster. I feel like we'd also probably get our oxygen container going on now. Where are we at? We're almost at 4,000. All right. So we'll go ahead and start to work on our basic tools now. Our basic tools are the things that allow us to extract more. Oh, the drill mod's already unlocked. So you get your drill mod, and then I love the boost mod, and I love the wide mod. And those are fairly expensive early game. There's like 1,000 each. But you're going to need zinc for all of those. So you run over here and you grab yourself, unless your backpack is full, which it is. Hold on, let me get some of this out of here. Right there. Let me grab that zinc. There we go. And then what we do is we go ahead and get anything that I have on me over here, because I just realized that this is full too. Put that up there, so that draws that in there. Put that in there. That's going to switch those out. Get this fired up, some more organic to keep our power going. And you can see we're doing a lot of micromanaging. Like, Kismet, this game is so complex. Well, I'm just going a bit faster than typically you would go in the game. Oh, wait, we need ceramic for that. Where do we have our ceramic? Over here. Right there. All right. And again, it's a little bit easier when you're playing with other peeps. We can have up to 8 people on the server. So if you want to join us on the server, you can go in and read the rules on my Discord. You can follow that link right there. Go onto the Discord. I get it going on. Don't make me tell you twice. Blink 182. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we were watching Blink. She was having the greatest time, by the way. The greatest time on Blink. I've seen so many concerts now. I'm like jaded. I don't, musicians are just like normal people to me. Celebrities, same thing. I don't get all excited to see bands and all that stuff, but hey, that's her thing. There's more power to you. Enjoy what you enjoy, everybody. That's what I try to say. And take care of your real life too. Don't be neglecting your real life for really any reason. I don't neglect mine. I've got medical conditions that make it really difficult for me to just get up out of the bed. So I'm not going to be neglecting that. I change my schedule around. You'll see it quite often here in the stream so that I can take better care of myself and my family. So am I going to choose, streaming all the time, every day, all night long here in the stream? Or am I going to choose my family? Right? So I think that's an obvious one. Shouldn't be even spoken. But sometimes peeps get so wrapped up in stuff that they're not taking care of their IRL. Take care of those IRLs, everybody. I've been saying it for 6 years. I don't know why I should have to say that, but I do say it quite often here on stream. Take care of those IRLs for sure. There's organic. Now we're going to go ahead and go back to resin. There we go. All right. And we want to continue to build up our power, continue to get that going. Now right here we see there's some carbon, and we got this earlier. Now carbon is really awesome because you want to transition from the smaller ones here to your solar and wind power, as well as carbon acts as a medium generator, so that's going to give us some power as well. Carbon is much more efficient than, actually, wait, let's put the carbon over here. Carbon is much more efficient than using organic, and carbon is made in here, right? In here is converted from organic in our thing. Now let's go back to what we're doing here. We're creating a drill mod, so I'm going to put my drill mod, I usually put it up at the top. Then we're going to go ahead and make a wide mod. There we go. Now, wide mod allows your shaper to be much wider, so you're collecting more stuff simultaneously, something I definitely work on very early. And then also the boost mod, which is going to allow us to shape much faster. Now, watch how much faster it takes me, or how less of a time it takes me to fill up all of these canisters right over here where we've been filling them up. We got a little bit of organic there. Great. Now, watch this as I just go take this out, switch this over here, and then... see, this is what's great. Now, you can automate all of this, by the way. That's what's really, really cool. You can come back later and you can automate all of this so it automatically grabs it and moves it over. And it automatically does a whole bunch of stuff, right? Over here, I don't really need a platform right now, so I'm going to make that into whatever else. And I need just a tremendous amount of mediums. And mediums are going to allow us to make a bunch of stuff. All right, so we're going to go ahead. I think, where's that other container? I thought I had one more container somewhere. Over here, yes. Okay. Now, some things I keep on me are like beacons. I keep my light, say, up here so that my canisters are down here. And I think I have another canister there and another canister there. I like to have a whole backpack full of it. Now, this is my home beacon. We're going to go ahead and set that to green so when we start making ships, we can come back. We can do that. All right, so now watch how much faster it is here with the boost mod. Now, watch also how much faster I run out of power. That's an important thing to notice as well. So we're going to run over here. We got the wider shaper. Now look at how much faster I'm moving and shaping all of this now. But look at that. I'm nearly instantly out of power. And you're like, Kismet, run a tether. I could run a tether. That is definitely a thing I can do. But another thing that I can do is just say, you know what? I'm going to do one canister less. And I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these small generators. And I'm going to switch out this back to where it goes. Take the generator, put it up here at the top. And then I'm going to go ahead and put an organic in there. And watch as the organic automatically jumps up there. And does that. And then that I'm going to go ahead and turn on and off with the C key. C like cat on my keyboard because I'm playing on PC. So as I start to shape and I run out of power, which is going to happen very, very quickly. Gosh, so much ammonium right here. And that's going to happen pretty quickly. I'm waiting for it to happen. Come on, you. There we go. Okay, I'm out of power. What you can do to offset that, and of course I didn't run out of power because my wind was going, but I can hit C and it starts up that generator. And that generator is going to allow me to continuously shape over here until I fill up all these canisters. And when I fill up all these canisters, you're going to see it here in the orange. The orange is going to be filled all the way around. We look at our canisters. They're all green. We know that's good. I'm going to turn my power off now, and I'm able to shape that. Now, of course, the biggest problem is that oxygen. Always, always be watching that oxygen. Now, it's time, everybody. It's time to really step it up. Here we go. We've got tons and tons of soil right over here. We're going to go ahead and feed all of that up here, and it's going to swap all this around as we make a tremendous amount of resource. Now, when it goes on this side, what I'm going to do is just take this one and put it back over there, just temporarily, and we're going to go ahead and fire up some more resin. There we go. We should probably have done organic, but that's okay. We'll do some resin. Now, we've got ourselves a bunch of copper, so that's looking good. We've got ourselves some glass over here and some compounds. Look at this, looking nice, looking nice. And again, look how nicely organized our stuff is. We can put that up there. We can put that down flat. There we go. Sometimes it gets a little wonky. You got to take it off of there. And you can see we're starting up a massive amount of resources. Now, we also got some more mediums here that we want to fire up. We're going to take this one off. We're going to take this medium. We're going to move it right over there. We're going to move that back over there. We're now going to do some organic. And you can just see how we're really ramping this up, right? Another thing we want to do over here, now we do want our platforms. And we're going to go ahead and start those platforms up. We're going to start some medium storages. We're going to start another medium storage. Like, Kismet, too many medium storages. You can never have too many medium storages, and you can never have too much resin. Now look at this. See how it's going slower? Everything's going slower. Why is that? That's because I don't have enough organic. So I should have done organic first, then resin, but that's okay. You still have always a little bit of power. Hey, Noxie, you always still have a little bit of power from your shelter. Now, sometimes I move, by the way. I move the entire base away from the shelter and just utilize as much power as I can separately. Speaking of power, we go ahead and move this over here. We go ahead and grab all of our glass. Since we're waiting on that, we need more power. Grab more of our glass over here and run this over here. So when we do have wind power, we have a lot of wind power, all right? And so we're going to go ahead and switch that out of there. Back to here. And I feel like wind power is the best way to start because it's super, super easy. Especially if you found quartz really easy like we did. You can go ahead and get that going. You're like, well, Kismet, I'd like to come in your server and help you out and have a good time. Well, guess what? If you are a Teamwork Tycoon, meaning you have that special title in my Discord, you can access a new area. No problem, Newski. You can access a new area that's just for you Teamwork Tycoons that can see the server information, and you're welcome to come in and join me on my server. So feel free to come on in and help out. Do know not to be doing the exact same thing that I'm doing. Try to be doing your own thing, collecting resources and making yourself a vehicle and doing all of that stuff instead of, kind of doing the same thing that I'm talking about on stream, because I'm talking about those things so I can show people the game as they're coming through. All right, so we got that going. We made a whole bunch more of that. Where comes that wind power? Look at that. There we go. Now, look at this. Now, look at that. That's still going at full speed over there. Very nice. How are we doing on our research over here? We definitely need some more research. We need to get that going on at some point. Always should keep your research running as best you can. Constantly running. Always a good thing. Oh, we had to head out for the day. All right, well, take it easy there. I appreciate you coming in, hanging out as well. All right, here we go. We got that connected. We got that running in there. We'll go ahead and put that up there. And again, look at us organizing our stuff nicely for all you peeps who can't handle it being not organized. There we go. And I feel like we'll just put this right up here. And you're like, Kismet, why don't you turn that quartz right there. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Why don't you turn that quartz into glass? And in this particular case, I do like to keep a couple extra quartz. And the reason why is, that's funny, that one's on that one. The reason why I like to keep some extra is because I might want to make some beacons with it, right? And we're going to keep going. We got some oxygen filters here. That's kind of equipment. We'll throw that back there. And so on. And now we've got a little bit of everything going here, right? We've got our aluminum, we've got our ceramic, and whatnot. I'd say the one thing that we're low on right now would be zinc, right? So if you are going to come in and help, all you got to do is look at these tables here and say, oh, Kismet, looks like you need some more glass, looks like you need some more compound. And this is a great way of communicating to other people what you need, is to kind of just lay it out and let them know what needs to be done. Also a great way to communicate to yourself, your solo playing, right? Like, oh, wait, I'm getting low on ceramic and I'm getting low on that. I'm getting low on the other thing, right? It helps a lot. Helps a lot. Now, what I'm going to do this time, instead of using this organic to power those things, I'm going to go ahead and use this organic to convert it into some compound. Now, one of the things, again, if you want to put it on here and have it go the correct direction, you want to put that over here and that over there, because what's going to do is it typically goes to the right if the arrow is pointing forward. And you can just barely see that arrow under there. It is pointing this way, and so if the table is turned toward you, you know that it's going to go on the right side. Now, does it always do that? It depends on what's actually on there. If I have one that's a medium and one that's not a medium, it'll go toward the medium first. It used to be the opposite way, that it would go to the table base first, or the two slots of the table. But now it goes to wherever the medium is. See, there we go. Good to know that. Why would you want to know that? Because when you're automating your base, you'd want to know this goes to here and that goes to there and so on and so forth. And there you go. 3 hours into Ark, and always the first couple hours of a new run is dozens of deaths. Exactly. Exactly. If you don't like to die a lot, Ark is not going to be your game. Though I would stick in there, but I'd stick it out. It is fun in the long run. Definitely need to keep that going. So again, notice how many mediums I need here, because I need to just keep feeding them in, feeding them in. So I'm going to go ahead and fire up 2 organics. And then guess what we're going to do? That's right. We're going to go right back to it again. We're going to go ahead and go and collect some more. And again, instead of collecting resources, I can just go and collect dirt, which I find very fun. I'm going to turn my generator on. I see there's also another organic here I could use just in case if I run out. And very quickly, now with my boost mods and my drill mod, I can very easily go in here and shape all this out until all my canisters are full. And you're like, well, Kismet, why you shape that out like that? Well, the reason why I go in and I shape all this out is, again, so I don't have to collect separate materials. I can collect just the materials I want. Now, again, you can come back here with a vehicle later on. Sometimes it gets a little awkward there, a little bit of lag. But see how quick I can do it now. Very, very quickly. Turn my thing off. And I come back for all those other resources laying on the ground there very easily later on. And look at that, working away there. And again, we can go ahead and replace these now. Right up here. Oh, I had an organic on me. Here, let's put that right there. We'll put these right up in here. Now, see, I like to put them on the left side because they're not in my way of my output. And I like to let them feed first, right? I like to let them feed in there first and then take the resource off because it's all going to be on the same one. Then do this, then go and do hydrogen. It's not supposed to have hydrogen. That is the wrong thing for that. All right, let's take that off, put that back on. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's very broken, everybody. I don't make the games, I just play them. All right, hold on. This thing's very broken. Why me, everybody? Why do I gotta find all the bugs? I'm like the bug master. Yeah, it's not supposed to have hydrogen. Hydrogen is in a different thing. So that's very broken. You know, there still are bugs and things in the game. I'm trying to think of what I can do. I guess I could log out and log back in again. I think that's what I'm going to have to do. All right, hold on. Let me log out and log back in again and see if that fixes that. Hopefully it doesn't roll us back where we have to do all of that again. I guess we'll find out here in a second. All right, let's go ahead and join back in. Again, I didn't mean to restart. I didn't mean to restart the game and whatnot. I find all the bugs, everybody. I find them all. That's my special gift in life. Yep, that fixed it. So log out, log back in again. So there we go. Now we showed you how to fix stuff too, as well. So again, I find that's usually the #1 thing. Same thing with your cell phone or something like that. You just wanna go in and restart your phone. That's usually the best way to do it. All right, now we got some resin. There we go. So now we have a bunch of this going on. And we go ahead and grab this, and we go ahead and move this back over here. Now, the reason why I'm going to move it back over here is so I can run it right here. And I can go ahead and use this as its power. Now, again, it's going to do the same thing that the small ones did. It's just going to keep feeding this in here. And now we have medium power until the end of time, which is great. And we can go ahead, or until we run out of resources, obviously. Get that going. Now we got some more resin. And again, over here, look at this production. Rocking and rolling over here. Very nice. And over here. And again, see, you don't have to go and see now. I got a big boost at the very beginning because we had him coming in and helping us, right? I'm sorry, I forgot your name already. I am bad with people's names. I forget names of people quickly. Let me zoom back. What was his name? Mr. This Guy. Mr. This Guy was coming in and helping me. I appreciate you coming in and helping out, getting us started. The beginning of games is one of my favorite parts of games. It's like, you know, can I do it better than the time I did it before? And I find my answer is usually yes, every single time. That I can do it a little bit better, a little bit faster, a little bit more Johnny on the spot kind of deal, right? And more over there, more of these. So what I'm trying to do right now is build up a backlog of resources. And those resources will help me in the long run. So more resin. There we go. More of this right here. And I'm collecting and cleaning up all these other resources that are laying around. Lots and lots of nice ammonium. Definitely going to be using that up later. We've got some of these. I'm just going to pick these up, put them in my backpack. Now, clay in of itself doesn't really do you any good. So go ahead. Oh, put it over here. Go ahead and put the clay on there and get that converted straight away. Organic, I wouldn't do all of your organic straight away. You definitely want to use the small ones first. And then if you happen to find a medium generator, which he found, awesome job. You can go ahead and utilize that as well. But I'd love to have a battery because if you have a battery, you can backlog a lot of your power as well. We got another table out here. And again, I'm trying to avoid blocking that area right there. So I'm just kind of running this further and further out, depending on your grammar skills. And then running that out. I don't ever call people on their grammar because now I have trouble just making sentences at this point. It's not easy. Now, again, you're going to see me do a lot of this, right? Swapping this from here and that to there. That goes here, and this goes there, and that goes there. There we go. A lot of this. I'm going to do a lot of resin. And we're going to do a lot of tables. And a lot of mediums. There we go. Get that going. Does he have 3? He does have 3. Now, each vehicle that I just use, I go ahead and just let everybody use the vehicle and whatnot to get that going on. Now, a great one also to do for the vehicle, by the way, is to have a little bit of power on there, whether it's a solar or it's a wind. I'm going to go ahead and take the solar out. I much prefer the solar on there. It does work great. Also, a great thing to do on the front of your vehicle, by the way, is to take this off and actually put this on the front. I like to rotate it like this and then open that up. And that allows you to put your beacon on there, allows you to put your generator on there, and you can keep your generator going like that while you're running around. So it works really, really great on the front of the vehicle as well. And then these ones over here, we'll start to queue up our vehicle's worth of stuff. Bring this back down, take this back out, move that back over there, move that back over there. And so you just see me swapping those. And again, later on, I'll have it doing all of that for me automatically. Doing all of this kind of building. And another large platform. And we're just trying to get our resources squared away. We're going to use these tables for other things later on. Once we get our canisters unlocked, we'll start to use our canisters and consolidate a lot of this stuff as well. All right. Now, speaking of canisters, maybe we can get that going. Let's go take a look. Let's see. What's our canisters? I believe we have to go elsewhere to do canisters. So we've got our large resource canister, which we can't do because that's nanocarbon alloy. That's the highest thing in the entire game. Right here, that's 2,000. We need plastic and we need glass. Now, to do plastic, we actually need another thing that we need to unlock, which is this right here, which was our chemistry lab. And to make a chemistry lab, we need a thing called tungsten. We have ceramic, we have glass on our main planet, but we need some tungsten. So that would be a good thing to work toward, right? So we'll go ahead and start by using what we have right now on our chemistry lab. But there's actually something else we need to work on, and that's the ability to leave this planet to go to another planet and get that going. So I unlocked that just to make sure that I don't forget to unlock it later on. I could have waited and done the ship first. If you want to be super efficient, that's the way to do it. But I typically don't. I typically just do that. And then now I'm at 1,500, so I need some more research. And so we'll go and we'll look around for some research and whatnot. So we'll go ahead and put these over here like this. Very nice. And that'll give us the ability to do that. Now, one of the things I would do is if you're leaving your base is to turn off your generator, because otherwise it's just wasting tons and tons of power. And you don't want to do that. You don't want to waste that power while you're not around. Let that run. We got any resin left here. We got one more resin there. Take this off of here so it perfectly stacks there. We'll let that run. We've got another table over here. And we go ahead and say put that here. But we want to move our tethers out of the way so they're not blocking. In fact, you don't even need the rest of these tethers now because see how that's going down there. So these tethers here in the middle of your base, you just take them out. And we're going to create a nice little rounded area here, which we're going to use later on. There we go. All right, very nice. We'll unlock some more medium storages. Leave those there. Now, this is going to run really slowly, and that's okay because I'm not going to be around messing with it right now. So we've got our solar and our stuff. We want to go ahead and take our resin out of there, put our solar in there, and then that is now going to, look at our vehicle. It's now going to power our vehicle. So we can use the generator if we don't have any solar, or we can use that. Another great thing to do is to have a kind of a mixture of power. So you have your generator, you have your solar, and then you also have your wind. All right, so you want to put your wind in there as well. So those are really great ways of starting that. And I like to put the vehicle beacon as a purple. That's just the way that I do it. And so on. And then I also put this down here at the bottom. So I can go ahead and feed more organic. Those organics are there just in case I run out of power. Now, you shouldn't run out of power. It should be perfectly fine now. If you have solar, you have wind, and you have generator with a bunch of extra organic. You should be so set on your power. Now, another thing that I want to do is make another solar, and that's for me, because I find here on this particular one, when you're up on the surface level, which is where I'm going to be right now, up on the surface level, your solar works really, really well. Now, in the lower levels, you want to definitely use your wind power, your solar generator, or your wind turbine, because those actually work underground as well, right? So yeah, for sure, underground. Never seen this bug? Yeah, I know, I find all the bugs. There's a lot of glitchy bugs on it right now, especially on the private servers and whatnot. But, you know, we do what we can do. So one of the things that we want to do also is we want to find a mountain. And I don't see a mountain right now. So what we're going to do is check our direction. How do you check your direction? You roll over your feet, and you're going to see a directional thing. Now, I'd like it also to show you when you're in your vehicle. That would be nice. But you can check your direction. So I'm going to go in the south direction over by this thing and see if I can find me a mountain. So let's go. So in general, I'm going to go this way. Now, if I get a little bit away from my base, I can turn around and we can see we've got the green beacon, which means my base, and then also the beacon from the landing pad. Later on, when we get a vehicle, the vehicle will actually act as a beacon. I've also got a beacon on my vehicle here in case I get too far away. So we're going to look in here. Now, there's some research in there. I can see it right there, but I'm not really looking for my research right now. I'm just kind of looking around as I'm driving. Oh, wait. No, is that a cloud? That's a cloud. I'm looking for some white-topped mountains. I mean, it's got snow on the top of the mountain, and we're just kind of running here. Now, if we find anything that we can use, we're going to pick it up along the way and whatnot, but we're looking. There's one right over there. All right, okay. So now we got to think about where we came from, right? I see it's obstructed. I can't see. I know it's over there, but you can get obstructed very, very quickly and not be able to find your way. Now, you can use beacons to kind of give yourself a path to the thing. So we're going to go ahead and back up. Wow, look at all this. Look at all this research. Oh, and look at that. We've also got a monolith nearby. Oh, very nice, very nice. All right, the great thing about the small vehicle, by the way, of course, if you're driving better than me, is that you can get in between all these trees. Later on, you can see, look, there it is right there. I thought it was that way, but it was this way. See? Very easy to get confused as to what direction your base is. That's one of the hardest things, I think, in the game, is to get that orientation down, to be smart enough to put down beacons and whatnot to find your way. Well, actually, a little bit of a mountain right there. See, you're looking for the gray and white top of it right there. So there's a little bit of a mountain on the end of that. We might be able to find what we're looking for there. But we're going to run all the way back here. And this vehicle doesn't go as fast as some of the other. You got a buggy. The buggy really jabs. You go and do a lot of research and whatnot, or go and collect a bunch of scout stuff out. There we go. You can scout stuff out. If you want to collect a bunch of stuff, you want to use this one. And then, of course, use your larger and larger one. So why did I come back here? Well, I came back here to utilize some beacons. Right? So we're going to go ahead and use those. Now, rarely do I use beacons when I'm in solo play. And that's because I usually leave myself a trail of getting from A to B, or I'll use my directional, right? My directional here. So we found it in kind of the southwest direction of where we're at. But beacons are incredibly useful. What you want to do is get out of line of sight just barely and then turn back. I also do what I call the tower beacon, and I'll make one of those for you as well. Now, I got to make sure that I do have what I got in my backpack right now. See, I do have just the most efficient stuff that I want to bring. And one of those things I forgot to bring is my canister. So let's get an empty canister here. There we go. I'm going to take my tethers out. I don't use tethers anymore once I have the vehicle. I've got 2 beacons, a couple resin, and I've got also some wind and solar power to use up there. There we go. See, that's already working. And then we'll put these... I like these all to be in a specific spot. That's just me. I'm very organized in that way. And you're like, why are you bringing resin? Because the reason why I'm bringing resin is so that I can do it. By the way, I don't have to keep it on my backpack. I could just literally just put it over here too if I wanted to, right? And then put those beacons up there as well. I mean, I just keep them on my backpack because they're more convenient. Because I can just take them out of my backpack, but that's not necessary. All right, so let's go over this way. We're going to drive in this direction here until we get really far away from our beacons here. Try not to fall down any holes because those go down into the center of the earth. At least some of them. Look at this. Perfect. Now, I could move my base right now over to that monolith there. And it does a certain thing, which I'm not going to spoil for you in-game. But right about here, see, right when your beacons start getting about halfway mid-horizon, especially your base there, you might consider putting a beacon down. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run over here to this mountain, and I'm going to grab some dirt. And the reason why I'm going to do that, and we'll get here to that battle going here in just a second, I'm going to grab some dirt. There we go. Actually, we got all the dirt we need. And I'm going to do what I call a tower beacon. And that's where I go ahead and make a thing here. And I want to put this on me, too. I want to put it on my character. And I hold down Control, and that's going to flatten the area out. Right? So we flatten it out. If I hold down Alt, what it's going to do, it's going to shape upwards. Now, if I'm on it, up I go, right? Now I'm way up here, and it does make a difference if you put a beacon way up here versus way down down below. So it'll be up higher. You can see it from further away. So I call that a tower beacon. Now, one of the problems, of course, is me getting down. Oops. I've got to get down without falling and dying, getting back to there and whatnot. And of course, I can shape this out again, put it back in again. And really, its purpose is to hold that beacon. If it's holding the beacon, then it's doing a good job. Maybe we'll shape it in just a little bit. All right. We can also hold down Control, flatten out the side. There's all sorts of stuff you can do with it. But watch out with that oxygen. Now, the reason why I brought some extra resin here. So let me flatten these out. There we go. The reason why I brought some extra resin is just in case I get in trouble, I can keep one down here at the bottom. And notice it comes out of my main inventory, so it's just sitting down here at the bottom. And I can go ahead and utilize that for an oxygen filter. In case I run out of oxygen, I can just hit that instead of running back to my vehicle all the time. So there we go. So while I'm kind of looking around a little bit here, we'll go ahead and run a battle. Again, try to integrate it in with my stream in the times I'm in between stuff. Go get them, everybody. We got this. Don't let them touch our tower. Keep them away from our tower. All right. There we go. Open the capture chest. Slide you guys some love. Grant some reward. JC Hunter. Ah, look at that. First person in the stream today and first person to get some extra loot. Congratulations. Buddy Run coming in. Overall MVP. Nice job. Oh, it's gold time, everybody. Ooh, which one we want to do? Let's do this one. Actually, I think that's the only one I can do now that I think about it, because there we go. Oh, we got a dragon in the way. That's okay. I'm going to bring in, you know what? Let's bring in the big guns. We're going to bring in my healer here. Here he is. Brand new skin, by the way. How could you resist? Look at him. He's so cute. He's so cute. He's this guy right here. He comes up and dances in the stream. That's my buddy Norbert. Right there as a healer. He's got his magic healing wand of love. It's really cool because they did special effects for me. So when he goes and casts the healing on you, his wings actually glow every single time he casts healing. I think it's pretty awesome. You can support the stream, by the way, by buying those skins in Stream Raiders. It does help the stream tremendously. Also, I'm a partner with them, and they also give me some codes to give out free skins for you guys as well. So I do have some to give out in August. So at the beginning of August, we'll give out some more. But if you do want to support the stream, that is a fantastic way by picking up Norbert there, or picking up the Wasteland Tycoon skin, or I have a bunch of other ones too. Rock those yellow fedoras as well. I do appreciate that awesome support here in the stream. All right, let's keep going, everybody. So here I got to get out of here. Let's keep going, everybody. So I am kind of going in the direction. You see our other beacon's back there, and it's up on the pedestal. I'm going in the direction of this monolith. Now, it actually has another name, but I don't like to say that name because it is basically a spoiler. So I don't want to spoil what it does until you discover it yourself, right? Now, one of the things I do like to do that makes it really easy is to make a ramp, I'd say right about here. And that ramp, look over there. There's our base. Well, we can see our base from here, right? Just above the horizon. You can just barely see those beacons way off over there. So we know where our base is. So if we had gone perfectly kind of southwest, but over there, we could have found this easier. But we also see an in-between beacon in case we can't see that. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a shape right here. And I'm actually going to start it off by holding down Alt. And it's going to go like this. And I'm going to try to make it as steep as I can, but still be able to go up there, right? That's not very steep. We could make it more steep than that. Come on now. Come on now. We can make this much more steep. Let's go. Let's try. Again, I'm trying to find that perfect angle that makes it nice and steep. There it is right there. And I got to watch out for my oxygen. Now, what I'm going to do is go ahead and make myself an oxygen filter. This way I don't have to constantly worry about it. There's also a bit of a cave starting down here, so I might as well just shape this out, get a little bit of that dirt. And if I had more canisters, by the way, this would be a little easier because you can collect more dirt. But I'm literally going to try to shape myself up into the top here. Right? And if you do it right, you're going to end up at the right spot. Now, if you suddenly go, oh, God, no, it's not gonna make it, here's what you do. Just shape it up a little bit. Adjust that angle a little bit harsher, right? So that's a little bit further up, and you should be fine. But I'm out of dirt, so I have to go get some more dirt. Again, if you have multiple canisters, you don't do it. But I don't like to carry multiple canisters unless I'm actually using it for the centrifuge and whatnot. At least not on my character. Later on, we'll make a whole bunch of them, and we'll use it on our vehicle. That's right. We'll use our vehicle on it again. Now, again, right here, you can see it's going up a little bit. You can see my guys have a little trouble climbing up there. Again, so you can try to jump. You can try to get up there and whatnot. But you see, it's just too steep, right? Too steep there. So you're like, okay, wait, that's too steep. Let's take that back out like this. And this is what I love about this game. This game is really great in the fact that you can kind of readjust it. Again, a little steeper there. And there we go, right to the top of it up here. Very nice. And I can also go and just kind of shape this out here at the top and whatnot. Make that a little bit steeper. Maybe I can jump my way up there. And come on, get up there. There we go. Now get up there. Now, one small problem. I forgot to bring my beacon. So let's go back and get my beacon. It's one of my favorite things. Sliding the way down. Oh, it's so fun every single time. Every single time. Especially when you're doing it underground. You're doing all of that. It's pretty fun. Now I'm going to go ahead and grab this other beacon. And instead of making what I call my tower beacon, I will actually use this tower as my thing that holds my beacon. It's going to hold it up really high up like it's at the top of a mountain. And then it's going to be really easy to find my way back. Right here. And then I'll go ahead and just set this right there. And then I usually change this one to a different color if I do these. Now, I don't always mark these, but I'll either set to black or there's also one that's a black and a red. Do they still have that one? I don't know if they still have that one. It's like goes back and forth between black and red. I think they might have taken it out. There's orange, purple, red, kind of a lime green. Oh, I don't think it goes back and forth. All right, we'll just set it to black then. So that will be the beacon, right? That tells me, hey, this is the beacon. It helped me get there. Now, I need to get back down here before I run out of oxygen because my oxygen filter has run out. But that, as you saw, allowed me a lot more time to kind of run around and go up there on the top, and now my beacon's way up there. So that's really going to help me. So if I get lost, I know I could go toward this thing, and then I could look around. Oh, wait, there's my red beacon. Okay, I can find it there. If I'm standing right where I'm standing here, I'll be able to see my base beacons, and then all of that stuff really, really helps me a lot. And now you're like, well, Kismet, why were you trying to find a mountain? Circle back to that. And the reason why, it's amazing I can remember that stuff, everybody, but people's names I forget in like 10 seconds. Basically, again, I always have a theme to my stream and what I'm trying to do along the way. I always try to, have it somewhat organized. I think it makes it a little extra fun. So the reason why I'm trying to find a mountain is in the mountain you're going to find some things that you might need. Now, I don't need these extenders. I'm literally going to grind those up later on. But you might find some research. Go ahead and scan those. And also, by the way, if you notice, I put some oxygen filters down there. And whatnot. I also have an extra organic I don't need to carry with me. I don't need to carry those. I got my power. I got all that. Now, they added a really fun system, by the way, for all this debris. If you just, you got to get it undone first. If you shift left click, it'll go into like a little basket in your backpack. Now, I can't shift left click this because this is a larger item. But if I do find smaller items, like debris here, I got to get it out there a little bit first. There we go. It'll go in here and you can stack that debris into like a little basket. And then you can bring it back and take that and melt it down into scrap, and then take that scrap and send it off to get other resources, which is very, very fun. And again, we'll just run around, see. Oh, it's time, everybody. It's on. We found our very first battery. All right, nice. We'll turn that on. We'll go ahead and start charging up our battery. Now, this is when the game really takes it to a whole nother level. Once you find that battery, you have the ability to backlog some power. Now, normally to make a battery, you've got to have lithium, which is on another planet, and we'd have to go dig underground to get it. But since we found that, it's going to really help us. Now, other things that we need is, of course, some research items. So we go ahead and I like to take the research and just throw it down there and then deal with it later on and so on. And then we'll wait for our battery to almost get full, and then I like to stop it before it gets full. Another thing that we do want to make eventually is our oxygen thing. I don't think we have enough. We don't have enough for our oxygen thing. So we're going to have to run back or use some resin. So let's go ahead and use our oxygen filter. And you're going to see that the line at the top of my backpack is going to start to go back up again. See that? That line is my oxygen line. These guys are bad guys right here, by the way. They're little Venus flytraps. Watch out for them. You can go ahead and get rid of them. And then you can also go ahead and just scan these little things for some research. Always be looking around for resin, by the way. No matter what you're doing, be looking around for resin. Like, I know there's some resin right down there. So in an emergency, I can run down there and grab it. Probably if I'm thinking ahead, I want to go ahead and do that now. And grab maybe a couple more resin. Right? A little bit of organic and a couple more resin to get this going on. Let me get over here. That's not by my vehicle. That's another one. And we can come back, by the way, and grind all this stuff up. I'm going to put that research there. Extra organic here. I've got an extra resin. But I'd probably get a couple more. And you're like, Kismet, you're wasting your oxygen filter. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. We'll be fine. Shape this out. We'll get a whole bunch of resin. This is why I don't use tethers, by the way. Is it forces me to learn the more advanced resources. Right? I'll test it out at first, and I'll say, well, what's a better way to do that particular thing, right? And in this way, what I need to do right now is explore. I'm not really collecting resources for the sake of resources. I need to explore this area, and to do that, I'm going to need some oxygen filters. And so we're going to go ahead and put that in there. There we go. We'll bring those extra resin. And now we're going to go explore and see what's up here. Is there some copper? Is there some other stuff, which is the thing I'm actually looking for right now? Some of you already know what that is. And we're going to go look around and see if we can find what we can find up here. And again, I'm going to shape a little bit of the mountain as I go so I can get my way up to the top of the mountain. Now, sometimes the mountain's not going to be easy to get to the top, so you're definitely going to have to kind of... Oh, and there is that copper. Yay! That's actually not the thing I'm looking for, but we did find it, so that's good. And again, shape up here to the top. And notice it gets steeper. It's harder to get up to the top. And here we go. Maybe flatten this out just a little bit. A little bit of this. A little bit of upseas. A little bit of up this way. There we go. So we're the king of the mountain, everybody. We're the king of the mountain. So we get to the top of the mountain. We look around, right? You can zoom out with your mouse wheel as well. We've got tons of copper there. Very nice. We got some organic. We can see our vehicle because we put a beacon on it. We can see our other monolith there. We can see our base from really far away. When in doubt, when lost, stop what you're doing. Stop going. What you do is you find the nearest mountain. You climb to the top of the nearest mountain and you look for your beacons, right? Always, always a smart idea. And then it will help you find your way in the world. Now, I still don't see the thing that I'm looking for. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and just start going this way. And there's very specific stuff that we're looking for here at the beginning of the game. And I think it might be right down here. Oh my gosh, look at that luck. Just happened to see it right there. And we're going to go ahead and shape right down here. And I see the thing that I'm looking for. Not sure how much is there. And that's graphite right there. It looks like just a little bit of graphite. Oh, there's some more over there. Over here on the left. There it is over there. Okay. Now, it may not necessarily be where that one node is. And we'll scan that. It may not necessarily be over here where this is, right? We got a little bit in there. It might be a whole bunch underground. Let's zoom back in again. But there is a good amount right here, hopefully. And we'll go ahead and just shape that. And there we are. Now, this is another resource that you're going to need as you go along. It's called graphite. Now, graphite is really great in the stage I'm in right now. Now, I'm going to run out of oxygen right there. Hold on. Let's do an oxygen filter. Make sure you have enough battery, by the way. Make sure you have enough power to make that oxygen filter, or you will die from that as well. So another thing that we want to unlock, and we're starting to get a little bit of research. And you're like, well, Kismet, you're not back at your base doing research. How are you getting that research? I'm getting it by hitting the little researches as I go along. I don't collect them and bring them back. I just hit them as I go along. And look, I built up 673 just from all the little ones that we hit along the way. And so another thing that we want to unlock here while we're doing our research early on is called the packager, if I can find it in here somewhere. I know you're in here again. They've moved all of this around, and my ability to remember stuff. There it is right there at the top. So I need 1,000 to unlock that. And that uses graphite. And that allows me to take all the research items and package them down. And you can see there's another research item over there. Let's go get it. And again, I can just do my shaping. Do a little bit of shaping. Woo! Watch out. Sometimes it launches you like that. Did not mean to do that. And we can go ahead and just keep running around and shaping in. Again, this is a very creative thing. That's why I like it. Very creative thing to shape this in. It really appeals to my creative side. Oh, look, we got some sort of solar thing down there. And so I'm going to grab this research and run back up here. My little thing I made here. All the way up to the top. And up here we go. And then I'm looking for my vehicle. Where's my vehicle? Where's the purple? Don't see it. Aha, there's my purple. I'm going to take this and literally just drop it down there and let it fall the rest of the way. Right? And when I go down there, I'm going to go grab it. Now, I got to watch out for my oxygen again. Another oxygen filter. And we're looking good. Now, we got one more resin left, so we got to keep that in mind. Oh, my God, we got one resin left. We definitely need to think about either getting more resin or getting down from up here down to there. I know we've got this shaped out here. And then we go this way, and we shape it out here. And then we run down here, and we're like, hey, where did that research go? Where did that research go? Did it go this way? Did it go that way? I don't know. I wasn't watching. So I have no idea where it went. Ah, there it is, down there in that hole I made. All right, cool. And again, I had no idea that's where it was. Shape this out a little bit. There we go. And now I dropped it on the other side. Now it's going to roll down there. Now what I'm going to do is just kind of run around the side here. And try to get some more of this resin that we have down here, because I happen to remember where it was. Again, I can remember that, but I can't remember people's names. I think it's, you know, left brain, right brain kind of thing. I think that's what it is. All right, we'll make another oxygen filter again. Now, look how nicely untethered I am from tethers and from having to run back to my vehicle every 5 seconds, right? I feel like that's what you usually do when you first start playing the game. You're constantly running back to your base. You're constantly running back to your vehicle. You're constantly kind of doing that kind of stuff as well. Where later on, when you learn how to work the game mechanics, it's not so difficult. You don't feel so panicky all the time looking for your stuff. Now, again, we're at 673, and I need 1,000. So where can I find that? Where I can find that on these kind of things. And again, we'll just do some more exploring. We don't want to get too far away, though, that we... oh, there's a ton of resin right over there. That's good. We'll just do a little bit of exploring away from our vehicle. Feeling pretty safe that... oh, look at that. We've got also another power cell. Now, later on, instead of using your generators, you can make power cells. Those help you as well. But look at all this resin over here. Holy mackerel. We got oxygen for days. And again, make sure that you can be able to see your beacon and get back to your vehicle or back to your base. We can do all of those things right there. And we're just going to run around. And you're like, Kismet, no, you take those and put those in your thing. Because whenever I do this, there's always someone that comes in and says that. Hey, Kismet, did you know you can take those and bring them back to your base? Yes, I know that. I have, not my first time playing. But it's so much faster, 766, it's so much faster not doing that. It's just to get a whole bunch of little ones. Now, here's the great thing. If I don't shape out under these will respawn. And I just keep coming back to them again and again and again. 876, very nice. We're looking good. Can we see our beacons? Yes, we can see definitely our high beacon there. For sure. And we just kind of keep looking around for them. Really good on the side of mountains. Really good on in little forest areas. You can find lots and lots of these little research things, right? To help you out at the very beginning. Later on, you want to, of course, work with the very high-end stuff, which we may or may not do. I will probably end up doing that next week. Again, whenever you see your oxygen about halfway, make sure you have enough power. Make yourself a nice oxygen filter. There we go. All right. And then I'm also kind of just surveying, looking around, seeing if there's anything we can find. There's some research there that we can do, right? Just kind of looking around the area. I always go straight to a mountain first because that allows me to look around that area and get that going on. And you'll see me shape out some areas just to flatten it out. And I can see there's some research under there. Right there. Very nice. And then there's one here. Now, notice that one's 45, by the way. The ones that are on a mountain, those are worth more than the ones you find on the regular thing. I also like, if I take the research out, I like to take it and drop it. Take it and drop it out here where I can actually see it. Whatnot. Along the edge of the mountain. So if I'm coming along and I'm looking for research, it'll just be sitting out there. Here's another one here. And 988. We're almost there. Almost there. One more. Now, here's another thing you can do. See these guys right here? If you're looking for some research, blow those guys up. And then all the little ones there, all these little ones here, if I can get to them, all the little ones are actually research here. Bam. There's 29 there. And then another 29 there. Now, these other ones are seeds. And I guess I could pick up one of those. I don't pick up a whole lot of those. I'll pick one up and then maybe make a garden of those later on. I don't know. We'll see. But we want to go ahead and just get enough. Now we're at 1,000. We can do our packager. There we go. And that's really the gist of this game, is to collect resources or do resources. Uh-oh, eyelash. Eyelash. There we go. Do packagers so that you can package stuff up. And you're like, well, Kismet, what are you going to package? That's the question, right? Now, I could just put it on my vehicle, by the way, which is over there, so you can see the purple. But if we make a packager here, we could take this research item, and we could go ahead and package that up, which we'll do here in just a second. But first, I need to get back to my vehicle. And we need one more oxygen filter on the way, so I don't have to be worried about it all the time. And that's a great way to get a whole bunch of research like that. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take these graphite that we found, and we're going to go ahead and take all this other stuff that we have on us here. And take that off, and we're going to go ahead and switch over here to packagers. There we go. Put that over there. Put this over here. Now, the reason why I use packagers and don't just put these on my vehicle, sometimes I'll put them on my vehicle at the very beginning. But the reason why I don't use packagers is because, why I don't use putting on my vehicle is because look at that. So instead of it taking up both of the slots, which it would take up both of those, case in point, if we came up here and put that, it would take up 2 slots, right? And then I couldn't have my medium on there. But if I go ahead and do this, and then I say, hey, make a packager, and I put that there, you kind of get the gist of it, right? But you can put 8 of those on there versus just 1, right? And see how much easier that is, and then I can go and unpackage it when I get there. Now, of course, the toughest thing about that is the fact that you're going to need that graphite, right? So let's see if we can find our way back now. Actually, I see some more research we can hit up right there. By the way, when we come back here, that research will be all back again. And again, look at these are a bit better. You find yourself a mountain, they're 43 instead of 20. Those are going to get, look, we're back to 200 already. Very nice. But what we want to do is we want to kind of do my favorite thing, which is called set it and forget it. And so we're going to go ahead and rotate our ways around here. We're going to head toward the green beacon being my primary base. And you can see I actually have 2 levels of green beacon. I have the lighter green beacon and the darker green beacon. The darker green beacon is an underground exit. Now look at this. There's some research. There's research. There's just tons of stuff. Now you can actually drive along with the little auto arm and pick that stuff up. It'll actually pick up the little research as you're driving along, which is really cool. And it will also, using that research arm, will actually feed it into your research and keep it going for you as well. So let's go ahead and go through here and see if we find anything sexy as we're going along. Hey, look, there's a free oxygen filter. Hey, we'll take that. Put that right in here. Now, whenever I've already looked at something, it's always a good idea to either, move it around, do something with it, right? Throw it down like that. Or what I like to do is this. Make a little marker. And that marker says, hey, I've already looked at that particular thing. And I'll start doing that right about now. I don't do it at the very beginning. But as you can see, we're going through this forest here. And you're going to see a lot of research in the forest, up in the trees. You can see it in that kind of rounded part of the tree. And you're going to see a lot of it just laying around as we're driving around from place to place. So you can see there's tons of research back there. And we're going to get that going here in just a moment. Notice also, this one right here that we've already done before has respawn. And then over here, that one's respawned. That's why I do not take those out. Another one's respawned there, and so on. So we're going to drive way over here where our research is. Now, this is where we were doing resin down here. Now, we no longer need this, so I can go ahead and just shape over the top of this using the voxel shaping. It's so great. It's so awesome. And then what we're going to do is then, now that we've brought these back, though it was really not that necessary to do these two because I could have just took the mediums off and so on, but I'm just showing you some of the game mechanics. Then we go ahead and unpack these research items. Now, here's the thing. The reason why I got these particular ones is you'll see when we put those in there and we check the research, those are 500, right? And those are just going to start right up now because once you turn it on, it's just going to start right up. Now, if it does start to go a little slow, if I see that the power is a little low, then I will go ahead and turn that power on. But right now, my wind power is powering that up, and so I don't have to worry about it. Also, I could add more research along there as well. Now, another thing I can do over here is I can go ahead and get ready. I'm going to put these back on here, and I'll take those with me to utilize those. I've got some extenders here, which I'm not going to use. But I'm going to go ahead and start putting all of my equipment right here in the same spot. So if anybody's looking for that equipment, they know where it's at. Now look at all these resources we have nice and handy. Now's where I'm going to shift very, very heavy resources. Now, this goes out to Jammer. Tip of the hat, Jammer. Thanks for coming in. Thought I didn't see that, did you? Yeah, I saw it. I like to work at it. When you have money, I enjoy the talks, bro. There you go. Get that monies. Get that monies. Norbert's backing you up. Look at him. He's so awesome. All right. We got a whole bunch. Where'd that clay come from? Did I not pick that clay up earlier? It's like mysterious clay. Mysterious clay out of nowhere. I could have sworn I picked that up. I don't know. I don't know where that came from. Maybe I did pick it up earlier. I wasn't paying attention. All right, we'll take this clay. Again, clay doesn't do us any good just sitting right there. Let's move this over here. And there we go. Get that converted. All righty. Ooh, he's doing his little dance. Sometimes I hit the buttons on the side of my mouse and he does his little dance. All right, so we're looking good. So we've got our wind power. We've got our solar power. We've got wind and solar power on my character, keeping him powered up. We found an awesome battery. Now, I actually would take this battery and I would put it right over here on the side of your base. Now, why would I put that there? That's going to tell me whether I have a surplus of power or whether I have an excess of power. If it's not going down, I have an excess of power. There's no reason for me to turn my power on. If I have a surplus of power, or an excess of power, a surplus of power, then it's going up. Now, right now, look at it, it's going down. The reason why it's going down is because our wind power is stopped over here. So I could turn this on, and then we can take a look at it and say, is it going up or is it going down? Oh, still going down, right? So the research and our forges are causing it to go down. So what do we need to do next? Well, the next thing I would do is I would think, okay, what other power can I create? Well, the whole reason what we did running over there, we were looking for graphite, but also we were looking for our copper. And copper is the next thing I would work on, everybody, is grab all your copper out of here. And some of you already know what I'm going to do. You're like, Kismet, I'm way ahead of you, bro. It's true. True. If you've already played before, it's very easy to know what I'm doing next. And that is always squaring away my power. Notice I'm putting that up there, and I'm just going to keep making this like this. And while I'm making one, then I put it over there. And then I'll make another one and put it over there. And like, well, Kismet, you could just put those down on the ground. You can. You can put them down on the ground. You can chain them all together if you want to. But not necessary. Doesn't have to be all chained together like that. You do have to have it connected to your, obviously, to your power system. You definitely need that. But there we go. So we made a bunch of solar power. Now we'll run that solar power over here to our power area. Sometimes I misclick. Over to here. Now I've got some stuff over here for the medium generator, so I don't want to take that. I've got some here, and it's like, oh, I don't really have room there. Well, a great thing to do with your starter table is to go ahead and utilize it as your solar table. And then it's also not obstructed by anything. It's over on this side, which it'll do it. Now, it might be obstructed by your shelter. So a good time to go ahead and readjust this and put this way out here by itself. Right, so my solar is going to have a nice view as the sun comes up, because the sun, I happen to know that the sun comes up on that side, and then it sets down on that side, which you can see kind of a bit of a glow. But I know it's going to come up on that side, so I want to put this optimized in such a way where it's getting the maximum amount of sun. I'm also going to move it out at maximum distance. See, just a little too far there. Move it back just a little bit. It doesn't matter which direction you run it, by the way, because it is multi-direction on this particular thing. And there we go. So now we've got some solar. Now I also want to put some solar on the sides. And then I need more solar. So now I'm going to have solar and wind and generator all at the same time to keep all my research going. Now this one's getting a bit low on carbon here. So what I'm going to do is just do a little bit of a trick here. I'm going to move this over here. I'm going to take that off. And now I've got power for days. Now another thing I can do is use the new logic systems they have. So when that logic system detects that the solar power is no longer working, I can have it automatically turn on this generator. And when these turn back on, I can have it turn off the generator. Right? Those are the kind of cool logic systems that they've added to the game, which make them on a whole nother level. So if you've got like Xbox, if you got the Xbox Game Pass, if you've got the PS4 now and they happen to have Astroneer in there, you've already got it. Hey, man, you got it for free. I'd definitely play it. Though if you are on PC, you want to come join me, you're welcome to come on here to the mega server and help out collecting loot and all of that other fun stuff. There we go. That one is done. And now, by the way, while we were talking, it did a whole 1,000 research just got done. Right? Just like that. 1,000 research. Done. Ready to rock. Now, the next thing that we need is we need the ability to go get that tungsten. Now, I kind of unlocked it a little bit early, but that's okay. I like to unlock it so I don't forget. Right? The chemistry lab. We've already got that unlocked. Now, the reason why I call that early is because what you really need to do is you need to unlock your shuttle, your spaceship, right? And we need 2 aluminum for that. And we don't have any problem with that. We got tons of aluminum right there. But we need a little bit more research. We need about 300 more. But guess what? Easy peasy. Right here. Got a little bit there. We look around. There's some more over here. Always be thinking about your oxygen, though. Look, we've got some more research just laying around right here. We just grab that research and run it back. Now, notice I drop it, then I hit shift to run faster. Then I grab it and drop it. Shift to run faster. Grab it, drop it. That's way faster way of doing that. Uh-oh, our tethers are disconnected. Let's get our tethers back in line. Yeah, see that tether line right there is disconnected. We want to make sure that we fix that. So just in case somebody runs down that line. All right, there we go. Put that back in there. Set it and forget it. We need to get those tethers, because look at it, both these tethers are not functioning. Let's move it over this way. There's a disconnect somewhere. Oh, I forgot to reconnect this. My bad. There we go. There's a disconnect there, which is why those tethers weren't working. Now it's working. I'm always eyeballing that kind of stuff. And then maybe move this one a little bit closer. A little bit closer. Oh, not quite. Not quite. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We've got some tethers over here. We'll grab that. And then we'll hit T for tether. Right there. And then I'll go ahead and apply those tethers. Now what's happening right here is this is blocking my tethers. So I'm going to go ahead and move this vehicle away. So we're going to go back in that direction where we were. In just a bit. Like that. And we're going to move that away. And you're going to see that that tether is going to kick back in here. the second we reestablish it over here, like so, and then that will connect to the rest of those tethers, and those are all set and ready to rock. Also over here, we've got this done again, so we're going to go ahead and just keep on keeping on, right? More platforms, more resin, more loot right over here. Very nice. Okay, now we're ready to work on our small shuttle. We're really close, 1305. That's going to keep running. Once that one's done, we'll be ready to start up our shuttle. Now, another thing that we're going to need is our thruster to get that going too. Now, should you do the thruster first? That's really up to you. It doesn't matter. You can't use one without the other. So we could go ahead and just say, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and start with the thruster so I can start making a thruster while that is running over there. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. And I'm going to use what's known as a solid fuel thruster. You can only use it once to take off and to land. And so on. So while I'm making that, by the way, everybody, I'm going to go ahead and do another battle. Let's go ahead and go to it. Look at Norbert. He's so awesome. Again, feel free to grab those skins up. Those do help the stream tremendously. You get the Wasteland Tycoon skin or my new Norbert one. Norbert the healer. He's the ultimate healer. Healing with all the power of love. Look at him go. Look at him go. Look at his wings glow. That's so cool. Get that dragon. Bad dragon. Look at those heels. Look at those epic heels going on. Nice job, everybody. Great job working together. Oh, 50 gold going to Multi-Gaming. Congrats, Multi-Gaming. Gigatone coming in. Overall MVP going on. Nice, nice. Oh, my gosh. We're going to get a boss today? We might hit a boss today. Let's see. Do we want to go tower? And there and this. You know, I actually like the tower ones. The tower ones, I feel, even if it's a 4-skull, I feel like we could kick booty on those. But this is the easier path this way. This is a 2, 3, and then boss for sure. We might fail this one. So let's go ahead and go with the 2, which I probably regret later, and the other one was probably easier, because that's how the game goes. But I'm going to go ahead and go down here. I'm going to say, let's say right there. So I'm going to go ahead and throw my Wasteland Tycoon down right there. And you guys come and join me, streamcaptain.com. Links right there in the chat. Is free to play game. We play it in a web browser. On your desktop or your laptop. Kismet, is it for mobile? It is not for mobile yet, but they are working on a mobile version right now, which is really cool because you can watch the stream and do stream raiders at the same time. So very, very fun. All right, and then we will need to clean off of our vehicle here. So I like to bring the vehicle typically over here where the kind of drop-off area is. This is kind of my drop-off area in this outer area. So we can go ahead and drop off some of this stuff, right? We just put that there and then put this back over. And say, okay, well, you know what? What do we want to bring? Well, bring some oxygen filters. We'll bring this. Do we need all this? No. Will we bring a little bit of resin? Oh, yeah, for sure. We want to go ahead and turn this back to our oxygen filter. Just in case, have that as a backup. We've got some power. I don't need any tethers. Take that off. And then you're like, okay, well, hey, you know what? I'm just going to take this power, put it on me, and get it going. You're like, well, Kismet, aren't you going to bring your battery? No, I'm actually not going to bring the battery. That battery is going to be for my base. I always put my first battery for my base so I can see instantly. I can see it from here. If it's yellow, I know it's got a surplus of power. If it's not yellow, then I know it doesn't. And you're like, well, Kismet, how does it have so much power now? How come it's such a surplus of power when your wind is not running, even though your generator's running? I can turn the generator off now. And now the wind's starting up. But the reason why it has a surplus of power? The solar that we just added. So now the solar runs all day long, where it runs very consistently. You see the sun right over there going down. It runs very consistently during the day, right? So once you have that solar, man, you got a real consistent power, but you got to find the copper. But I like to start with the wind because the wind gets your basic stuff going, and you can let that run. And again, remember that your shelter does give you just enough power to run one of these generators as well. And so we've got a lot of stuff fired up there. We've got lots of resources going here, looking good. And this, for some reason, will not drop. There we go. We've got a whole bunch of this going on. We have another table, which we're going to use later. We've got tons of mediums over there. We are really cranking. Actually, put these mediums over here. And again, I like to have these handy so you can exchange them out, whatnot. And actually, I think I'm going to bring this. Where do we want to put this? We'll put this way over there. There we go. And so we can exchange out mediums as we're coming in and out of the base. And there we go. Very nice. And we got plenty of room for stuff. Maybe we got a little egg here, or a little seed. I'm not going to plant that seed. I'm just going to put it over here. Maybe we'll plant it later. You don't want to plant it by your base because you're always extending your base and it gets in your way. I've done that multiple times where it does get in the way. Now look, we're out of wind power. No solar, no solar power, no wind power, no anything else. But then again, we're not doing anything, so it's not really drawing any power. By the way, if you do have the arm which picks stuff up, that arm, if you have it on, it always is drawing power. Which I think shouldn't do that. I think it should only draw power when it's actually working. That's just me and my game mechanics that I like. But there you go. All right, so we need to also make our aluminum and ammonium item over here. So we're going to grab aluminum, or ammonium, sorry. Ammonium there, aluminum here. And then we're going to go to our small printer. And we're going to make ourselves a nice solid fuel thruster. There we go. And while that solid fuel thruster, we're going to keep trying to go toward that large vehicle. Right over here, we still need 1,500. So we need about 300 more. So let's keep going. Again, you get our small ones while we're at it. Like this. And also we can go ahead and take our vehicle for a little bit of a ride. And instead of using packagers, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and take these off. Like this. And we'll get on our vehicle. I love the fact you can knock those things around too. I do it all the time just for fun. And let's go ahead and check this forest over here, right? We got a little bit of a forest over here. So we're just going to literally drive our vehicle right into the forest. And I believe he's grabbed a bunch of these already. And I'm going to try to navigate this without falling into the holes. But there's no guarantee because it's really sometimes not like a real vehicle. Just keep that in mind that it will start to go in weird ways that vehicles do not go. But I try to do as best I can. Tons of ammonium right here. I love all this ammonium. There's compound up here. But it does look like we've gotten a bunch of these already. But there's one right there. I see one. All right. Right here. And I like to start off with these ones because they're really, really easy. And you're like, well, Kismet, whoa, hey, oh, sometimes that happens. Okay. Expect weird things to happen, everybody. Weird things happen in this game. They're still working on it. But I love to run around and grab these ones in the beginning because they're among the easiest ones to grab. And it looks like that one's already been looked at. I don't know. Now notice what happens here. We've got a gigantic hole here, a gigantic gorge. This typically happens around large... Oh, look, there's a mountain over there. Typically happens around large mountains. You can see we've got some other ones that way. But we can always shape this in. Remember to always have a canister so you can kind of... Oop, that wasn't good. Let's try that again. There we go. We can always kind of shape these in and create ourselves a bit of a bridge to get across there. And you can fine-tune this, of course, and really make it nice. So you can go up and over like that. And, of course, watch out. But the cool thing is if you do fall down in there with your vehicle, look, there's another beacon in that way. If you do fall down in there, make sure to look around. You're like, oh, God, where's my base? Don't know where our base is, do we? Well, we kind of do because we know we came from that way, so it's kind of that way. But if you roll over your cursor on your mouse, before you get too far away, you can kind of tell in what direction you were going, north, south, east, or west, and then find your way back. And I'm only going to grab a few here. And I always love to look at these to see if there's anything that we can grab. Sometimes I'll go in and just kind of shape out under it like this, so all this stuff drops. And I'll put that up over there. By the way, if it has a red side to it right here, this cable plug, you can actually use this. So if you want to use this early on, you absolutely can. And we just go and clean up this debris a little bit just by shift clicking on it. Then it will go into a little debris bundle. Leave it there. We'll come back for it later on. And again, we'll see any of these. Oops, I went right past it. Whoa, mouse getting a little crazy there. See those? I'll pick those up along the way. We probably already got it unlocked now. Let's go ahead and see. Pretty close. Oh, yeah, we're at 1,300. Getting close. But again, I'll just look for them. They're just literally laying around. And we'll drive around. And again, we could use beacons or we could use directional finding or whatever. Now, we just happen to be over here where there's a bit of copper, right? And I've got a little bit of extra room in my backpack. So we're going to go ahead and shape out some copper. Now, these don't always be big copper nodes. Normally, they're fairly small. But it actually took me a long time to realize there were surface copper nodes. There's some underground as well. There we go. A few coppers there. That'll help us with our base power. And there we go. Now, again, before you go too far, make sure you know kind of where you're at. I just happen to know that if I go around the side here, whatnot, we can see that one's been shaped out a little bit for compound there. We can go ahead and head back around here. Again, win and loss, get up on top of there and get it going. See, we also have our tethers, which end up right there, which is good. If we see that that's the end of the tether, then we probably know in the opposite direction of the tether is where our base is. Maybe. We'll see. Unless the base is no longer there. That happens too. All right, so we go ahead and just run those back without the need of going and finding graphite. Or I can make graphite also in my centrifuge as well. And there we go. Now you see I've got an extra one here. I'm going to move that back over there. And now I've got some stuff to fire up in the forge. More of those. All right, very nice. And then we have an extra one. Let's go ahead and set off to the side there. Looking good. What do we have here? Oxygen filters. That's equipment. Put that right over there. And now we're good. So, all right. So we got that going. And while that's firing up, we'll go ahead and grab this. And I kind of left a little bit of a space here on purpose so I can just drive right through the middle there if I need to. All right, now we're going to go into some serious collecting. We're going to put all that back up there. Oh, actually, we should get that other oxygen filter and use those up. Now, what you can do also ahead of time, instead of using your, instead of just carrying around a bunch of resin, is you can walk around with your oxygen filters as well, already pre-made if you want. I like to have it down here at the bottom because this slot's not being used all the time. It's much more efficient to have it down there at the bottom, I think. And we'll go ahead and bring a little bit extra of all of that. And then off we go again, right? Back out to our markers that we made. Our beacons out here, which are going to lead us to that thing we want. Now, we know there's some in that other direction, too. We could go get it that way. But since I've already marked these, I'm going to show you how to wayfind yourself from the markers you've already made. So I'm going to go toward this beacon. And then once I get to that beacon, it's going to show me the other beacon. I can see the white line. That white line is my other beacon. So I'm going to go toward that. And I could stop and get all this research and all of that too if I wanted to. But I'm just going to keep going toward it. I say, wait a minute, hold on. That's a green beacon. That's not the correct beacon. Where's my other beacon? Hold on a second. Is that a green beacon or is that a black beacon? See, now you're all of a sudden confused as to what is what with what, right? And that's why I try to use unique colors. Now, I happen to know this is the right way. But you should always be double checking yourself whenever you're going. Because that actually is black. The green is a little bit lighter than that. But you get the general idea that you want to stop and say, wait, am I going the right way? You definitely want to do that from time to time. By the way, you notice sometimes it's redrawing. That's it trying to get that information from the server. Okay, and we remember that over here on this particular mountain that we found is the stuff we're looking for. And that is that copper. Now, we were kind of, remember, it's up this kind of slope here where we've already kind of been. We're just kind of going to go up and down here. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and come back. Like I said, look at this. These have respawned. All right, get those babies. Try to get those. There we go. Sometimes I stop. I think I've already gotten it. And I stop right there. And again, when you're back, I'll go grab some easy research. Just a couple extra 100 research. We're at 1,700. My other thing's running there. Notice it's going up. That's because back in my base, that other research is running. And now we're ready for our shuttle. There we go. All we need is a couple aluminum. But while we're here, we might as well do the thing we came here to do. And that is to get that copper. So what I'm going to do, because I don't have the ability to use my vehicle to shape it, I'm going to manually shape this and make myself a little bit of a road. I love making roads. This is like Road Maker 5.0. That's basically what this game is. I do a lot of making roads, and I absolutely love it. It's incredibly fun to make transport areas and find your way around and bring yourself right up to your resources, which is what I'm doing right now. And I have the higher end node, by the way, or the... we need to make our oxygen filter. I'm going to go ahead and take my my drill mod off. I'm going to put it in my backpack. The reason why I'm going to do that is to show you the difference. That's without the drill mod. That's a level 1 drill mod that I have. Put that in. See the difference? See how much faster that is? I mean, you can't see the difference. That's a serious difference there. That's some serious difference. Now, I'm running out of power a little bit here, so I'm going to go ahead and turn on my generator. And we're going to keep making this nice road for my vehicle to come right up here into this upper area. Like this. And we're going to look over here. There it is right there. Try to get an idea of where it's at. Flatten this out a little bit. Take all this out. Take all those out. And you're like, well, Kismet, that's research. It is, but, you know, after a while, I kind of stopped worrying about the little research and am more concerned with my resources. Right now, so we brought this up pretty well, and now we're ready to kind of flatten this out a little bit. We need to find a nice flat area. Now, there is actually a mod for your shaper here, which will allow you to flatten this out a little bit as well. But I just kind of do it. You know, I've been doing it so long. I just kind of know. We go down there and we can shape some of this out. We're going to try to learn where the bulk of this stuff is. I'm going to say it's pretty much in front of me here. Right in there. And then what I can do is go back. Or I can just collect it all in my backpack if I want to. But I can go back and hopefully we have enough... copper there to make it worth my time to come all the way up in there. And then we'll go ahead and also... we'll flatten this out just a little bit. Like that. And just try to match it up nicely. Like that. Now, that takes a lot of work. Now, also, I've been a graphic designer for 30 years. So, I am very familiar with Photoshop and how to, you know, clone stuff and use that tool quite well, which is basically what that tool is. That tool is basically the clone tool, or what's known as the rubber stamp in Photoshop. It's very much like that, or the brush tool. Very much like those tools. I am very experienced in that. Very, very. And let's shape that up just a little bit. All right. Now what we can do, of course, is keep bringing our vehicle closer and closer so we don't have to run all the way over there. As close as we can to the node. And then I just kind of park it there. Right? Now later on we can use it to actually collect the node and all of that once we have a drill bit and all of that. But right now I'm just going to manually do it, which is very fun. Now again, sometimes you have a large node, sometimes you have a small node. You want to be looking overhead. And again, I ran out of power, so I'm going to need some organic. And that's why I have this organic here in the front. So I can go ahead and power myself back up again. And we collect a little bit more copper. Ooh, where the heck did that copper go? Knock it out of there. Knock it out of there and reconnect my stuff. There we go. And so we're going to repower my thing back up again here. I'm going to turn that off. See, that's why I don't need that battery right now, is because it doesn't really help me too much, because I can just use my generator with some stuff. I'm going to go ahead and make myself a little ramp down. Keep kind of working my way down until I kind of get under here and see if there's any more that happens to be right under. Because for some reason, I always happen to find the exact spot where there's stuff underneath there. Look at that. That's an okay node. It's a very small one. And I find that most nodes that you find for concrete are small. I mean, for concrete. For copper are small. And then occasionally, if you're very, very lucky, you'll find, like I call a super node. A node that just has crazy ton of copper in it, which is always nice to find. But I'm going to say that that one's kind of fell down a little bit too much. I'm going to say that one's a small one. All right, so we'll go ahead and shape this out a little bit. And you're like, Kismet, why are you making that really wide there? You're going to build a base there? Nope. You'll see why in just a second. Now, see, look at that. When I run out of power, I'm also shaping a lot slower. See the sparks? But if I do turn this back on, now I can shape it much faster. But you can still shape it even without power, by the way. If you get stuck, you can get shape it. Hey, Game World, what's up? Thanks for coming in and hanging out in the stream. Does Malash only spawn in the mountains? No. All the resources on various different planets spawn in the mountains, but they also spawn underground. So if you do go down to a certain level, it will actually spawn down there. So all right, so we're heading back again, and we're going to go ahead and bring this little bit of copper that we got back to our base. Now, also, as a byproduct... Oh, hold on. I hear my generator going. Also, as a byproduct of what we've done, we've also collected enough research. And again, I'm going to stop collecting little ones now. We've collected enough research that is going to allow us to unlock our spaceship, which we did. And now we get to go to other planets, which is very fun. And of course, there's also a planet, an Astropedia, which tells you about the other planets, whether they're good about solar or wind, whether they are, have a toxic atmosphere, what kind of stuff might be on there when it comes to gases or resources, and all of that. Now, I tried. You notice I go a different way than I went before. I've already gone that other way before, and so I'm kind of snaking through here to see if there's any kind of free stuff. I love free stuff, by the way. I love free stuff that I don't have to make. There's a lot of that in this game. A lot of free stuff that you can find, like resources and things like that, all around. Sometimes you get stuck there. There we go. All around that you can run into and pick up, and you can scrap stuff. And it really some fantastic game mechanics in here. I highly recommend this game. This is a Kismet insta-buy. This is a buy without even a second thought. I highly recommend the game. Very, very fantastic. If this is your sort of thing. This is my sort of thing. This is like, hey, Kismet, we're going to make you a game. And here it is. It's called Astroneer. That's pretty much this game. Now you're like, well, Kismet, this game doesn't get the big views like Fortnite, and this game doesn't get all of that stuff. I don't care. I don't care about views. I care about fun. I feel like people watch mine stream because they know I'm having fun playing that game. And I play it because I have fun playing it. I don't get into the trap that a lot of streamers get into that, oh, you got to play the most popular game and you got to play this and that. That sucks, bro. That, as a gamer, that's super limiting. Super limiting to your mental well-being up here. I would rather have this going on better than being the top of Twitch, for sure. I would rather not play a game. And this is what happens. I see it all the time. Oh, man. League of Legends is my favorite game. Hearthstone, my favorite game, everybody. I love it. This is the greatest. I'm having such a great time. Right? They're not having a great time. Or maybe they're just tired. I don't know. But they're not having a great time. They are bored out of their minds. Now, hey, those are both great games, by the way. Hearthstone, and I'm not trying to pick on those particular games. I'm just saying, don't go play League of Legends just for the view. Play it because you love it. If you love playing it, go play it. You love Fortnite, go play it. That's great. That's what I think is the secret to longevity as a streamer is not playing games because you have to. It's because you want to. And you become part of that community. Like, I'm part of the Astroneer community. I'm part of the 7 Days to Die community. I'm part of the Fallout community for sure. Probably what I'm most known for, right? I'm part of those communities. You want to be part of it. Don't be an annoying part of it where you're going to every streamer and say, hey, everybody, come out of Kismet's channel and come watch my channel. You don't want to do that. You're going to piss a lot of people off if you do that. Don't do that. Really honestly get to know people and say, hey, I like your stream. I dig what you're doing, right? You want to be an honest person. You don't want to be a leech and go leech off someone's channel just to try to get people to come to your channel. I feel like enjoy what you do first. Play the games you like to play first. And then start to get better at being a streamer over time. And again, my goal as a 45-year-old man at the time, I'm 50 now, to get partner was to try it for 5 years and see how it goes. Now, I got it in 2 years, which is pretty good for a 50-year-old disabled man, I can tell you, or partially disabled man. Look at that solar rocking. That's pretty good for a disabled dude, I tell you, because I have a lot of hurdles that I have to do every single day just to get out of the bed, right? And I have a lot of drawbacks. I forget stuff. Sometimes I get sidetracked a lot here on stream. Everybody knows that's why I have a squirrel emote. And I take those things that some people look as a drawback, and I turn them into a strength. Like when people come in and say, Kismet, you're old. And I say, yeah, I'm high level in real life, bro. Right? See, you own it. You own it, everybody. Own who you are. That's okay. Instead of using it as a negative, you use it as a positive. When people come in and say, Kismet, you're old. You look like Tony Hawk or whatever. I say, oh, thanks for comparing me to one of the greatest skaters of all time. They're like, hey, Kismet, you look like Saul from Breaking Bad. Well, thanks for comparing me to an amazing actor. Right? I call that keeping the positivity going, turning it around on them when they're trying to be negative and trying to bring you down. Instead, you're like, nah, I'm not having anything to do with that negativity. You go be negative somewhere else. We're going to have a good time up in this stream. Right? So that's what I strongly suggest to do. If people are trying to bring you down, don't let them do it. Now, what you might be noticing here is I'm moving my stuff around. You're like, Kismet, why are you moving all that stuff around? Well, we're going to make something right now that we're going to need. And that is the large printer. So we're going to go ahead and do that. Notice I don't make the large printer at the very beginning. Not necessary. All right, we need some compound. So what we want to do is go ahead and move some of this around. We're going to move this over here. We're going to go ahead, and this is why I have so much of this, by the way, so I can move it around. We're going to take that compound. We're going to move it right here. It's going to automatically put it right in there. Easy peasy. All right, there we go. Large printer, do your thing, bro. And we're going to fire that up. All right, what else we got over? We got some organic over here. We can just kind of restock our organic supply there for when we're running around our thing. We can maybe get some more of this going. We've got some more copper over here, but I don't want to burn that copper right now. We definitely have enough. Oh, wow, I actually got it on there. I was going to put it there, too. We definitely have enough of all the stuff. This is way enough, and this is way enough. And then we got a medium generator, which is pretty lucky. And then we get all of that as well. So this is just getting started. This is just the beginning of the game. Wait till we get to the larger vehicles. Wait till we get the larger containers. Wait till we go to other planets. Wait till we have spaceships. Wait till we start doing the main storyline and stuff where we unlock those blue beacons that you see, or those blue monoliths that you see, and then doing a whole bunch of stuff after that. There we go. There you go. So thanks for hanging out. How are you? I am doing awesome. How are you doing? It's my first time here, and I'm loving your energy, man. Yeah, this is natural, everybody. I'm just drinking water. I don't do drugs. I don't drink alcohol because I do have sleep apnea. I fall down without alcohol. By the way, I've had enough alcohol for everybody in the chat, so that's okay. You can have it. Drink responsibly, everybody. Now, it's funny. Newski knows this. When I go to TwitchCon, I have to order a rum and Coke. I love to make the bartender just like have to think. And I'm like, hey, I need a rum and Coke with no rum. So I have a Coke, basically, is what I'm having. But I at least I get to order the rum and Coke, right? And then I let my mods go in there, and because it's an open bar, so you can just go in there and get as much alcohol as you want. So they drink for two. They have a good time. Appreciate it, big time. Now, when you come in and you say kind things like that, Dapper, I'm going to go ahead and take that and put my inspiring quotes. Not only do I try to inspire people here in my stream, try to create little moments of joy, but I also use kind words like that as inspiration every single day. I read 5 of them randomly. I have a gigantic list of thousands of them here on the stream now over the last 5 years. And I just run in there and I read like 5 of them a day. And I'm like, let's get this stream on. Let's best stream ever, everybody. Come on, let's do it. And that's the one you're in right now. Best stream ever I've ever done. Right here. And let's see, what are we at? I forget what number we're on. 973 best streams ever. Because I try to make every stream better than the one before. Every single time. We have a good time. How familiar this game to Satisfactory or they can't be compared to each other? I would say this is not a factory builder. This is more of an assembly line kind of space builder, where Satisfactory is very much a straight up like straight up factory builder. And we're going to be playing that tomorrow, by the way, 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Make sure to come back for that. We're going to have lots of fun. We've been rebuilding our base. We're doing Update 3. We tore the base down. It's like the 4th rendition of taking the entire base down and rebuilding it and taking it down and rebuilding. I love doing that. It's really, really fun. I'm a builder, everybody. I'm sure some of you are as well. I identify myself as a gamer and a builder, as well as an artist, by the way. Graphic designer for 30 years, top of my field. 100% achievement unlocked. I've done every type of design you can do. All right, go out there and do what you love to do as well. Make sure to chase that dream, everybody. All right, we've already got the large printer going. Now, what do we need the large printer for? Well, we need a large printer so we can make the small shuttle. And we've got some aluminum over here. So now, watch how easy this is. You take your aluminum, put it right over there. Easy, right? That's why we set up this whole entire system of mediums, is so that we can move them around when we need them for various things, right? Now, another thing we need to do over here, now that we've got our ship going, is we need to be thinking, what's the next thing we need? Well, it'd be really nice if we could go in and we could just use our vehicle to collect lots of dirt. Wouldn't that be nice? Let's go in and see how much that is. I always forget which one it's on here because they moved all this around. We're going to do these button repeaters too. Those are really, really fun. Where are you at? There you are right there. There's a paver. I absolutely love paver. Yeah, about 2,500. Now, to do this one is the same problem we have with the chemistry station, and we don't have tungsten carbonide, right? Tungsten carbonide is something that you make, but you need tungsten first to make the chemistry station, and then from the chemistry station, you make the tungsten carbonide, and then that allows you to make the drill, which allows you to gather more dirt faster because you can use your vehicle to drill out stuff. It's really funny to do it with a small vehicle too, with that gigantic drill on just a small thing, because it also burns up the power really fast. But it's funny to put that drill. I find that funny, or I put a big giant battery on the front of there. It just makes me laugh every single time. Oh, there comes our ship, our very first ship. Now look, see it slowing down? If it slows down, here's what you do. You run over here, and you just go, boom, you power that on. Now, again, there's ways to do that automatically. We see that this is going down. Right now, it's coming back up. But if we see it's going down, then that means that's running at a slower pace. We want to get that going on. We've already got our thruster ready to rock. Now, we don't have to put this on the landing pad, but I just like to. That's just me, right? I'm sure a lot of you out there like doing the same thing, right? Put it on the landing pad. It's all packaged up right now. I'm going to unpackage it. There we go. And we're going to put our thruster down here. Now, this solid fuel thruster is kind of your first level thruster. Later on, you get one that you can use a lot more. But your first level thruster, you at least need that to get tungsten. And that tungsten is going to allow you then to work on your higher level stuff. But it's only got one round trip, so you can only go there and back again, kind of like the Hobbit, right? You can only go there and back again. Now, one of the things we can do is we can put an oxygenator in there. Now, I don't do that. Now, why don't I do that? Because I'm going to take a medium storage and put that in there instead and take a bunch of stuff with me. Now, what do I want to take to other planets? That's a good question. That's a good question. And while we're thinking about that question, we're going to go collect some more dirt. There we go. And yeah, let's go ahead and go over here. Now, you notice that this hill over here is getting very much shaped out. Now, I can't stand stuff to float. So I'm going to work on all this floating stuff here, even though it doesn't give me that much dirt. I can't stand the stuff floating, so I got to get rid of the floating stuff. And it kind of snaps to it too, which is nice. It helps you find those little pieces that you might have missed. Let's get rid of all that stuff up there too. And we got tons of resources here that we want to get, but we'll go ahead and shape all this out. Now, this is called voxel shaping. If you've never seen this in the game, this is something actually Satisfactory doesn't have. It doesn't have voxel shaping. You know, another game that you might not have thought of that has voxel shaping, 7 Days to Die. That's right, 7 Days to Die has voxel shaping. Not at this level, though. This is like triangulation voxel shaping, where 7 Days to Die has voxel shaping where you just do it by block, right? This is actually where you can shape it in such a triangular ways, right? And there's actually, we could really get into the technical part of it, but we're not going to. But there you go, general idea. Let's go ahead and get some more research in there. Get that going. Oh, we're ready to get it going. Thanks, everybody, for dropping that Dragon Hammer. Who we got? We got Apex coming in. We got Damper coming in. We got Dracian coming in as well. Thank you, everybody, coming in, dropping the Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons. Now you're like, Kismet, man, I'd love to come play with you. Man, you must be working really hard behind the scenes to get all those crazy sponsors down below the stream. You know it. I worked for 12 hours yesterday. Guess what I did the day before? I worked 12 hours before then. You're like, oh, you streamed for 12 hours? No, that was before the stream. That's right. I work a lot of hours here in the stream, and I'm just happy to be upright at this point, by the way, in my life, by the way, everybody. Just so you know, happy to be able to get up and go 12 hours. There was a time in which I could only go for about 30 minutes, which wasn't good. Wasn't good back in the day. All right, so let's go ahead and put these canisters in here. Get this fired up. We'll take at least one back. We definitely want to make sure that we have one of those at least. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble. Then we're going to put this over here, and we're going to say, all right, make me some more resin. You're going to see I make a lot of resin. Probably the number one thing that I make in there. And fire that up. Because we don't need organic anymore. We don't need to just kind of constantly feed that in there. We've got this one as well, the medium generator. We're looking good over here. Let's turn the generator off, see how we're doing. Again, I'm going to watch that battery. If it starts going down, then I need the medium generator. If it doesn't go down, I don't need the medium generator. The solar power is doing it all right now. Look at that. Now, why is the solar power doing so much more power than the wind power? There's a great question. Let's go up here and let's look in our, and again, we're going to do that battle here in just a second, in our planets. And you're going to see over here that it has a bit of an kind of a profile of this planet. First, it's an easy planet, so there's not a lot of flora trying to kill you, because that's the only thing that tries to kill you. You don't have laser guns in here. You don't have space battles. You don't have all that stuff. This is a very mellow, very fun game where you have game mechanics and you're building stuff and you're building different vehicles and you're working your way up based on your research into larger and larger vehicles, and you're collecting more and more stuff and you're building bigger and bigger bases and you're automating all these bases and it's picking it up and it's making this and that and the other thing, and it's just a really, really fantastic game in that way. And you're shaping it out and you're making vehicles and you're making different plateaus, and you can shape into the ground. You go to the core of the planet, fly to outer space, and do all sorts of fun stuff. But here it tells me a bit about this particular planet. So it's got sulfurite, it's got matrite, which is zinc and aluminum. We've also got some gases here, which we'll get into later, which is hydrogen and nitrogen. And it also says, description of the planet, average atmosphere temperature is pleasant. So probably the most pleasant planet you're going to be on. in here. Now, also, we've got sun power medium and wind power medium. So they should be both about the same, but the difference is that the sun runs for a really long time. It runs all day long, where the wind just kind of comes on and off throughout the day. Oh, look, there we go. See, now look, our power's going down. So let's turn that generator on, try to supplement that power, and our wind's coming on now, and that'll help out as well. And again, I can automate that, so it will come on at nighttime whenever my solar kicks off as well. Okay, so we've got our ship ready. We've got that ready, but we need some stuff that's going to help us here as well. And I was making some resin for some stuff. One of the things we need is we need a tractor. You're like, Kismet, how did it automatically know to put that in there? Well, that's because I had it in my backpack, just so you know. That's how it knew to put that in there. So we're going to do that right there. And then on the other side, say we want to do a trailer or something like that. We could be doing a trailer on the other side as well. I actually don't make trailers at the very beginning. When I first go to a planet, the two things I'm going to need is that, and then I'm going to go over here and just make another one of these. And then on the other side, I can make the thing, or I can just make it on this side also. We're going to make a medium storage. Now, why am I going to make a new medium storage instead of taking this medium storage? Well, I actually am going to take this medium storage, and I'm going to take the tractor, and I'm going to take that medium storage. So I'm actually going to have two medium storages that I'm going to be bringing with me. And one of them is going to be for my vehicle and for driving around. And then one of them will be for collecting loot. But to collect loot, I do need at least one more trailer or whatnot that I can bring, but I need some compound. So we're going to go ahead and look around and say, oh, do we have any compound? Uh-oh. Here's the point, everybody. Here's the point in which we run out of that particular resource. But here's a little trick. Watch this. Wait a minute. Where'd all that compound go? Compound was actually on this printer because I was making a large printer before. So always check your printers before you go running and grabbing other stuff. So let's go ahead and move this over here. And now we can go ahead and make a trailer. Now, another thing you can do also, make some graphite and just package this up. Right? Just package that up. Take that with you as well. Now, some of the things we can take with us, some oxygen filters right there. Might as well bring that. Maybe a little bit of resin on the backpack. There we go. Take that stuff with us. We definitely want to make sure that we have our other thing on us. Where'd that go? Oh. Must have took it off and put it somewhere. Where is my other generator? That's okay. I'll take that generator off. I can always make more. All right, so we're going to do a trailer. So now the trailer, I have the tractor and the trailer, so I can put this medium storage on the front of the tractor, and then I can put that medium storage on the trailer, and then go and get the resource I need, which is tungsten in this case, and bring that back here to my base. Okay? And we're going to do this battle while I'm in the middle of flying, by the way, everybody, just in case you're wondering, because I try to integrate it into the stream, so I'm not stopping the momentum I'm doing right now. So there we go. So I think that's good enough for now. We'll just let that do its thing. I wish I had some research. I got to let that run. But here we are, everybody. We're off to another planet. Let's go. And while we're doing that, we're taking off. Let's go ahead and do this battle. To battle, everybody. Let's go. Go get him! Ah, we're rolling right over him. Nice. Get that loot. Got it. Thanks, Definitely come watch your stream if I'm free. Sounds good, ZDW. Thanks for coming in. Hi, I love your streams. Thank you, Game World. Thanks for coming in, showing that love. Is mining worth like in Minecraft in this game? Mining is always worth it. Yes. Definitely want to do that. Definitely want to get it going. I'm not old. I just got my black belt in birthdays. There you go, Ninja. I like that one. I like that. So yeah, it is definitely different from Satisfactory, but it does have a little bit of a factory element to it, but it's really its own unique style of game, right? You can kind of compare it to Minecraft, you can compare it to Roblox, you can compare it to all of this stuff, but they have a very distinct style that I absolutely love, and that's why it's one of my favorite games of all time now. Incredibly, incredibly great. And you got to think, I'm OG. I'm the original gamer. I mean, I saw Pong when it dropped and played it on the first day. I played the very first gaming console in the 70s. That's right, Magnavox Odyssey. You probably never even heard of it. Yeah, I'm that old school. I played Atari. I played Commodores. I've done Amigas. I've done the beginning of Apples when they were Apple IIs, and then onto the Macs, and then Windows when it started. Mainframes, $1 million computers. Wasn't my $1 million. Someone else $1 million. Pre-press systems and whatnot. Servers, digital printers, gigantic presses. I've done it all in my career, and it's been a pretty amazing ride. Now we're having more fun playing some games. Right here, let's see, 15 gold going to That Feels Good Win, getting that love, and CW coming in overall MVP. Congrats. Let's keep going. Oh, man, I think we're going to get that boss. Oh, yeah, we got plenty of time. Let's get this boss going on. Okay, where's the tough stuff? These are all level 1s. All right. These are all level 1s. All right. I think when we start over here on the right side, we can just kind of go across together. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to rely on you on being the awesome tanks and melees that you are. And I'm going to go ahead and put my healer right here. Norbert's going to have your back. That's right, my little dragon, Norbert. Here he is. Norbert, come in and tell us what you think. Tell us what you think of your little guy. Also, tell us what you think of the bid cup. He's like, what do you think? He likes it. All right, he likes that skin. He thinks it's great. So go ahead. By the way, the person who does all these animations is me as well, by the way. If you see those, I'd love to do more, but I only have so much time in the day. So there we go. So jump in there. Get in front of Norbert here. Put your tanks down. Put your melees. Just like Sir coming in. Bramp. I can't say your name. Meaner Jez coming in. Multi-gaming. All coming in. Putting their tanks down in front of Norbert here. He's going to help you out. And then we'll all run together, try to get you some loot, try to get to that boss. Again, it's open to everybody. It is free to play. Everybody in the chat's playing it. You might as well come play it too. Play some Stream Raiders. Very, very fun. We get tons of loot. I forget how many bosses I'm at now. 350. I think I'm in the top 25 of all the peeps who play Stream Raiders on stream. I think we could do more. I think we get up in the top 20. Come on, everybody. Come and join us. We'll get in that top 20. Let's try it. We'll try it. Now, if I only had more time to play, I would. All right, so this is our main planet. So what we did is we went up into the atmosphere and we're orbiting the planet right now, right? This is Sylvia. Now, around here, if we look around, we can see there's another planet way over there. We can just kind of look around and say, I wonder if there's a planet. Oh, wait, there's a big planet. I wonder if that's close or if it's far, because you never know with a planet, right? That could be just a ginormous planet that could be really far away. But in this case, it's not. It's actually the moon of Sylvia. And this is the planet we want to go to. So you just click on the planet and you go there. No, you don't. You actually have to hit C right here for launch. V will land you. V is land and take off. V like Victor. And then C is pick a planet to go to, right? Just travel between planets. C like cat. And so we're going to go to De Solo. De Solo is the home of Tungsten. And that's where we want to go to next so we can progress through our research. So really, we're just going to go whoop, whoop, like that. And then here we are at De Solo. Now, one of my big tips when you are going to a planet is you want to look for your monoliths right here. And you want to try to find a place that's pretty close. There's probably one up there that's pretty close. Now, this particular planet only has 2, right? North and south. Where your main planet, Sylvia, wherever it is, around here somewhere, that one has a whole bunch, right? It has 4 around the middle and then 2 on the ends, right? So you got a lot more there. Now, what I like to do is I like to land by these. Now, why do I like to land by those? Because I know later on, if my server doesn't reset again, that I'm going to come back to this and I'm going to power those up. So I definitely want to establish a base right by where that is. Now, I can also unlock landing pads. So if you notice, it doesn't have a little bubble over it. These little bubbles are your landing spots, your built-in landing spots. You can make your own landing spots by landing there or landing somewhere over there and then running way over there and taking your stuff there. And then putting a landing pad down, it will create a bubble there. And then you can click on it and you can land on those landing pads. And you'll see me do that later on. Also a great way of powering up and making bases right by there. And we see we've got one right here, right underneath us here. And then our beacon's coming up, or our monolith, whatever you want to call it. There's actually a specific name for it, but I don't want to say that specific name because it gives away what it does. And I don't want to give away what it does because I want you guys to go and discover it. And when you discover it, you go, oh, or you might see me do it here on stream. So spoiler alert, I will warn you before I do that. Now, this one's way closer. Look how closer that one is versus that other one, right? Otherwise, I have to run halfway across the planet. Well, this one's nice and close. We'll go ahead and land at that one and go ahead and do it. No, you're the best. You're the best for being in here. Got it. Thanks, definitely. We'll come and watch your stream if I'm free. Yeah, anytime you want. Come on and hang out. Tungsten made me quit this game. I couldn't find it. Oh, I'm going to show you how to find it right now. In fact, I'm going to show you how to take your vehicle right here. Now, look at this resin. So you see resin? Snatch that up, bro. That's oxygen. Right? Oxygen is your number one thing that kills you. Look at these things. Whee! I died. You're like, Kismet, did you die on purpose? Yes. Don't be afraid of dying, everybody. It's okay. Now, see, when I got out of my vehicle, it actually saved my progress of where I was. And I knew I had a chance of dying there. And so when I do die, and I try to get a death out of the way so you're not trying to, I'm going to play this whole entire game through without dying. Part of the fun is dying. Whoa, I'm going to die again. Oh, now I died again. I was going to show you that marker first, but I got a little too close. The marker will show you where your stuff is, right? Now, notice the marker has changed now. And I was going to die again. But notice the marker has changed now, and then all my stuff is spread all around the ground. And the reason why that has happened is because I died twice. And that first one then disappears. But as you can see, it's right by my vehicle, no big deal. So don't worry so much about dying, everybody. Now, if you do lose your stuff, know that, see, that one doesn't even have anything in it because I died and I lost all my stuff. But know that you started with nothing, and that if you lose all your stuff, well, hey, you're just where you were before. No big deal. Right there. Now, another thing I'm looking for here is my boost mod. I can see that's rolling around here somewhere. Way over there. There it is. So we'll run over there. We'll grab that. We'll put that back on again. And look, no problem, right? I died twice in a row. No big deal, right? I don't see some people, they get that like an ego thing, right? Like, hey, oh man, I don't die. I've never died in this game ever. I feel like some people are afraid to die too because they feel like, oh, well, people are going to think I'm less of a gamer if I die or whatever. People, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't worry about what other people think. You play the game, you have some fun. I die all the time. I die on purpose sometimes like that, and sometimes I die on accident, and I will let you know the difference. If I die on purpose, I will tell you. If I die on accident, I go, oops, I died. Oh, well, right? If I make a mistake, I'll go, my bad. I made a mistake. That's called growing up. That's called being an adult. You should at some point grow up to a point where you can make mistakes and just say, I made a mistake, right? That's what you want to do. But if I do it on purpose, I will also let you know like that. Okay, so the beacon's way over there, and I'm going to show you how to find tungsten. It's actually not that difficult. Oh, I see my canister down there too. Let's go grab that. Even though I could make another one. Literally, it's in the sea of loot here, and I've got more resin over there where I can make canisters from. There we go. Just save me some time. There we go. All right, we got all of our stuff back. Looking sexy. Now, because you do have this anti-gravity beam right here, you can pick up your vehicle, and you can literally walk it where you want to go, right? Because this thing is really far away. Now, watch out, because as you're going through these guys right here, now see those little holes? Little things come out of those holes and kill you, so get rid of those guys. So get out of here. Shape out those bad guys. So take that, all you little bad guys. There we go. You can even shape this out if you want to, so you don't go flying up in the air and die. Now, this is a really good... The thing I like about some of these is they're in a lower area or in a kind of valley. Again, watch out. You get too close to these. They will stab you, and you will die. Well, not all the time. Sometimes you survive. But I've already died twice, so you get the general idea of how to die and how to get your stuff back and all of that. Doesn't really faze me that much. Now, because I don't have a landing pad, I won't really have the ability to make this my primary place where I can come in and out right now. But we can come back and add that later. Now, the 3 elements that you need in every single planet. Number 1, organic. All right, so I got organic. Easy peasy. Tons more here. Another thing, you're going to need resin. All right. You're like, Kismet, you're out of power. No worries. No worries, remember? We got our little power thing right here. Got it going on. Now, sometimes you're going to have this weird funkiness, by the way, like the solar gets a little weird. I don't know what it is about that particular solar thing that it breaks. But there we go. Now, there's one more resource that we need, and that is compound. I'm going to shape this out so we can get rid of that thing out of our area here. And then we look over here. Now, this particular planet is really easy in that way because it usually is fairly flat, easy to find these resources right over here. So, for those people who are saying you can't find the tungsten, I'm going to show you how to find it so you can give the game another shot. And you definitely want to give it another shot, Denver. You definitely want to give it a shot because they added automation. And wait until you see that. That is, if you are a builder, that's going to make your heart sing. I'm telling you. For sure, for sure. And we will get a little bit into that. I think today, I think we might have enough time. We'll get that going. All right. Oh, I'm sorry. Pointing at it. There we go. Get that over there. Okay, there we go. So let's say right about here, all that stuff fell down in there. We're going to go ahead and establish our base right here. You're like, Kismet, you're going to suffocate. Well, remember that you can always use resin for oxygen filters. And those oxygen filters is basically going to save my life there. Make sure you have enough power as well. Turn our generator off. No reason for it to run when we're at max power. And so, as long as I have the ability to generate power, I have the ability to use a resin, or as long as I have power, or generate power to refill my power, I have enough to make an oxygen filter. And those are the two things that kill you the most. Oxygen and running out of power so you can't make your oxygen, right? Those are the two things that kill you. Now, the number one thing that kills me is usually fall damage. As you saw back there, I didn't actually mean to bump up against that thing, which then knocked me off the side, which killed me with fall damage. That's the number one thing that kills me because I am a bit silly in that way. All right, we're going to fill this hole back in again so we don't have to have our stuff fall down in there again. And then what we're going to do is we're going to run over here and we're going to establish our base. Take some of these items out here. Now, again, some of these can be taken out on some planets and other planets they cannot. So I'm going to go up here and I'm going to hold down the Alt key. And I'm going to shape up a little bit. And then what I'm going to do is hold down Control. And I'm going to shape toward this. And then I'm going to get up here, hold down Control again. And it's going to go ahead and flatten right to the edge. And you're like, Kismet, what does that thing do? Not going to tell you. You're like, oh, Kismet, I want to know. Oh, we'll get to it. Don't worry. Just have to chill out in the stream. And don't worry, eventually we'll get to it. Now, I like to create a nice little platform sometimes, and sometimes I don't. Sometimes I build it down to the bottom level. See, when you build it up like this, when you build kind of a upper area, then what you got to do is you got to drive up here every time and whatnot. But I feel like it makes a really great landing pad and whatnot. And you notice that I'm drilling this out down here. Look, we've already got a way down right there. Maybe I'll use that. Maybe we'll use one without us making one. And you see I'm shaping this out. And that's so that eventually I can put a landing pad here. And then my vehicle over here will be able to take off and land from right up there. Now, we'll also be able to take off from there as well. Now, I'm going to head back up here, and I'm going to make myself a little edge like that, just so I can jump up there and get up here. Now, notice, by the way, everybody, for those of you who are paranoid, that I do not have an oxygenator. And you're like, well, Kismet, how are you getting oxygen? Because you don't need the oxygenator. This acts as an oxygenator, right? So it's already an oxygenator. The only reason you need the oxygenator is if you're going to use tethers. If you're going to use tethers off of your ship, then you need the oxygenator. Otherwise, you don't. That's right. I just told you an epic Kismet tip right there. And also, if you happen to have a vehicle, a tractor in this case, and you were going to go ahead and use that tractor also acts as an oxygenator. There we go. And then we have a trailer here, like that. And then we have this one we're going to put on the front. Oh, nope. Right there. There we go. And then we have this one we're going to put on the back. Like that. And we're going to go ahead and take our solar, put it back over there. Put this up here. And then we're going to be able to use our C key, C like cat. And we're going to go ahead and populate this again, right? We're going to put our solar right there. Look, and that's starting to power up our vehicle. You can just see the thing powered up, right? It doesn't take much to power up the tractor. We've also got some wind power, which we're going to use for us. We've got some extra organic. We've got some extra resin we can put in there. We can put our light up here at the top. See, look at the difference. See, you could be watching me do this, or you could be watching me do that, which is much easier to see what I'm doing. Forever a lost boy from Neverland. There you go. There you go. Yeah, tungsten. Yeah, damper. We're going to go. I'm going to show you how to get it right now. So you just come to this planet. It's actually on the first level down. Now, sometimes there's a pre-existing thing like that, right? Very rarely do I do those anymore. When I first started playing, I would use these a lot. But now that it's already got one and it's real close to my base, I'm just going to go ahead and utilize what's already there. It just saves me some time. And then I hold down Control. Control is the most powerful thing in the entire game. And I'm literally going to run that right up to this base I just made. How convenient, right? How convenient. And we're going to go ahead and shape that out a little bit. And you're like, oh, Kismet, you're out of power. If I hit C like cat, turns my generator on in my backpack, right? This side is C. The other side is V. So you can have two of them if you want. You can turn them on and off simply by hitting C and V. Now I'm going to go ahead and put this organic in here. When this one finishes, there we go. It'll automatically grab it and put it up there. I did not do that. It did it on its own. We're going to make a nice edge here. And then we're going to go ahead and follow this edge down. Now look at that. There's a drop-off right there. Watch out for that drop-off, everybody. Now I'm going to angle it a little bit further down here. A little bit steeper so we can get down there faster instead of doing that. And I'm also going to shape out all this big stuff here. Hit C again. Turn on my generator so I'm not running out of power. And that thing's going to go and then eventually disappear. There we go. I like to make a nice wide road here for some reason. I don't know why. That's just me. Now, this is one of my favorite starting planets, and that's because the underground is fairly easy to get around on, right? And you can see it's very flat. We can go ahead and just, again, I'm holding down Control, and I'm doing what's known as voxel shaping. One of the great features of this game, very different than Satisfactory, very different than other stuff. So again, make sure you bring yourself a tractor, and that tractor is going to make finding your resources way easier. And let's go ahead and open up this top part here a little bit, just to make it visually easier for us to see. And we got a little bit of a less steep ramp on the way down, and then it's going to get real steep. I like to have, you know, my visual thing going. You're like, oh, God, you're going to suffocate, Kismet. I'm fine. I'm good. I do it a lot, by the way, everybody. I forgot to connect my thing here, too. I do that a lot where I literally am at the very last second. So, do you waste something? I hold down Control. I hold down Control when I'm shaping. But, you know, when you're shaping and you're flattening, you're using up some of your dirt sometimes, too. Sometimes you're not. Sometimes if you're hitting a wall and you're collecting dirt and shaping at the same time, you're not using up the dirt in your canister. Make sure you've always got a canister. Never go anywhere without a canister, for sure. And once you have that canister, once you have your tractor, then I don't go to other planets till I have my tractor now. The tractor is like the most useful thing in the entire game, especially early on. And I even use them in the later game. And you can see now that we have this, and then it's a little bit steeper so it gets us down there faster. And now here we are. Right, we're down to this level. And the first thing that we want to do is look around, for free stuff. Right here, there we go. Yeah, some free solar, nice. I can't use it underground, but it is nice to have it. And then I'll go ahead and I'll just separate that stuff. Is there a hole down there? Oh yeah, bye-bye. And there's a hole down there. And I'll just look around. Okay, where did I come down, right? I just chose a random spot. I have no idea what's down here. I know as much as you know. But look how nice and flat it is here. And we're going to go ahead and just shape it out a little bit, take this out, give us a little bit of a wider view. We can already see that we have some aluminum ahead of us right here. Again, let's turn in our thing. Hold on. We don't have any more power. Don't go too far without that power, everybody. Go back for that organic so you know you got that power. You can turn it on. Make sure you got that power going on. Or make sure you have at least a wind power in case it does cut off. And I'm only going to do it about, I'll only do it about there and then turn it off just to make sure. Now I'm also going to make an oxygen filter. That oxygen filter is going to allow me to have oxygen and look around. Right? What's around here? Again, make sure you don't go too far. Oh, there's a wide mod. Nice. Make sure you don't go too far. You're just kind of looking around and seeing if you can see any basic resources. And we've already got our basic resources there. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just tether out there? There's also a research item if I want that. Some bad guys here. I can get rid of them. Some evil flora. Whatnot, and I'm just looking around for my basics. Oh, there's some basics out that way. So that's what I'm looking for. I'm actually not looking for tungsten right now. Now, I could have brought some resources with me, but I'm actually looking for a very specific resource, which in this case is called quartz. Now, quartz is the type of resource. Oh my, well, I just found the tungsten by accident, everybody, but I didn't really mean to. There's literally the tungsten right there in that wall. Now, again, sometimes you just get lucky, and sometimes you don't. Sometimes it's easy, and sometimes it's very hard. I've had some that were very difficult to find the tungsten and very difficult to find other resources like resin and things like that. And then sometimes you find ones that are a lot more easier. Now, I'm actually just trying to create a road through here, but I did find some tungsten right there, which I can shape out, which most likely has more tungsten there. And I just happen to luck out. Now, I don't want to discourage you who is having trouble finding tungsten, but basically that's all you need to do. Now, the toughest one that I found at the very beginning of the game, because I didn't know where it was when I first started playing, was actually mine was lithium. I looked for it for 6 hours. And I asked everybody in the chat to not tell me. That's why I don't like backseat gaming, is because I do like to have that adventure. Now, along the way, probably the same thing with you too, looking for tungsten, you learned all sorts of other things. You learned, oh, well, this is where this is, and this is where that is, and I found this resource and that resource, and I found out how to do this, and I found out how to shape, and I found out how to do all of that stuff that I needed to learn along the way anyway. So that was part of the journey, and that's why I don't like people to shortcut my journey by saying, oh, Kismet, if you just click this button, bada bing, bada boom, that's the way it is. Unless I specifically say, hey, chat, tell me such and such, I do ask to not do any backseat gaming, which is basically just telling people how to finish puzzles or where to find stuff or quests or whatnot, and stuff like that. So there we go. So I just need 1 stack of tungsten for right now. I don't need a lot of tungsten. And again, we'll go ahead and just kind of shape this in a little bit here. We'll try to get rid of these rocks that are in my way. Try to shape this in a little bit. Put my power back on. Nice little ramp there. There we go. And then same thing over here. We'll go ahead and just kind of a nice little ramp. Fix this here. Can you do a lot of this kind of adjusting and readjusting of your stuff? There we go. Now what I'm looking for is actually in that direction, which is why I cut this out in the first place, because I saw it when I was over there. And I'm going to go ahead and grab that. Now I don't actually even need to take this with me. I can leave that there because there's nothing I need to bring that for because it's already full. I was going to bring it with me if I didn't find tungsten literally right there. But we're going to go ahead and drive this way. Now, it's already got an opening here, so we're going to try to use this opening. Oh, wow, we crashed into this stuff. And you're like, Kismet, how do you get rid of that stuff? Well, later on, you can get rid of that much easier. But me, I'm just going to go around it, and I'm trying not to fall down any holes. There's holes in the ground. Now, here's a little trick, by the way, everybody. If you're trying to get to something, like I'm trying to get to that quartz. If you're trying to get something, you find some holes that may make you fall, go like this. Now, this is actually going to serve as twofold. When you shape this out, notice it's gray. Gray only is shaped out when you shape it underground. Now, up above, you're going to find it on top of mountains. But underground, you know that you did that or someone else who's playing with you did that. So you kind of know that back that way is your base. Now, if you really want to know, here's another great Kismet tip for you. If you don't want to do a lot of beacons. Now, I'm going to do a few beacons. That's why I'm trying to get the quartz over there. Wait for those to go away. If you really want to let yourself know, here's one of my tips as well. Shape up like this. You can also take your wide mod off, by the way. I have the wide mod. Let me show you a little bit. I don't think I've ever shown you without the wide mod. Let me drop that down there. Take the wide mod off. And this way you can just make it not as wide. And then it literally is going, it's back that way. Kismet, your base is that way. Right? So a great way of doing that, right? I mean, if I run into that, I'm going to go, oh, okay, my base is back that way. All right, awesome. Right? So a great way to visually do it. And because I'm an artist, I think of things visually as well as logically. But all I need right here is a bit of this. And I like to take out all these stalagmites up here. You're like, Kismet, how do you know a stalagmite from a stalactite? A stalagmite might fall on your head. There you go. That's how I remember it. There we go. You're like, whoa, Kismet, where'd you get that power from? My wind power. My wind power is kicking in just a little bit. Give me a little bit of power. Obviously, the solar power is not going to work. But it gave me enough power so I can see what I'm doing. And what I really want to do is run around and find a little organic. Now, that's going to be a bit tough in this particular one. And we just kind of run around. Look at that. We got resin there. We got tons of resin over there. So if you were running low on oxygen, you'd be fine. But what you really need is power. Now, notice there's not a lot of organic down here. And I feel like that's one of the toughest things. Now, if we go and we go ahead and get this right there, it gives you a little bit of that, but not typically enough. Now, again, watch out. We don't want to get too far. Uh-oh. Where'd our vehicle go? We can't see our vehicle. Now, I happen to know where it's at, so I'm not really panicking that much. But I happen to know where it's at. It's by where this quartz is. And if I keep going... Oh, okay, there it is. Phew, because I was about to run out of oxygen. Yay, all right, I made it. Right? But the thing is, you definitely want to put a beacon onto this as well. right? And I'm out of power right now. And you're like, well, Kismet, why don't you just make a beacon? Well, here's the thing. I can still do this. Even though I don't have any power. You can still shape, which is great. But when I come back over here and I'm like, okay, I want to make a beacon, I don't have any power. Now, what I can do is just wait until that wind kicks in. And when that wind kicks in, it's going to give me a little bit of power underground. And sometimes I'll leave it on my vehicle here, and sometimes I'll put it on me. In this case, I'll put it on me. And again, we have like it's absolutely pitch black, right? You're like, oh God, I'm gonna lose my way. But look at this gray here. This gray is very obvious that that is something you made. That one right there. You can even see it in the dark. This will take a little while for this one to kick in. Come on, wind. Come on, we just need a little bit to power our light here. The anticipation, everybody. The anticipation. It seems like something else. Funny tongues in my old enemy. There it goes. And then you can see our wind power helping us out a little bit. We'll get a little bit of power there. Now we need just enough power here to switch along this and get to our beacons. And we're going to turn our beacons on. There we go. Very nice. We got just enough power for our light and for our beacon. And so why was I trying to get that? Well, that's because I didn't bring any beacons with me, which I could have. But I thought, I'll just go here and try to find it. Whoa, hey-oh. Nailed it. Let's get out of there. You click it, it'll flip it over. Hit F, and it'll flip it over. And then you hit back, and you see all this gray that I've shaped. You can see that I did that. And put that right there. Put that there. We got this big slag mine in my way. Get that out of my way. Get that out of there. Look at this. We got this blocking our view. Let's take that out. Oh, wait, we're out of power again. So again, we can run around and look for, there is a little bit of organic you can find around, but really that's all we need. We're done. We're good to go. And I put my boost mod back on again, and we're good to go. We're out of here. Let's go ahead and use what little power we have, and let's see if we have enough power to make it to the top. It's going to be close. Do we have enough power to get our vehicle all the way back up to here? Now, also what's going to happen when I get close to my spaceship here, and I'm just going to park that there. Oh, there we go. Ran out of power. When I get close to my spaceship, it's also going to give me a little bit of power. So if you ever totally run out of power and you have nothing else, hi there, the epic Gum Gum. Thanks for hanging out. Hello, Yasha, Jay. Thank you for coming in and hanging out as well. I see you there in the chat again. Sometimes I'm doing stuff and I'm talking about stuff, and then I come back and always look at the chat. So don't worry. I have a question for Kismet regarding a ball I found. Is it a glowy ball? I like tether lines. They're clearly artificial, and they glow. They are very nice. I've used tether lines to massive extension. In fact, it used to be when you use too many tethers, and I've done it, it would actually lag your entire game. And I've done tethers at that level. I have done tethers that would still lag the game today. But I do like to avoid tethers to force myself to learn the more advanced games. And that's what I suggest to do. Use tethers in the beginning, and then try to use the more advanced resources so you're not running tether lines all over the place for no reason, right? I run a tether line if I want to run it to a resource. Then it communicates to anybody else who's playing with me, hey, this goes to a resource. And what I'll also do sometimes, and I forgot to do it on the other one, but I'll actually put one of those resources down at the beginning of the line when you come down the ramp, and I'll put it right there, and basically it says, look, down this line is that. And then if they run down that line, they can collect it. A great way to communicate with other people. Now, if it's just you, maybe you have a bad memory like me, put it down, you remind yourself, oh, okay, that's where my quartz is, and that's the line that goes there, and that's the line that goes there. You can also put a table down and put a whole bunch of stuff on there and say, okay, this leads to that, and this leads to that. There's so much you could do. Big time. Big time. Is the big tractor good? This tractor is my favorite thing in the entire game. Once they added this, I feel like it's the most powerful thing, especially early on. Later on, you get the bigger ones and whatnot, but I still even use these at the highest level when I've unlocked everything. We already did a playthrough. We've already unlocked everything, by the way, everybody. In the update, we had the large canisters, and we had it feeding in, and we had so much nanocarbon alloy, we started putting it in the containers. That's how much nanocarbon alloy we had. We actually started filling up containers with nanocarbon alloy. That was awesome. That's because if you're a builder like me, that should set your excitement on fire. Now, we just restarted. I didn't mean to restart. My server got messed up and I had to restart it. But that's how it goes sometimes. So we're going to put that in there. We get our very first round of tungsten alloy here on this. Now I'm going to take this out. Now what I'm also going to do is I'm going to go ahead and swap some stuff out so I can take a few of these more, right? I'm going to take the wind and leave that there. We've got this beacon, which we can use right here. And that's going to say, look, my base is right about here. Now, why do I want to do that? Because I don't have a landing pad yet, number one. And number two, if someone else is coming here, I do ask people to use our pre-existing bases that I established instead of going off and making your own base and doing all of that. We don't do that in the server. We're more of a teamwork-based server where everybody works together. I go and establish the base, and I kind of explain about the game as I go through. And then when I establish a base, we all use the same base, and we build up those bases and build up, gases and all that fun stuff. And you can see that's why I brought that instead of the auctionator. I brought this. No, I could have brought the auctionator and actually put it on the back of my vehicle, by the way. And then you can tether off your vehicle, or you can tether off your spaceship, or you can make a table, tether off of that. There's plenty of resources. You can see I've got massive amount of resources just laying around out there. Do I need them right now? Not really. Not really. I'm good. Do I need any of this right now? Not really. Do I need this extra wide mod? Absolutely not. I would rather have some more tungsten. What about this resin? Don't need it. What about this beacon right here? Hold on. Let's go ahead and use this beacon. We're going to do something fun, which I always find fun anyway, which is sliding all the way, all the way back down. Now, another thing to do, too, when you're trying to find your exit on your way out, I like to do. Oh, my God, there's more tungsten up there. Look at all that tungsten. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry I found it so easy. This is completely luck. I'm sorry there, Dapper. I'm sorry I found it easy, bro. I know that's kind of sometimes tough to find. But that's what I do. I just make a ramp down, and I just YOLO however it happens, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to take our beacon, and we're going to put it down right here. Now, I can't stay down here too long because we're going to make that green. That's green for our exit because I'm going to run out of oxygen because I don't have an oxygen filter on me. So we're going to run up, get back up here as quick as we can. And while we're traveling back to our main planet, we're going to go ahead and do ourselves a battle. All right, now here's the funny thing. There's tons of organic right out here. So let's grab all this organic, and I'm just clicking on it, and then bringing it up here. And then now my power is going to go back up. But you should always have a good stack of a little bit of resin, a little bit of resin. I meant to actually do the angle like that. A little bit of resin, a little bit of organic on your vehicle. Come on, there we go. That's a little feisty. And organic's like the number one thing I like to have around me. Because, again, I don't need lots of compound because I don't use a lot of tethers. But if you do like tethers, go for it. And then we're going to put this organic over here, right? So when we come back again next time, we're ready to rock and roll, right? We're like, okay, we got tons of organic on there. We are looking good. And we got an extra organic on us. Do we need to bring that organic? Probably not. Do we need to bring our solar with us? Maybe a little solar up there. We'll bring those, but man, we got room for 2 more tungsten. So that makes me want to run down there and get some more tungsten. But we won't worry about it for now because we only got so much time. So let's go back and start to work on our chemistry stations. Let's go. Now again, remember this has one round trip, so you can go there and land and go up and then back. And you're like, well, Kismet, what happens? And I get this question all the time. What happens if you don't have enough fuel? If you're like all of a sudden stuck on that planet, what do you do? Well, here's the cool thing. I have tried it on every single planet, and you can land there with nothing and still be able to get to the point where you can make the thrusters and get off of the planet and go back to your main planet. So never feel like you're, oh God, I got to restart my entire game. I got stuck on the planet. Remember that you can always work your way back up. And there's our base right over there. You can see it from space. You can see I've got the green, right? The green's telling me that's my primary base. We've also got some monoliths and whatnot over there. But that's going to allow me to land at my base. Very, very cool. And actually, we'll do the battle afterwards because you guys haven't seen me do the landing yet. Back at my base. You'll see it lands me right on my landing pad. Pretty cool, right? And that's why I build my base typically around the landing pad. Whoa. Got a little freaky there. Freaky deaky. And I build it around the landing pad. I built it around the built-in shelter. Now, some people, they go and they build shelters on other planets. I never do. I don't know why. I guess I could. But I don't really feel they're necessary after a certain point. The reason why you use the shelter in the beginning is because it has power. Power and oxygen, right? So it's got power and it's got the oxygenator that you get right at the very beginning by using this landing pad. And then other than that, I use it to flatten out the area that I'm around. And then that allows me to build out my base as you see. We've got some solar going already. We made all of those. Wind over here, well, almost all of those. Wind, we made all of those out of glass. Some of those we did fine. And you can see we've got a bit of our production going and a bit of storage going here for all of our various resources we did. Now, I did not collect all these resources myself because you can do multiplayer. I do have a mega server for Astroneer. I have Astroneer Mega Private Server #1. That's right. That's how much I love this game. I wanted #1 server. I said, sign me up first. And so we have server #1. So if you do want to come play with me, I wouldn't suggest it today because we're almost done. But you can come and join me. If you go in the lurker chat of or go into my Discord, I'll go ahead and show you how to be part of that right there. Follow that Discord link. Read the rules. There's a section in there. This is rules. Read those rules. It'll tell you step by step on how to be part of the Teamwork Tycoons. And you're welcome to come join me in the game. Know that we do work as a team. Don't be doing the same thing that I'm doing because it counteracts what we're doing and it makes it hard for me to show the stream and all that kind of fun stuff. That's why I try to let people know that up front. Right? It's not like go off and do your own thing. It's like work together or go play on another server, go play solo play. That's the way my server is. All right, and it's only on, by the way, when I'm playing. So good to know that as well. Let's go ahead and do this battle. Let's get that fired up. I think we might be able to get one more in. Now, let's do it. Boom. There we go. Nice. All right. Open the capture chest. Slide that over there. Grant some rewards. CW getting some love. Oh, and also MVP. Double up. All right. Come on. Let's get this boss, everybody. Yeah, we got one more battle in. We get this boss battle going in. Now, should I bring in the Tycoon or should I bring... Oh, he's got 24 minutes. Well, I guess it's going to be the Tycoon then. Do we want to go from the top here and come... I feel like the left side. Yeah, we'll push through all this big, gigantic beating that I'm going to take. We'll push in together. We'll get that boss. Everybody get some loot. Come and join us to battle, everybody. Let me see those battle emotes in the chat. Let's do it, everybody, to battle. Come and join us, streamcaptain.com. We have lots of fun up in here. All right. We got that going. We went off to a whole nother planet. We're back from that other planet, and now we have our tungsten right over here. And now we're going to go ahead and take this one off right over there. We can go ahead and stack that over here for when we need it. And then we're going to go ahead and put this right in here. Those forges are going to automatically fire up. By the way, when you leave these things on now, when you put the stuff on there, it just auto fires up. You can turn it off if you want to. Same thing with your research over there. You fire that up. That'll get going as well. To battle! There we go. Lots of love in the chat. All right. And so that's going to go ahead and convert that tungsten. Now we have tungsten. Now, if we get our chemistry station done, I consider this restart a huge success. Let's get it going. Let's get that table off of there. Get this moved over here. Because what we want to do is we want to go ahead and get our chemistry station fired up. Now, I've already unlocked it because that's the way I am. I usually unlock the chemistry station so I don't forget later on and accidentally use those research points. But we've already got it going. So we need ceramic, glass, and tungsten. Now, we've already got one tungsten that we just converted somewhere. Oh, I didn't pick it up yet. Let's put this tungsten on here and let that convert. See, I brought some on my backpack as well, so it gives me a little bit extra. And when we need to, we'll go back and we'll get more. And so we need to go over here to our medium printer. We'll turn this around. And we need to fire it up. So our medium printer, to make a chemistry lab, we need tungsten, glass, and ceramic. Now, again, the reason why we set up all of this stuff over here is so that we can kind of switch these around, right? We need some ceramic. There we go. We don't need any of this. We don't need any of that. So we need some ceramic. If I can get that over there. There we go. We got ceramic, and then we need glass, which we have over here. We can switch that in. And then I have the tungsten on my backpack, or I can put it in here. Or, by the way, everybody, I can take it out of there. For those who really want to do it, you can just click right here, and it puts the tungsten there as well. Now, I feel like that is all completely useless. If you already have it on your backpack, there's no reason to do anything with it other than to click on the thing and tell it to make the thing, because it's going to grab it out of your backpack anyway. Right, and do that. Now, notice it's going really slow. Now, the reason why it's going really slow is because we're low power. And we're going to go ahead and grab this right over here, which I could tell you is the reason why we're low power, because we're out of carbon over here. I'm going to take that carbon, we'll put it right up in here. Bam, that's going to supplement our power. Now, did I unlock these mediums? The only time I use the mediums, by the way, is when we find them. I never unlock them because they're a pretty decent amount of research early on, and I don't bother. If I find one, awesome. If I don't find one, then I just use organic power or wind or solar. Hey, Kismet, been long, loving the new update myself. How about you? Oh, yeah, we've already done a full playthrough, getting to the high-end resource and all that stuff. I resetted my server today because it got messed up. There's nothing I can do about it. And then we're doing a new playthrough now. And we're going to go ahead and play all the way through again, getting back up into those large containers and automation and all that stuff. But I'm kind of showing how I progress through the game. I always start a certain way, and sometimes I try different stuff as I'm progressing. Helps out a lot. And one of the things we're doing right now, which is kind of the big goal when you're first starting, is getting to your chemistry station. Now, you can do it a lot easier, and you could go straight to that and get straight to that and use your research for that and whatnot. But I try to do stuff in a very specific order. I'm not that much of in a hurry, though I do like to be efficient. I'm not going to lie. I do like to be efficient. This thing is backwards. Spin that around. Now, that makes a difference based on, like I was talking about earlier, that typically the resources will go to the right, and that will make a difference later on when you're feeding stuff across and whatnot. All right, so here's our chemistry station, the thing that we needed. Okay, and you're like, well, Kismet, why did you need a chemistry station? Well, I need a chemistry station because I need to make other stuff down the road. And that chemistry station is going to be those things. And let's go see the next thing that we could do. Again, this would be a big coup at the very beginning of the game. Right here, we need the drill, right? We need tungsten, carbonide, and ceramic. Well, we've already got ceramic. We don't have enough research points yet to do that, which we'll work on. But we're going to go in here and we're going to say, hey, I want to make tungsten carbonide. So what does it take to make tungsten carbonide? It takes tungsten and it takes carbon. Now, we just happen to have some carbon, right? We're like, hey, wait a minute, what do we do with that carbon? Oh, wait, we better go grab some quick before it's all used up as fuel. And right now, we don't even need it running because right now we have our solar and our wind going. So we go ahead and take this tungsten, this carbon back over here. Yeah, that's what's so great about these mediums. Later on, you get giant containers and other silos that help you out a lot for the same kind of thing. And we'll get all that going. So there we go. So that did that. And notice it automatically fed it to the top right there. Now, same thing over here with my tungsten carbonide, or tungsten, to make tungsten carbonide. We'll put that right over there. And there it goes. It automatically did it. Now I can go ahead and queue this up. Now, they have made these, by the way, so once you turn them on, they will stay on. So if you're using the arm to feed it, you can do so. Now, you're like, Kismet, what is this arm you're always talking about? Well, let's go ahead and make one of those as well. Let's go over here. Now, these use a lot of power, so I don't use them in the very early game. But we can go ahead and see if we got it unlocked. We don't have it unlocked yet. All right, hold on. Let's go look and see if we can unlock that arm very early game right here. Here we go. Auto arm. I'm going to take 1,500. That's literally going to take the bulk of what I have right now. But we want to definitely take a look at it because it's real fun. So aluminum and graphite, bam, right there. So now we need aluminum and we need graphite. Well, we've already got aluminum, right? And we're like, uh-oh, where's the graphite? Well, here's the thing you can do. You can just go over here and make a little bit, right? Now, you don't want to be really making a ton of graphite in there. I guess if you have tons of soil, you can do it. But it only makes 2. So it's much better to extract it with the large extractors. We can get like 100 of it and so on. There you go. So I have literally played the game entirely through. I've played through multiple times. I do know how to play the game. You don't have to come in and teach me about the game. You don't have to come in and say, Kismet, this is how you do this, you do that. I'm explaining it to new people who haven't discovered the game yet, all right? So know that you don't need to come in and stand in front of me and say, Kismet, this is how you do that, or go get every single resource on every single planet and try to impress me by that. I prefer if you come in and just chill out. If you want to collect some resources and bring it in, if you want to come in and hang out and whatnot. I try not to go too fast as well. I don't just try to go to Aatrox and get research right off the very beginning, because I could right now. I could literally just make a bunch of packagers, go to Aatrox, which I'll probably do next time, and we'll go get some research and literally get 100,000 research. Do I need to go get lithium? I know where lithium is. Can go get it. Do I need iron? Do I need titanium? I know where it is. I know how to get it and all of that stuff. So know if you are going to play on my server that I don't need to be taught here on the stream. I'm not asking to be taught. I'm explaining it to people who have never played the game. That's my style of streaming, is that I explain to people as I go along, all right? And I get that all the time, and it's understandable. People come in and hear me talking about the basics, and they want to help out. And I do appreciate that. There we go. Let me catch up a little bit. What do you do with organic? You convert it into carbon to be used for fuel, or you take organic and you use it for fuel, like in your backpack or your generators and things like that. Helps out a lot. How can you work it back? I've had a glitch on me where it didn't let me land somewhere. I clicked on it but used my thruster, and my thruster didn't get me back to my home planet. Oh, Ninja, here's a great thing to do. I have that same problem from time to time, especially when you do the hydrazine, right? You just take the thruster off. Like this one's broken now. That's it. That's it. You get one use, right? You go there and you come back. Now, if you get to a point where you're like, oh, I'm on another planet, I can't get back. I don't have enough. I don't have a solid fuel thruster because it broke. You go around and you have to start your base over again, basically. You have to start your base over again. You have to grab resin, compound, and whatnot. You start it all to a point in which you can make one of these solid fuel thrusters. Now you're like, well, Kismet, what was the recipe for solid fuel thruster again? Well, hold on. Let's go look way down here. Solid fuel thruster takes aluminum and ammonium. So you got to find ammonium and aluminum on that particular planet you're on. And all planets have that, by the way. But it might be way down in the planet. So sometimes you got to watch out. On some planets, you have to be way down there and get it. But all planets have it. How do I know? I've done it on every single planet. I've started again from complete scratch, used nothing, just went there with nothing, started again, rebuilt the entire thing so I could get back up off the planet. Right? Now, can you get to hydrazine? Not necessarily. You can't get to hydrazine because that uses tungsten and steel, which is not on every single planet. So you're definitely going to need to do that. But the basic solid fuel thruster, you can. I have done it before on every single planet. Now, have they changed it and made it so it doesn't work anymore? I doubt it because all of those same resources I have found, especially ammonium and aluminum, I've found on every single planet. And the same thing with carbon. Organic into carbon, with compound and with resin, which are your base resources. All of those are there for that reason in case you get stuck. So there you go. I'm pretty sure this type of stream been interested in getting this game in a while, and it fits my style. Yeah, Meta, this is a Kismet instant recommend. If you like this style of game, you will love this game. You will literally play this game for thousands of hours eventually. Now, me, I only have so much time in the day. So I do like to play. Now, I'm almost done for my stream today. I got about another 30 minutes, everybody. We're going to do a battle in about 20 minutes, and then I'm heading out. But you can come and join me if you want to next time. The server's only on when I'm on. Now, again, remember that we work together as a team. If you don't like working together as a team, I highly suggest not coming onto my server. We all work together, like people will gather stuff and bring it in. And as I'm unlocking things and I'm doing stuff as I'm going along, I'm explaining it on stream. So I like to unlock it for the first time. Like if you're going to run up and say, Kismet, I'm going to unlock everything. I'm going to get 100,000 resource. We're going to get everything done within 2 minutes. I don't like playing like that. I don't like to rush. I feel like the greatest thing about this game, I don't have to do anything. I don't have to rush. It's not a rushing game. It's a take your time, enjoy, and then do it, right? It's not like you're on a mission that's a timed mission. It's not like you got to watch out for space pirates or watch out for, peeps that you got to battle back and forth. I don't do that in this game. You don't do that in this game. That's more like No Man's Sky and stuff like that, which I enjoy too. But I enjoy the kind of relaxed atmosphere of this. Same thing with Satisfactory, that you're not in a great hurry. Though I do like to be more efficient. And sometimes I feel like that gets confused. Being efficient and being in a hurry, right? Being efficient is always great. But being in a hurry to try to get through the content as quick as possible, I never like to do. I don't do speed runs. I don't rush through the content. If that's like your intention to come into my stream and just like unlock everything and do all of that, know that I will be frowning on that. Because again, it's the journey that is the most fun for me. And that's the style of play we have here on my stream. So if you like that, then you're welcome to come in and hang out and have a good time. So yeah, that's how you get the thruster. I didn't have the thruster to get back home my planet. You got to dig underground. Go look for that aluminum to build back up your tables and all of that. You're going to need some power, so you're going to have to make some power. You're going to have to get some quartz, which is in every single planet. Get that quartz, make yourself a forge, convert the glass in the forge, make yourself some wind power, run around, see what other stuff you can find. Maybe a medium wind you might find, or a solar, some other stuff you might find. You can put that together, and you have to kind of, put the work in, right? Put the work in, but you can absolutely do it. To battle! Exactly. You can definitely do it. I've been loving the new update. Yes, I love it. Is this an education stream for Astroneer? Well, kind of. That's just my style of play. I like to play in that way. I like to just commentate, just, what I'm thinking about while I'm playing. That's my favorite thing to do. I love to talk to people about it in the chat as well, as long as you're not going to spoil anything for all the new peeps who are about to pick up the game. Like, if you notice, I don't tell them what that big monolith does. I know a lot of you know, and I appreciate you not telling me in the chat. So when you don't tell me something, this is exactly the opposite. When you don't tell me stuff in chat, I give you extra bonus. That's right. I give you 1,000 kids caps right there in the chat. You're like, Kismet, what's that for? That's for the thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars worth of stuff that I give away here in the stream. I've got big sponsors down there. I'm talking Bethesda. I'm talking Bethesda gear. I'm talking Elgato. I'm talking Blue Yeti. Right down there, bro. I got some big boys. And you know what I do when they send me stuff? I send it to you instead. That's right. I give it away here in the stream and let you guys enjoy it as well. That's awesome. I got 80 hours in one playthrough and I haven't activated a single core yet. That's the way to go, Tears. That's how you do, bro. You just take the time. Take the time. Can I join? I'll be helpful. I have 22 hours in gameplay on Steam. Sure. Sure, you can come and join me. But again, remember everything I just said. Now, here's how you come and join me. You go onto the Discord. You go ahead and read the rules over there. Get an idea of the rules. They'll tell you step by step on how to be part of the mega server. Server number 1. Private server number 1 of Astroneer. Very awesome. Number 1 is in the very first one. At least when they released private servers. Of course, they had ones before then for testing. But you get the idea. Let's see. I'll do what you say. I love Astroneer, so I like to play. Yeah, the thing to do is just to glance over here and say, oh, what are we low on? Well, we're low on some compound. We're low on some zinc. We're low on that. Bring that in and start feeding us in here. And then I typically do the base building. That's kind of my favorite thing to do. I know a lot of you love that as well. Once I do something once, by the way, once I build like the tractor once, then you can build as many tractors as you want. You just go ahead. Once I build a trailer and I explain the purpose of the trailer and the purpose of all that stuff to my stream on my playthroughs, then you're welcome to just go ahead and make those. And make, like when I make a rocket ship, just go ahead and make a rocket ship. The thing not to do is to do the exact same thing that I'm doing. Like if I say, hey, I need to get some quartz and put it in here, I'm not asking you to do it. I am just talking about that's the next thing I'm going to do. So if you go do that thing that I'm doing, then we kind of we're butting heads, right? I do appreciate it. Like, oh, well, Kismet needs some quartz. I'm going to go get it for him. I know that's the mentality. But really, I'm saying that so everybody in the chat knows that is what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking, oh, I need some quartz. I'm going to go get some, right? So you don't need to be doing the same exact thing that I'm doing, right? You don't need to be working the forge when I'm working the forge. You don't need to be making a base when I'm making a base, and so on. I feel like that is a much better way to work the team. Great example, 7 Days to Die. If I'm playing 7 Days to Die with my crew, which I'm going to be doing on Tuesday and Wednesday, and we just restarted our server, by the way, on Saturday, which is incredibly great. We had like 12, 15 people playing. It was awesome. If someone's doing the cooking, I don't need to be standing over them saying, oh, hold on, let me help you with the cooking. I need to help you with the cooking. Oh, here's this thing. Here's this thing. And they say, oh, well, I need this and I need that. And I just like handing it to them the whole time. It's very inefficient and it can also irritate other people, right? Like if I'm trying to use the forge and you're picking the forge up and moving my forges and stuff around, when you're the base builder, you get a little bit of, I like it like this, right? Now, if some people got suggestions, I'm open to that. But you never go into someone's bases and start moving their stuff around. That's like going in their house and start moving their furniture around. Like, go to somebody's house and start moving their furniture. See what happens. Actually, don't do that. You might get shot. Don't do that at all. Don't do that. You might get choked out until you're dead. Don't do that. That's like moving someone's base around. Like when someone goes in, like 7 days down, they start moving my stuff around. They put it in the wrong boxes. That's how it feels to me. It feels like someone came into my house and started moving my furniture around. Who wasn't a friend of mine. Just some random stranger. Start moving my furniture around. So keep that in mind when you're playing with other people. I love joining server too, even just to help, whatever. I love that mentality about this game, and that's why I love it too. Well, cheers to you again. Same thing. Go in to my Discord. It's like a little challenge, right? Here's a great way to challenge people to see if they work great as a team. What you do is you go in and you give them the simplest, easiest quest, right? Go read some rules and then follow those rules. And if they can follow those rules, then you know, or follow those steps, you know, 99% of the time, they're probably going to be a great team player. And by the way, I'm the leader and founder of one of the longest running gaming guilds. Now, if you've ever been in a gaming guild, you know they are like Hollywood marriages. They last about 6 months to a year. Mine's been going 17 years. Yeah, 17 plus. 17 years, still going to this day, have over 800 members, more, I stopped counting at 800, probably over 1,000, I stopped counting. But we have played MMOs together, we have worked together, we've done 40-man raids, 40-man PvP, dual 40-man raids, dual 40-man PvP. We've done it all, everybody. We've done the highest end content in the highest end games like World of Warcraft, Star Wars The Old Republic, of course, Lord of the Rings Online, Lineage way back in the day. Remember the Lineage #1? There's also Lineage 2, by the way. And there's also a regular Guild Wars, right? The Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. A lot of those games, including, did I say Lord of the Rings? I did say Lord of the Rings, Guild Wars 2. What was the other one? And of course, World of Warcraft and all of that. We've done all of those things, and that's why I love to put amazing people together and watch the magic happen. If you want to come be part of the magic and watch that magic as we gather resources and we build up our base and we progress through, that is awesome. If you want to come in and just flex and show how amazingly smart you are and want to prove everybody how smart you are, you don't need to do that. I already assume that you're smart. I already assume you're a great player. And even if you're not a great player, guess what? You can come in too. And you just like learning the game for the first time, come in, learn, have a good time. Don't feel pressured to go and grab the resource. Don't feel pressured to be a pro at the game, right? I like people of all backgrounds, right? That's why my guild was never an elite guild in WoW. I've had my members come to me and say, Kismet, we got some of the best people on the entire server. Why don't we become an elite guild and only let the best of the best in? Because I never do that. And here's why. Some of my best players have come from being a level 1 player, coming in, brand new to the game. Never played the game before. World of Warcraft, great example. They come in, never before. Hey, new player. Hi, my name is Kismet. Hi, Kismet. I'm going to do a little puppetry, a little hand puppetry. Hey, Kismet, nice to meet you. Can I be part of your guild? Sure. Are you new to the game? Yeah, I'm new to the game. Oh, great. You want to hunt together? Sure, let's go hunt together. All right, great. And so I'm already high level. I've got like 3 high level characters, right? Maybe I got 5, maybe I got 10. But I'll start a new character and I'll run around with them. And I'll help them in the game, right? And I got their back. They go ahead and do stuff. I'm not telling them how to do stuff. I let them explore and learn as they go. And when you learn it yourself, you're going to retain it better up here than if someone just says, hey, Kismet, click the thing and do the thing. Right? I'm not going to retain that. And most people won't. It's a little bit harder to retain that stuff. When you learned it the hard way, you definitely retain it, right? Like when you were running on concrete as a kid and then you fell and you scraped your knee. You should have learned that one on that first try. Not to do that. But there we go. That's being young, right? So that's how we like to play. And that person would go on and learn and be more excited and more interested and having more fun in the game, which means they want to play the game more. And they went on to be the best tanks and the best DPS. Not just in my guild, by the way. I'm talking on the entire server. I'm talking on in the entire game. I mean, exceptionally good. And you've got to give people a chance to grow into that amazing thing. Don't just assume they're awesome right off the bat. And that's why I don't do elite guilds. And I have way more fun doing that than I would ever have grinding those raids over and over again. And I've done thousands of them. Tens of thousands probably at this point of raids. I mean, I've gone and someone says, hey, Kismet, I need this particular piece to finish my set. Let's do it. Come on, everybody. We're going to run this just for him. Just for him. We're going to run it as many times as we need to, and we'll run it again and again and again. And, of course, it doesn't drop because you know how it goes. Whenever you want to get that thing, that's when it's not dropping. And then you're like, hey, let's go run it for this guy too, and we'll run it for both of them. And then one of them might get their drop. Maybe. And then you're running it again and again and again. And that's why I don't play that many MMOs, because I don't have the time to do that anymore. I don't have the time to run those raids over and over and over. I got a wife, 3 kids. I got streaming. I got disabilities, as well as I do a lot of stuff behind the scenes, like getting sponsors and stuff like that. But those are really, really fun things. I've done all of those things. They are very, very fun. But one of the things I love to do is nurture that beginning part of any game. Let people explore and figure out what they like to do. I'm not a great tank. I'm a pretty decent healer because I love the artistry of healing, because it's not just you're not pressing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You're going, oh, this guy needs a big heal. That guy needs a small heal. Dot on that guy. Dot on this guy. Oh, this guy's taking too much aggro. I'm going to let him die. And I'm going like that. That's what the healers will do to you, by the way. If you're DPS and you're grabbing too much aggro, they will let you die. I've actually been told that from other healers. It says, you know what? If someone grabs too much aggro, you got to let them die because you're going to run out of mana, and then your tank's going to die. Now, if your tank's taking a lot of hit, then you got to go heal. Right now, I want to keep everybody alive, But if you're being a foolish and you're not playing your role and you're trying to be the tank when you're the DPS, or if you're a range class and you're grabbing all the damage on you, guess what? Those heals ain't going to be coming. Because that's what you have to do. You have to make the choices of life and death between wipes and no wipes. And I've gotten down to where it's just me and the tank with barely any health left on the big boss. And we were there at the very end, and I had to just squeeze out that last little bit of mana and use my potions and do everything. And we get the win. That's what you got to do, right? And sometimes we didn't get the win, by the way, just so you know. It's not every time you succeed. And then when we didn't get the win, we go, oh, okay, what can we do better next time? Don't do the same exact thing again, because that's not going to work out. What can we do better next time? Where were we standing? How come we ran out of mana? How come, what was our skill rotations? All of that stuff, right? Those type of things are very important to understand. Nice game, just chill out and listen to music. Oh, absolutely. This is an insta-buy for me, everybody. And I'm not even going to give you an affiliate link or anything like that. Go get it on your Xbox. Go get it on your PS4. It's on all the consoles, by the way. And you can also get it for PC on Steam or wherever you feel like getting it from. Go for it. It's an insta-buy for sure. I love Druid Healer and WoW. So fun. Oh, yeah. Druid Healer. Yeah. I love their shape changing. By the way, I had one of every single class. Alliance side. And that actually made some Horde characters too. Which I was going to try it in Classic. But the thing I realized, I love Classic. I feel like World of Warcraft, the very first version, the vanilla version, was the perfectly made game. Perfect. You know why? Because as you progress, the items that you get were actually useful in that moment. Now, when you're high level and you've already played through once or twice, then you know that you could tweak out your character and make him even better. But when you're playing the game, it feels so incredibly fun because when you first start playing, you have no idea how to play. And you go to the quest guy, and the quest guy goes, hey, you go do this, I'm going to give you a hammer. I'm like, all right, I'll go do that. Okay, well, give me a hammer. Wow, I could actually use this hammer at the level that I'm at, right? And then that guy says, hey, go to the next town. And then that guy says, hey, go over there and I'm going to get you a shield. All right, I'm on it, right? Or if you're a caster, you're getting, all your caster stuff, you're getting ropes or whatever. You actually got something, and it was so well thought out through the whole entire level up process from 1 to 50 that you could actually go through and you felt like you were getting items that were useful in the moment as you were going, which a lot of games suffer from 15 years later. 15 years later, they did not learn that basic lesson that WoW did so well in Classic. Now, just so you know, I've only ever played Classic. You know that? I've never played any other version. And that's because right before they came out with the expansion, we went and played another game. We went and played Guild Wars 2, and then we went and played, I think we did WoW, then we did Lord of the Rings first, then WoW, then Guild Wars 2, then Star Wars The Old Republic, and then we did Elder Scrolls Online, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, which I can't remember because I have terrible memory. So there we go. What's the Astroneer server called? The Astroneer server is called Kismet's Private Server. That's what it's called. To get in there, you have to go in and be part of the rules right here on the Discord. If you don't want to do that, you're like, Kismet, I don't want to go on the Discord. I don't want to read the rules. I don't want to, say something in Lurker Chat and follow all of that. Well, hey, plenty of other servers out there, bro. Again, that's a little test to see how interested people are getting it. Whoa, where'd all this tongues and carbonite come from? Oh, wait a minute, because I let it run in the background while we were talking. You see that? It took all of the carbon and all the tungsten and converted both of those automatically and fed them all in there and did that tungsten carbonite. Very nice. How are we doing on time? We got plenty of time. 10 more minutes. We got 3 more minutes on this battle. I think it's going to work out perfect. Now, again, remember that the server's only up when I'm on. Right? So we play typically on Mondays for Astroneer, Tuesdays are Satisfactory, Wednesdays Satisfactory. We're going to get a little bit of No Man's Sky at the end of Satisfactory as well as we'll probably play a little mixture of Astroneer and No Man's Sky on Friday, which is kind of my mystery day, whatever I feel like doing. But if you want to know what I'm playing, it's really easy to find out. And there's a lot of places to find that information out. First, down below the stream in the panels, it's going to tell you what my schedule is as well. It's also, there's another panel down there from Stream Elements going to tell you how much longer until I stream again. Right? Also down there, some t-shirts. You want to grab some t-shirts. Help support the stream. Right down there. These ones right here. These babies right here. The Cosmos series of Kismet t-shirts. I absolutely love these. These turned out amazing. You're like, Kismet, who designed those? I did. That's because I'm my graphic designer. You're like, Kismet, I'm not into all over t-shirts. Hey, if you're not into it, no power, no big deal. All right, everybody, you can like different stuff. It's okay. I love all over t-shirt. I mostly made them for me. But if you want to go ahead and support the stream, grab some. Know there's also a link down below for that. Now, again, you never have to buy anything here in the stream. You don't have to subscribe. I appreciate it if you follow. You don't have to donate. You don't have to do bits. You don't have to do any of that. Unlike other people who feel like they're obligated or feel like you guys are obligated to come in my stream. I do not think that at all. That's okay. I'll get by, as I do. But I do appreciate all the people who do that. They're the ones that keep the stream going. I greatly appreciate each and every one of you, especially all the peeps who have hit that follow button. And let's go ahead and get into it. Let's see. We got Dracian, I think your name is. Crokey coming in with a follow, and me with coming in as well. Thanks so much for dropping that Dragon Hammer, crushing that follow button, becoming part of the Teamwork Tycoons. So if you are going to join me here on Astroneer, know that I'll probably add you after the stream. If you do want to come and join me, because again, I will be turning the server off, and then we will be playing on Friday. So know that if you're just coming in now and wanting to join, that I will get that going after the stream, because I've got to do this, then I'm going to do that, and I've got about another 10 minutes here, so I want to try to finish up some stuff, try to get one more thing going on. So do look down there so you know what days I'm playing what games. So they're down below the panels. It's on my offline message, my schedule. It's on my Twitter page, which I'll put in the chat for you as well. You can go over there. You can follow me over there. I've always got it pinned to the top of my Twitter. You're like, Kismet, where else? Of course, on the Discord. Boom, you go on the Discord. There's a section, schedule. Easy. Easy peasy. Now, wouldn't it be awesome if you had the most incredible name for your website? How about kismet.gg? Right there, baby. Go, you can also see it on my website. You can see unboxings over there and a whole bunch of other cool videos, and also all of my studio equipment that I use. If you are a streamer and you're interested, Kismet, what kind of computer do you have? Kismet, what lighting do you use? What microphones and all of that stuff. That's all up there for you to take a look at, including going next level where you can just click a link, go over there and find it right on Amazon or wherever you like to find it and buy it as well. Some of those are affiliate links, not all of them. I don't really care if you buy with affiliate or not. That makes me like $1. I'm just straight with people. I just tell them straight up. It makes me like $1. It doesn't really matter to me. The most important thing that matters to me is that you get the thing you're looking for, right? That's the number one thing. When you come in my channel and say, Kismet, I'm trying to find this thing. Kismet, I would like to know what kind of equipment you have, all that stuff. That's always the highest priority for me. Okay, so we got that done. Now, what do we need tungsten carbonide for in the first place? And we need it for this drill right here. So we've got to get to 2,500 in the next 8 minutes. Now, I could tell you that's probably not going to happen. But we're going to try it anyway. Let's go grab some research. We're going to go have some fun grabbing some research here. We're going to get on our vehicle. Da-da-da-da! Charge! Oh, my God. Wait a minute. We can't go that way. We've got to back up and crash into some stuff. I love crashing into stuff in this game. Look, you can knock stuff around. Now, watch out. Sometimes that stuff really goes flying. I mean, it goes flying way up. Now, while I'm going around grabbing some more research that we need. Now, we only need about 3 of them, by the way, because each of them are 500 to get that 2,500. So while I'm running around grabbing some research, we're going to go ahead and do another battle, and a fun little side thing we do here on Stream Raiders. Let's do it. Oh, I got to get back on my mod casual. There we go. There we go. Oh, wait, not mod casual, mod live. There we go. Thank you, Nushki. Appreciate that. Oh, I see you there, Shara, in the lurker chat. Again, I'm going to get that after the stream. So this for right here at the end of the stream. You're going to literally like log in and then you have to log out because I'm going to turn the server off. So I don't want to do that to you. Just know that I will add you and you can come join us for 7 Days to Die, or you can come join us for Astroneer, or whatever else I decide to add later. If I suddenly decide, hey, we need an ARC server again, you can come join us for ARC. If we want to go ahead and do some other stuff, we'll join us for that. Right? You'll have access to the ability to come in and join me in game. Now, I do ask peeps if you are on the server to be in Discord so that I know that you are there and whatnot. If there is a problem with the passwords or whatnot, I can communicate that to you. You do not have to speak on Discord, by the way, if you don't have a microphone or if you don't like to speak or anything like that. Know that you don't have to do that. And it says all of that in the rules as well, by the way. All right, let's slide that over there. This way, you guys got a big boss win. Boom. There we go. Menergiz getting that love. And Gigatone coming in. Menergiz coming in, getting that love. And 28 assists there. Very nice. Kicking some booty. And that is boss number 386. Nice job, everybody. I think we'll move up the rankings here. Now, we're going to come back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, playing some more games. We're going to be playing some Fallout 76, working on that Season 1 Legendary run. Feel free to come on back. All my Stream Raiders peeps, come on back. We're going to be doing that for a while tonight as well. But for right now, let's go ahead and see if we get some research. And we get this research fired up over here. Now, what I do is I like to go around the little forest area there. When I've kind of depleted one forest area, I'll go ahead and turn back and see if there's any more. Oh, there's something on the mountain edge, right? So I'll start looking on the mountain edge here and grab that one. Now, these are about the same, whatnot. There's also ones underground you can grab. Some of these are a little bit more, a little bit less. Hey, I don't know why it does that every time I get in my vehicle now. That's something they got to work on as well. Tons of ammonium there. We'll come back for that. We got lots of it for right now. Again, we'll just kind of pull through here. If you run into those resources, they bump you and stop you. Again, try to go up and over. Now again, if you go too steep, it's going to start to stall out on you. You can also get stuck on the trees. Oh, great example. Right there, stuck on the tree. Now, if you get stuck, pretty easy to fix. Just run over here. Shape out the tree. Tree will fall down. And I like to shape back in the hole. Like that. Now make sure you don't shape too far that your vehicle gets stuck underground. There we go. Got to flip it over with F. Try to go up this side here. Just to prove that you can. The tractor is probably the best one. Going up this kind of straight up and down stuff. It doesn't have a lot of weight on it. So if you do it just right. There we go. I can get up here. By the way, you can't take these guys out, and they actually hurt you if you get out of your vehicle. In your vehicle, they don't bother you, but out of your vehicle, they will attack you. And since I'm in my vehicle, I am not... Well, that's really vertical there. Since I'm in my vehicle, they don't attack me. Now, here's something that's going to happen. That right there. How do you fix that? Same way. Go over here and just shape this down just a little bit. See, that's what's so great about voxel shaping. You can shape the world to be however you want it to be, right? You can shape the whole world out if you want to. If you're hardcore, bro, you can shape the entire world out if you so chose. See, I got 3, I got 2. Now, we're going to try to find one more here. And that should give us our 2,500, which is what we're looking for, our drill bit. Now, again, I could go to other planets to get lithium, and I can go to other planets to get a whole bunch of stuff and whatnot. But again, I'm not in a hurry. I don't rush. I just have a fun time doing my stuff, taking some time. Oh, look at that. We've got a crashed ship over there. Oh, is that a working solar? Oh, I haven't seen one of those in a while. Hold on. Let's go look. So we're going to go ahead and grab this one. And we're going to put this back over here. On the back here. Now, again, I could use packagers like you saw me do earlier as well. Now, let's put that back here. Now, we're going to go do some exploring. Now, when you go do some exploring, make sure that you bring... oh, no resin. That you bring some resin. No resin there. Oh, some over here. That you bring some resin just for emergencies in case you start to run out of oxygen. So I'm going to try to grab the resin, but of course I'm going to get a lot of compound here too. And also it's going to kind of serve as taking all this out. Now, why do I need resin? I need resin for... there it is. Oxygen for my oxygen filters. Right? And those oxygen filters are going to allow me to hang out over here without having to run tethers. I try not to run too many tethers anymore. Though it's perfectly a valid way of playing the game. There's nothing wrong with that. Oh, is that a working solar? Now, inside here, there's some elements that you can find that sometimes help you. And notice I'm shaping that out. Oh, look, we found a medium. Nice. We found some zinc. There we go. That would have been really good at the beginning of the game. Some laterite. This is literally right next to our base. We shape that down. Now, sometimes these are laying down, and sometimes these are up like this. Depends on how it spawns. And then there's a little bit of this. So some of these ones that you found underground. Gotcha. Some of these you found underground are also on top of the ground that you might find in here. Now, there is a giant solar array that actually works. And I've actually, the most I've ever brought back to base was 3 of them. We're going to go down here. Now, look at this. Also underground, you can see there is some research there. And I want to see if this is a working solar array. Now, how do we know if it's a working solar array? Well, the first thing we do is we kind of shape it out of the ground, and we see if it has a connector. We see if it has a connector so we can connect power to it and draw the power. Now, this one looks like it's totally broken. There's no connector on this side or the other side. There's actually two of them here, by the way. There's the one that's coming off the thing, and then there's one that's sticking up. Right? And then, so if we shape around here enough that at some point, if they're separated from each other, stops connecting to that, they will come apart and then they'll go down there, right? But in this case, it's not coming out of there, which means it's connected to this, and it's not going to fall. And so what I would do is I would look at the bottom edge down here to see if, let's make another oxygen filter, to see if there is an actual connector down there. And again, I've done is I have not seen them in a while, in a few playthroughs. I don't know if they took them out, if they're still in the game or whatnot, but they are very fun to find and very fun to pull back to your base and then use those on your base for solar power. That's right, you can take it back to your base. Pretty cool. Now we'll go ahead and grab this resource here. Now, am I going to take this and put this back on my vehicle? I am not. And you're like, well, wait a minute, because that's resource. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take this. I'm going to drop it down over on that side. So the next time I'm running through here and I see that, I go, oh, pick that up, bring that back to my base. But not for right now. For right now, we were just looking for research, and we're out of time, so we're going to get it going. Now, I'm trying to keep my schedule very, very consistent. It is extremely difficult for me to do that because I do have sleep apnea and vertigo. It's hard for me to stay in the same sleep schedule. Sometimes I just don't sleep. I get like 2 or 3 hours of sleep, and I get up anyway. So I'm trying to train myself again to be in a normal schedule. It is extremely difficult with my medical conditions, but I'm trying very, very hard. And I think I've been doing pretty well. I've hit every single stream now for the last couple weeks. I've hit it on time, being here, trying to be very, very consistent on those start times and whatnot. All right. Oh, let's hold on. I forgot to make a reft. There we go. Drive this right into here. Now, I could do this with 3 of these if I wanted to. Now, what we're going to do is go look at this battery over here, and this battery is going to tell us whether we're diminishing or increasing. In this case, we're diminishing as well. Hey, Gaming Skulls, what's up? Thanks for being here. We're going to do this battle. We already did the battle. We're ready to go. What's the Astroneer server called? You got to get in and be approved for that. So, again, I'll do that after the stream. I have a copy of Astroneer for PS4. There you go. Yeah, you know that if you have it for, like, if you have Xbox Game Pass or stuff like that, you get this game as part of your Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, go snatch that up, bro. And I think they had it, I'm not sure if they had it on PS4, because I have the Xbox, the PS4, 2 custom PCs, I have a Mac, and I have a Switch. Right? You're like, Kismet, you're hardcore, bro. Yeah, I'm in all of it, man. I don't care about the system. The console doesn't make a difference to me. I don't care if you're on Xbox. I don't care if you're PS4. It's irrelevant. You know what makes the difference for me? The games. If they got the games, that's what it's about. You don't buy a wrench to hammer in a nail. Why would you buy a wrench to do it? You could do it, but why would you use a wrench to hammer in a nail? Right? I don't care about which kind of wrench it is. If the wrench works, the wrench works. If the screwdriver works, the screwdriver works, right? Use a hammer to draw in a nail. It's going to be the most efficient thing. But hey, if you want to use a screwdriver, you want to use a wrench to do it, hey, it's your life. You do whatever. I try to use the right tool for the right job. For me, graphics is the Mac, right? That's what I grew up on. That's what started. That's what it's all for. That's why I do all my 3D animations, like my little buddy Norbert here. And all of that stuff in Maya over there. That's right. Maya is like a $4,000 program, by the way. That's before I got really, really sick. I bought that program, and then right after that, I got ill. I was like, oh, God. Yikes. Yikes, yikes. Luckily, I just paid it off instead of having to pay it over time, because, wow. If I had to pay that off during that time, I would have been in real trouble. Real trouble. That's when I had money back in the day. Not anymore. I'm very, very poor now, but that's okay. You know what? If you're not enough without that stuff, you're not going to be enough with it, just so you know. It doesn't automatically make your life easier. It doesn't make it where you all of a sudden, okay, GG, I win at life. I've had lots of money, and I can tell you. And you're like, oh, I can buy all this fancy stuff, and I can pay my rent and all of that, and that's a good thing. Definitely to pay your rent. But again, It's not going to make you happier for sure. And you're going to hear it all the time. It's like a cliche now, but it certainly doesn't. You still have to live. You see a lot of very rich people who are celebrities or are not celebrities, who are this guy and that guy, and they're over there just drinking like a fish, and they're just having a miserable time. They're on their fifth wife or fifth husband or whatever it is, and they're just having a terrible time. And I hate to see that. I hate to see that because they didn't learn that basic lesson. That does not solve your problems. You still got to live and be a decent human being in life, or have something that gets you up every single day that makes you want to do something, right? In my case, I'm doing it right now, which is talking to you about that very thing. Now, of course, it's your life. They're your life choices. They're all on you. I've agreed with the rear terrace. Thanks for letting me know in the chat. There you go. Awesome. There we go. Yeah, I thought it was on PS4 thing at some point. I'm not sure if I'm just remembering that incorrectly, which could be totally correct, and whatnot. So we're going to get on the Kismet Love train here. I think we got that done. What are we at bytes-wise? All right, we're 280. And so we're going to let that run. So we need 2,500. And over here, these ones here that are running are going to be about 500 each, roughly. They're really about 400 and something. But we're going to let those run. Now, here's the funny thing. When I log off the server, those are going to keep running. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a timer so I don't forget to turn the server off after a little while so that we don't accidentally roll back our game again. Hopefully it doesn't roll back again, or I'm going to have to talk to them. I'm already going to have to talk to them why it rolled back today, because I didn't tell it to roll back. It's like I had the server off for a while. I turned the server on. When I got back in, the whole entire thing had rolled back to a brand new game. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens next time, because, this is the first rendition of private servers for them. So, something's up. All right, so let's go to my office. Let's get on the Kismet Love train. Let's go. All right, everybody, this is a really fun part of the stream. This is where you guys go ahead and take all the love that we've gotten here today on the stream. We go send that love to somebody else. I call it the Kismet Love Train. Now, what you're going to find right there in the chat, everybody, you're going to hear that whistle of the Kismet Love Train right here. There it is. You're going to hear that whistle. That means it's time to go ahead and grab that right there in the chat. You're going to see that Kismet Love Train. Highlight it. Control-C to copy it. Control-V to paste it right there in the chat. You're like, Kismet, I'm on mobile, bro. I can't do the whole copy pasta thingy. I want to just get some, Kiss Caps, though, so I can win epic loot in your stream. Well, here's what you do. Throw any emote in there. I don't care what platform you are. If you're just like, Kismet, I want to do that. I just want to put an emote in there. Just throw any emote. Doesn't matter. Global emote. Someone else's emote. Doesn't matter to me. It's all the end, all the best in the end anyway. And while I go ahead and fire up these raid targets, I'm going to go ahead and clear out all the stuff I have running right now. There we go. And get this all squared away. There we go. All right. I'm going to go ahead and bring up all these raid targets. I'm going to have to watch some ads while I'm waiting for their things to load. And let's see. There we go. We got them all running. I always load them all up. And I usually pick by people's title. I feel like that's the nicest way to pick between peeps. Unless they make me laugh in some way. All right. Waiting for it to load. All right. Now, for every person that puts that in there, by the way, just put it in there one time. I'm going to give you 1,000 Kiss Caps, up to 10,000 Kiss Caps, which is a lot of Kiss Caps, to buy tickets for giveaways in the future. You can't have too many. You always want to collect as many as you possibly can. By the way, if you are the #1 person with caps at the end of the year, I'm going to give you something special. So also you can save them up just to be the #1 person. That works as well. Oh, that person's offline. All right, we'll take them out. Let's see. We got some 76. We got some Astroneer. I feel like showing Astroneer some love. Let's see. Oh, well, this guy's chilling and vibing. Yeah, we'll go with that guy. I like peeps when they chill and they vibe. All right, we're going to get this guy. His name is The Real Gemini. He's got about 10 people in his channel. He's about to have a whole lot more out of nowhere because Kismet and the Kismet Love Train coming to show that love. Now, here's what we're going to do, everybody. We're going to take that Kismet Love Train, just like you did into my chat. We're going to throw it into his chat. We're going to hit that follow button. We're going to hang around the stream a little while so we can push him to the top of the Astroneer category so that more people, just like you, can discover his awesome channel as well. And then we're going to ask him to take that Kismet Love Train. We're going to have him to take that and pass it on to someone else. All right? Now I'm going to go ahead and dish out that love to you guys right now before I forget. Here we go. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 1 to grow on. How about those retweets? Well, we didn't hit 5 retweets, but you know what? Another 1,000 for all you peeps who did try. All right, there we go, everybody. Now, again, I will be back tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I hope you had as much fun as I did, because that went by like it felt like 5 minutes. That's when you know you're having lots and lots of fun. So that's it for me, everybody. Again, be back tonight playing some Fallout 76, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Thanks to all my mods as well. Bye, everybody. Hey everybody, Kismet here. Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to hit that subscribe button right in the center of the screen. Also check me out live on twitch.tv/Kismet. I'll see you all next time.